Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The first item of business is time for reflection, and our time for reflection leader today is Richard Draggett, Quaker.
Hi, good afternoon. Listening, respect, and kinder ground. How good are we at listening? Really listening. Listening to others and to our own hearts is a deep strand of how Quakers try to live. Public discourse encourages division, to be for or against. Abuse, ridicule, extreme language, and threat follow, of which you are all too well aware. How do we break this grip of bitterness and find kinder ground? The multiple crises we face have become all too serious. As carbon emissions continue to rise, deferring climate action compounds the problem for future generations. We are caught in a terrible moral and pragmatic knot. Scotland desperately needs to harvest the collective integrity and goodwill of this place. Think of this chamber's watchwords: justice, integrity, wisdom, compassion. We all have to face the reality of the coming decades. No one can underestimate the burdens resting upon the shoulders of all national parliaments. No single person or group has the answers. Solutions will span the next 5 parliaments. Lasting consensus is essential. It is vital, therefore, to speak with humility. Not because we lack confidence in our convictions, but out of respect for others' knowledge and perspectives. In turn, we must listen with humility and a desire for understanding. There is a deep need for plain, honest, open speaking from society's leaders, of which you are all part. You are privileged to be in a position to foster understanding and trigger change. Do you debate possible solutions with open minds? Do you look for the wisdom within proposals from those who would not normally be allies? Quakers challenge each other in the following way. When words are strange or disturbing to you, try to sense where they come from and what has nourished the lives of others. Listen patiently and seek the truth which other people's opinions may contain for you. Avoid hurtful criticism and provocative language. Do not allow the strength of your convictions to betray you into making statements or allegations which are unfair or untrue. Think it possible that you may be mistaken. Well, that's no small challenge, but we all have to try much harder. Thank you for your time, and go well this week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item of business is topical questions. And at question number 1, I call George Adam.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what assessment is made of implications for Scotland's public services of the UK Government's proposed reforms to the immigration system.
Minister Cocab Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Scotland's public services, communities and economy all benefit from inward migration. The Scottish Government does not support the majority of the proposals within the UK Immigration White Paper and calls on the UK Government to reverse these deeply damaging measures. The decision to end international care worker recruitment and planned changes to the graduate visa and skilled worker visa are short-sighted and will prove damaging to sectors which necessarily rely on international talent. Scotland's working age population is growing only because of migration. Scotland requires a tailored approach to migration to meet our distinct demographic and economic needs.
George Adam.
I thank the Minister for her answer. Scottish Care has warned that Labour's plans to scrap care workers' visa route would be profoundly damaging to Scotland's social care sector and fails to recognise the country's distinct demographic and workforce challenges, putting vital services at risk and directly harming those who rely on them. Does the Minister share these concerns, and can she confirm whether the Scottish Government was consulted, or is Scotland's demographic reality once again an afterthought for Westminster?
Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I fully agree with the comments that were made by Scottish Care. Plan to end the international recruitment of care workers will be devastating for the care sector in Scotland. And whilst I can confirm that the Scottish Government issued a comprehensive, evidence-based proposal document to the Home Office during their development of the Immigration White Paper, there has been no substantive engagement on any of the policy proposals submitted by the Scottish Government, and the White Paper completely fails to account for Scotland's distinct demographic needs. The ban on international recruitment of care workers must not be implemented. Scotland is a welcoming nation, and one of the key principles underpinning our approach to migration is to encourage and enable long-term settlement in Scotland, welcoming people from across the world to Scotland to work, raise families and make a positive contribution to society.
George Adam.
I thank the Minister once again. Labour's plan to pull up the drawbridge mimics that of Nigel Farage's reform. Rather than challenging him and puts Scotland's public services at risk as well. Inward migration is vital for our economy and our society. Will the Minister assure us that our Scottish Government will reject Labour's pandering to Farage's politics, and does she agree that the UK Government stance betrays the open and welcoming nation that we all aspire to be in Scotland?
Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It is concerning that we have not heard anything from Scottish Labour on these plans, which frankly are designed by a Prime Minister simply pandering to Nigel Farage, instead of considering any of Scotland's demographic needs. Scotland is a welcoming nation, and one of the key principles that underpin our approach to migration is to encourage people to come here and live here and raise their families here, contribute to the economy by working, and make a positive contribution to not only society but also our culture. And Scotland will continue to actively welcome inward migration, recognise the benefits that it brings to our communities, public sector and economy. And through our online platform, Scotland's Migration Service, we will continue to attract talent to Scotland to address the barriers faced by migrants and employers when navigating the UK's increasingly unsuitable immigration system.
Thank you. Question number 2, Tess White.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. After that rah-rah by the Scottish Government Minister, to ask the Scottish Government...
Sorry, Miss White. Miss White, I have called you to ask question number 2 on topical questions, and I would ask that you restrict yourself to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to the announcement that NHS Grampian has been escalated to Stage 4 of NHS Scotland's National Performance Framework for Finance, Leadership and Governance.
Cabinet Secretary Neil Gray.
Thank you, President Officer. Firstly, it's important to acknowledge that staff in NHS Grampian continue to work tirelessly to deliver the high-quality healthcare we expect. I have been able to see that firsthand in the visits that I have made in Grampian of late. Escalation to Stage 4 will bring enhanced support and scrutiny from the Scottish Government. This will include a whole-system diagnostic to be carried out by an external consultancy, expected to conclude in June, to help inform a tailored package of support. This intervention will provide a robust basis for the wider transformational work required over the longer term in NHS Grampian to ensure the sustainable delivery of high-quality healthcare services.
White.
Cabinet Secretary, the SNP Government has been repeatedly warned about the perfect storm in NHS Grampian. Wherever you look, from waiting times to ambulance turnaround times, NHS Grampian is on its knees. And it's little wonder when it has the lowest bed base in the whole of Scotland. A decade of chronic underfunding has put unsustainable pressure on NHS staff, and there are huge implications for patient safety. Just this week, frontline workers raised the alarm in the Press and Journal about patients dying, getting harmed, because ambulances are still queuing for hours at a time outside Aberdeen Royal Infirmary. Does the Cabinet Secretary finally accept that his government has shortchanged NHS Grampian for years?
Cabinet Secretary.
No, I don't. In 25-26, health boards will receive increased investment in their baseline funding, totalling £16.2 billion, with NHS Grampian receiving over £1.34 billion. NHS Grampian is receiving a 3% baseline uplift of £39.2 million. It represents a 0.6% real terms increase compared to 24-25. The NRAC formula is an objective measure of the need for healthcare services across Scotland, and the approach taken by the Scottish Government has been to move boards towards NRAC parity, and the NHS Grampian's £800,000 share of the £55 million additional parity maintains the board within 0.6% of NRAC parity, and it's quite something for Ms White to raise funding of our public services when her party wants to take £1 billion out of public investment in Scotland.
Tess White.
Cabinet Secretary, Presiding Officer, this is not about POPs. The deepening crisis in NHS Grampian isn't just about board meetings and balance sheets. It's about people. A mother in her mid-70s, herself a nurse by profession, had a bad fall after her husband spoke to NHS 24 and called 999. An ambulance was eventually dispatched. He was advised the wait would be 4 to 8 hours. As she was drifting in and out of consciousness, her family took the really difficult decision to lift her and drive to Aberdeen Royal Infirmary. Tragically, after they arrived, they were told she would soon pass. Her family is shocked and massively traumatised by what happened, but above all, they're haunted by what happened and how it happened. We've had enough of the Cabinet Secretary's excuses. He needs to know just how bad it is on the ground so that families aren't asking the same difficult questions. So my ask, Cabinet Secretary, not just to do visits that are pre-arranged, will you please do a shift with an ambulance crew in Grampian and see it for yourself? And that's a shift that interfaces with accident and emergency. Thank you.
Always through the chair, please, members. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. First of all, I have shadowed frontline shifts, not in NHS Grampian, I accept, but I have shadowed shifts, so that I can see what the situation is like for those serving our public services on the front line in health and social care. The second point that I make is in response to the constituency representation that Ms White makes there, and she paints an unacceptable picture for that family and for those that are served by NHS Grampian in terms of some of the pressures that have been set. And I declare an interest as having family member living in Grampian served by NHS Grampian, and we all have a personal vested interest in making sure that our public services work well, which is exactly why we've escalated NHS Grampian to level 4 and why we continue to provide that additional support and scrutiny.
I call Jackie Dunbar.
Can the Cabinet Secretary advise what support is provided to the Board of NHS Grampian at level 4 of the escalation framework? And can he also advise when the Board will set out a recovery plan to deliver an improved position with that support?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, President Officer, and I thank Jackie Dunbar for her question. Escalation to stage 4 of the framework brings enhanced scrutiny and support from the Government, and we will work with the Board to ensure sustained improvement. Action taken and any support provided at level 4 is tailored to the circumstances and will take account of the context in each case. NHS Grampian will receive a tailored package of support as a result of the escalation to stage 4, starting with the diagnostic report being delivered by the external consultancy. We expect the report to be delivered in June and set out key areas of focus for the Board to improve sustainability. A more detailed, tailored support package will be designed based on the recommendations of the report, and NHS Grampian's financial recovery plan will be provided to the Scottish Government in the 7th of June, with the external diagnostic being delivered later in June. This will allow the diagnostic report to verify or improve upon Grampian's financial forecasts.
Michael Mara.
In a briefing on 7th of March, the leadership of NHS Grampian informed MSPs the Health Board was projecting a £68 million deficit in 25-26. That was to be submitted to the Minister on the 17th of March. So the Health Secretary has known about the extent of the deficit for 2 months. So what has triggered the escalation of NHS Grampian to stage 4 now? Do those figures remain the same? What has changed?
Cabinet Secretary.
Michael Mara rightly points to the financial position, which is one of the primary considerations, and we want to make sure that as quickly as possible the Board have a grip upon the financial position. That's why we're sending in the external consultants. That's why there is additional Scottish Government support so that we can get a handle on the financial position in NHS Grampian, and also so that we can get an assurance that in any savings that are being required to be made, it will not impact on frontline services, but will contribute to an improvement in the position of service delivery within Grampian.
Douglas Lumsden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I fully support the escalation to level 4. I called it during a members' debate just 2 weeks ago. 2 months ago, I asked the Cabinet Secretary if he had confidence in the Board. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary today if he has confidence in the Chair of NHS Grampian?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I call Beatrice Wishart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Pregnant women, people waiting for surgery, cancer patients, people across my constituency rely on NHS Grampian. What reassurances can the Cabinet Secretary give that these stage 4 measures will not negatively impact patients from Shetland who have to access NHS Grampian services?
Cabinet Secretary.
I readily recognise the situation that Beatrice Wishart reflects, as indeed her colleague in front, Liam McArthur, also has interaction, his constituents have interaction with NHS Grampian, and we will be working, my officials, the consultancy, in terms of getting NHS Grampian to a more sustainable financial position and in terms of improved service delivery to ensure that those residents of Grampian, as well as Beatrice Wishart's constituents and Liam McArthur's constituents, can see an improvement in service and financial sustainability.
Kevin Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I welcome the escalation to level 4 of the framework. And I certainly welcome the support that the Cabinet Secretary will put into NHS Grampian. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary if those that are going in to help NHS Grampian will take a look at the excessive bureaucracy that exists within the organisation, in my opinion, to ensure that that is eradicated so that folk can do their level best for patients?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, I thank Kevin Stewart for his question and recognise the considerable contribution that he has been making in this regard over recent months, and I am clear that my officials and those supporting NHS Grampian should be looking at all possible options that can see an improvement in the financial position and an improvement in service delivery. I reiterate the point that I made at the outset of my first answer, which is that the staff at NHS Grampian are doing an incredible job in challenging circumstances to deliver for people across Grampian and indeed Orkney and Shetland. That is recognised, and I want to enable them to go even further.
Jackie Bailey.
In April, NHS Grampian warned that the Health Board has too few acute hospital beds and too few staff in some key service areas to cope with demand, and that there is not enough funding or physical space to make any significant improvement. What assurances can the SNP government give that moving to level 4 will see patients in Grampian getting the treatment they need?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank Jackie Bailey for that question, because it recognises what is at the heart of this escalation, which is about improvement of service and financial sustainability within Grampian, with a view to patient services being improved. That is why we have escalated the board to level 4. So the decisions and the options that come through from the support package and the increased scrutiny is all about making sure that the patient experience is improved and that we see services delivered in a more sustainable way to make sure we satisfy Jackie Bailey's concerns.
Rachel Hamilton.
Thank you. A letter from Alan Gray, Director of Health and Social Care Finance, confirmed that brokerage would not be available for 25-26 and that NHS boards would be expected to work towards a break-even trajectory in their 3-year financial plans. If a break-even isn't possible and no deficit is permitted, how much flexibility is there in brokerage repayments, and will government consider a different funding formula for some of these NHS boards that are struggling?
As the question relates to the substantive question.
So in terms of NHS Grampian, they have been provided with brokerage on 2 consecutive years, and I think everybody has been able to see publicly the scrutiny that has been put upon that. I'm clear that I want all boards to move to a break-even position as quickly as possible. There are more that are in that position than there have been in the past. Grampian is in a position of particular difficulty, and that's why we're putting the support and scrutiny in order to turn that around. But clearly, as I've set out, we are looking to that financial sustainability to happen, not to the detriment of frontline services, and that's why we need to provide that additional support through level 4 escalation.
Thank you. That concludes topical questions. The next item of business is a debate on motion 17416 in the name of Liam McArthur on assisted dying for terminally ill adults Scotland Bill at stage 1. I'd be grateful if members who wish to speak in the debate were to press their request to speak buttons now. And I call on Liam McArthur, the member in charge of the bill, to speak to and move the motion.
Presiding Officer, thank you. Almost 4 years on from announcing my intention to bring forward a bill to allow terminally ill, competent adults the choice of an assisted death, Parliament finally has the chance to debate and vote on the general principles of that bill. I confess I don't recall having felt this nervous since I gave my maiden speech in 2007, not because this will be by some margin the longest contribution I have ever made in this chamber over 18 years as an MSP, although that is indeed a thought, but because I know how much this bill matters to those dying Scots and their families who are desperate to see the law changed to allow more choice, compassion and dignity at the end of life. And it's their voices, their needs, their interests that must be at the centre of this debate, at the heart of our considerations and at the forefront of our minds as we come to vote later on this evening. I know there are colleagues across this chamber who feel conflicted, who are wrestling with many profound, complex and sensitive issues and who are anxious about not being seen to make the wrong decision. That is entirely understandable. But the decision we're being asked to make here is not on the final bill, it's on the general principles of the potential change in the law and whether Parliament should be given more time to see if it can agree a bill that commands majority support. If you simply believe that change should not happen on the basis of faith or whatever other reason, I regret but respect that. However, if you accept that the current ban on assisted dying is resulting in too many bad deaths, traumatising patients as well as family and friends left behind, if you recognise that legal uncertainty is placing patients, families and medics in an invidious position, if you believe in the principle of allowing dying Scots more choice and control over the way in which they die, even if you feel my bill needs amended and safeguards strengthened, then you must vote to allow Parliament the opportunity to consider amendments. If at stage 3 you remain unpersuaded, you are free to vote down this bill. But it's surely not tenable for Parliament once again to say that this is all too difficult and to refuse to undertake the work required to see if a bill that commands majority support and public confidence can be agreed. Before turning to the substance of what is in and not in my bill, let me first recognise the contributions of some of those who've helped get it to this point. To my staff, past and present, who have performed heroics over the past 4 years, doing much of the heavy lifting. So too the campaign groups Dignity in Dying, Friends at the End and Humanist Society Scotland, who have been magnificent in their support, and I refer members to my register of interest, as well as the detailed declaration I made to the Finance and Health Committees when giving evidence. My thanks also go to the Non-Government Bills Unit, along with apologies for only belatedly coming to realise that they are a hidden gem in the way that this Parliament operates. I thank all the stakeholder groups and individuals here and overseas in jurisdictions where assisted dying laws are operating safely and successfully, who have spared time to share with me their thoughts, insights and expertise. Too many to mention, but all have been invaluable in informing my understanding of assisted dying and the end-of-life care more widely. And to the committees, particularly the Health Committee, which I know was inundated with evidence, written and oral, but has worked its way through that and come forward with a report which I think is detailed, thorough and balanced, and I think they are owed a debt of gratitude. Colleagues around this chamber too, who have been generous in taking time to speak to me over the past 4 years. I've come to recognise the look of mild terror in the eyes of colleagues as I saunter into the canteen or the coffee lounge, as it suddenly becomes clear that a short chat on assisted dying is now unavoidable. It's no coincidence, I think, that invitations to parties have rather dried up over the past 4 years. But whatever views colleagues may have, those discussions have never been anything other than respectful and considered, and I am so grateful. I'm confident too that this afternoon's debate will be conducted in the same measured and respectful manner, doing justice to the seriousness and sensitivity of the issue, but reflecting also the fact that whatever our respective views on whether to allow for a choice of an assisted death, we all come from the same place of wanting to reduce suffering and protect the vulnerable. So what will the bill do? It will, as I said, allow terminally ill mentally competent adults in Scotland a choice to be provided with assistance for them to end their own life and avoid potentially painful and distressing death. It's a choice that for so long, so many of our constituents have asked us to provide clearly and safely in Scots law. It's a choice they see available now to over 300 million people and rising around the world. And no two assisted dying laws are the same, but the model I'm proposing reflects one legally available across Australia, in New Zealand and in many US states. Closer to home, it's recently been legislated for in the Isle of Man, is being progressed in Jersey and is currently being debated at Westminster, where a bill applying to England and Wales will have its third reading in the Commons on Friday. We can learn from this international experience, but need to get the detail right, reflecting our own circumstances, legal framework and health and care arrangements. My bill sets out strict eligibility criteria and processes for multiple assessments, including specialist referrals if necessary. It contains what I believe are appropriate safeguards which balance this tightly controlled option and access, and includes requirements on data gathering, reporting and review to ensure proper oversight. To access assistance, you must be aged 16 or over, resident and have lived in Scotland for at least 12 months and registered with a GP in Scotland. Assessment would be required by at least 2 doctors acting independently of each other, who would need to be satisfied that an individual had a terminal illness, be sufficiently mentally capable and be acting on their own free will without being coerced or pressured. And I'll take an intervention from Liam Kerr.
Liam Kerr.
I'm very grateful to the member for bringing this forward and for laying it out in detail, but many constituents have raised with me that the definition of terminal illness could be seen as too broad or too vague. How does the member respond to that challenge, and what might happen as the bill progresses?
Liam McArthur.
Can I thank Liam Kerr for that intervention? And he is correct in that concerns have been raised about this in some quarters. I have to say the evidence given to the Health Committee from the likes of the Royal College of GPs and other medical bodies was more relaxed about the definition, but I think there's an opportunity at stages 2 and 3 to further tighten that up, or indeed to recognise where, in terms of secondary legislation, further clarity can be provided. An individual would have to be made aware of all the treatment options available to ensure any decision is fully informed, and there would be time periods for reflection and consideration. Having been deemed eligible, there would be no requirement to act on that decision within a specific time frame. Indeed, we see in jurisdictions around the world, around a third of those who successfully apply for an assisted death do not ultimately end up using it. Often it's enough to know the option is there should it be needed, allowing the dying person peace of mind to get on with getting the most out of the rest of their life. Should a person wish to proceed, however, the medication would be prescribed by a pharmacist and delivered by a medical professional who would check capacity and intent and remain present. It would then require to be self-administered by the individual. Whilst there is clearly overwhelming public support for a change in the law across Scotland, throughout Stage 1 I've engaged with and listened closely to those with concerns. I've reflected, for example, on concerns regarding the minimum age threshold, and I'm persuaded of the case for amending the bill at Stage 2 to raise this to 18. Concerns have also been raised by some disability groups and campaigners about the impact they say this bill would have on efforts to improve the rights and lives of those in the disability community. I've taken those concerns seriously from the outset and done my best to engage, and at this point I would pay tribute to Pam Duncan-Glancy for the time that she spared me to discuss the issues. I know we are fundamentally arriving at different points, but I have been enormously grateful for her insights. I know from family experience that for many in the disability community, they face discrimination in a society that too often devalues them. Disability campaigners who wrote to MSPs last week agree, pointing out it is unacceptable that people with disabilities continue to face social stigma, inequalities and inadequate support, including at the end of life. These problems need urgent attention. But they go on to say, however, it would be a mistake to conclude that we should oppose legalising assisted dying for terminally ill people until those wider problems are fixed. It's paternalistic to imply that reducing choices will resolve inequalities. Denying dying Scots more choice will not enhance the lives of those with a disability, nor do I believe would it be acceptable for a person with a disability who meets the eligibility criteria under my bill to be denied the same choice as anyone else. And I give way to the Cabinet Secretary.
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Liam McArthur for taking the intervention the way that he is setting out his introductory points. Can I ask 2 practical questions? The first is around how he envisages the service to be delivered. Does he expect it to be as available in his constituency in Orkney as it would be in my Airdrie and Shotts constituency, or for it to be more centrally operated? And secondly, how will he envisage accounting for those with fluctuating capacity in terms of determining their decision-making?
Liam McArthur.
Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for those questions? Again, questions that were raised with the Health Committee during evidence. I think in terms of the delivery of this, there's been much discussion about whether you would have an opt-in or an opt-out model of care. I'm reasonably relaxed, but we'd need to understand how an opt-in model might work. But in terms of its delivery around the country, as happens with health and care across the board at the moment, that is delivered in a way that meets the needs and circumstances of different parts of the country. And that, I think, would be a decision for the respective health boards working alongside partners to decide how best to deliver. In terms of fluctuating capacity, I think there are questions around capacity as a whole. It's an issue I know that the medical profession are wrestling with pretty much consistently at the moment. And any legislation ultimately would need to reflect that. But as I say, there would need to be a determination that there was the capacity to understand the consequences that the decision was made, not just at the point at which the request was made, but at the point at which medication was provided. So if there are additional safeguards that it is felt is necessary to ensure that that happens and that individuals have the protection that they need, but that access is available, I'm open to looking at those. Importantly, there appears to be the view of a sizable majority within the disability community, which polls confirm support a change in the law every bit as strongly as the population as a whole. That said, I'm committed to continuing to engage with Ms Duncan Glancy and, if they wish, the three groups who have been most vocal in their opposition to see what might be done at stage 2 to allay those concerns as far as possible. But I urge colleagues, I certainly will.
Pam Duncan Glancy.
I thank the member for taking that intervention, and I appreciate the comments that he's put on the record about the way in which the debate has been conducted, and I thank him too for the respect that he's afforded all views on this. Can I ask if the member would accept that on the surface, when you first ask people, including disabled people, about assisted dying, and they consider it to be about choice, but once you start to answer some questions about what it could include, about whether it is about real choice, people believe in some ways that it's about the withdrawal of care. Some other people believe it's about palliative care. This is about neither of those. This is, of course, about assisting someone to take their own life. And when that is explained, the majority of people don't support it.
Liam McArthur.
Look, I thank Pam Duncan Glancy for that intervention. I don't think that is the case. I think polling consistently shows that support, not just in the population at large, but across the disability community as well. That's not to say that there isn't a very real need to open up that discussion to answer the questions that people have. There are those who have a firm view in support, those who have a firm view in opposition, but many simply have questions about the practicalities of how this might work in practice, as the Cabinet Secretary was just raising. But I think looking at the findings of Glasgow University, Professor Ben Coleman's research of the way in which these laws work in practice around the world, there is no evidence that assisted dying laws harm people with disabilities, undermine access to healthcare, or promote disrespect towards people with disabilities. But I will continue to engage with Pam Duncan Glancy at stage 2, stage 3, if we have the opportunity to address any other concerns. Turning to the definition of terminal illness that Liam Kerr mentioned, the bill requires a person to have an illness, disease or condition which is worsening and will continue to worsen and that is at an advanced stage. The illness must be one a person will not recover from and which is expected to result in their early death. I don't believe the definition should include a specific period of life expectancy, and note the committee agreed. I remain confident the definition gives clear effect to the policy intent, which is to cover terminally ill adults in the final stages of their illness. But these and other aspects, as I mentioned to Liam Kerr following his introduction, are matters for debate and amendments at stages 2 and 3. And to those who argue that we should be focused solely on improving palliative care, I would make the point that it's not a case of either or. We need both. Investing in improved quality of and access to palliative and hospice care, as well as good social care, is imperative. It will be what the vast majority of dying Scots continue to rely on, even after any change in the law. But we know there are those who find themselves beyond the reach of palliative care and who are desperate for more choice. We know too that in jurisdictions with assisted dying laws in place, not only has this often gone hand in hand with increased investment, but also, as the committee heard, an improved understanding of and engagement with palliative care. So, as I say, we can and must do both, and I pay tribute to the work particularly of Miles Brigg in this area. And on the question of legislative competence, my view has not changed since introduction, when, after careful consideration and with advice from legal officers, I signed a statement of competence, a view shared by you, Presiding Officer. Should Parliament back the general principles this evening, though, I will engage with the Scottish and UK governments and seek to facilitate discussions to ensure the will of this Parliament can indeed be delivered. I echo the committee's report in welcoming the Scottish Government's commitment too, that should the bill pass at stage 1, to open dialogue with the UK Government and keep this Parliament updated. Today we can take a significant step forwards, giving terminally ill adults in Scotland, across Scotland, more choice. It's a brave step, yes, but it's a compassionate one, and it's a step I believe Scotland is ready to take. As well as international evidence, my bill draws on understanding gained from previous attempts to change the law, led by colleagues including Jeremy Purvis, Patrick Harvey and the late Margot MacDonald. 15 years ago, Margot MacDonald stood in this chamber speaking in the Stage 1 debate on her end-of-life assistant bill and said, "We, the Parliament that represents the wishes, beliefs, hopes and determination of our fellow countrymen and women, are doing something today that Parliaments are meant to do. We're trying to find an honourable, fair and equitable solution to a problem." 15 years on, Margot's words remain pertinent. In bringing my remarks to a close, as I said at the outset, it's the voices of dying Scots and their families that must be at the heart of today's debate. So let me quote Annie from North Uist, who was diagnosed with MND in 2022. "I'm not afraid to die. I want to live. I want my life to continue. But right now, I'm living with extreme anxiety about suffering. If I had the right to choose what is best for me, I could let go of all that anxiety and fear. For me, assisted dying is, funnily enough, a lifeline. I could let go of the sleepless nights, stress-filled days and constant anxiety-ridden thoughts." The words of Annie show there are consequences too to not changing the law, the horrendous decisions and bad deaths faced by dying Scots, the trauma for them and those left behind, the higher suicide rates we see amongst those with a terminal illness and those spending their life savings to go to Dignitas earlier than necessary and far from home at the end. But those are questions for another day, another debate, for Stage 3 when the final detail of this bill is known. For now, Presiding Officer, what colleagues have been asked to do is back the general principles to allow this bill to go forward for further scrutiny and amendment. In the context of the stories we are hearing ever more often, ever more loudly, ever more painfully from our constituents, that is surely not an unreasonable ask to make. We can't continue to leave this in the too difficult box. Presiding Officer, that would be unforgivable. And I move that Parliament agrees the general principles of the Assisted Dying for Terminally Ill Adults Scotland Bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I now call on Claire Haughey on behalf of the Health, Social Care and Sport Committee.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As the convener of the Health, Social Care and Sport Committee, I am pleased to speak today to our Stage 1 report on the Assisted Dying for Terminally Ill Adults Scotland Bill. Starting with two calls for views that ran over July and August last year, the committee has undertaken detailed scrutiny of this bill at Stage 1 over a period of 10 months. We have listened carefully to strongly held views from those who support assisted dying and from those who are opposed. We have gathered detailed evidence on all aspects of the bill, and I'd like to start by placing on record the committee's sincere thanks to all those who contributed to our scrutiny of the bill at Stage 1 from all sides of the debate. From the outset, this Parliament has been in agreement that the sensitive topic of assisted dying should be treated as a matter of conscience. And in recognition of this, the committee has decided to make no overall recommendation on the general principles of the bill at Stage 1. Instead, we have highlighted a number of key considerations for members in deciding how they choose to vote today. We have looked carefully at those human rights under European Convention on Human Rights that may be affected by the bill. These include the right to life under Article 2, the right to respect for private life under Article 8 and the prohibition of discrimination under Article 14. In this context, members will need to consider how likely or serious a risk they think there might be that a human rights-based legal challenge could result in the scope of eligibility for assisted dying being expanded over time, contrary to the original intentions behind the bill. In deciding how to vote, members will equally need to judge for themselves whether they think the bill strikes an appropriate balance between providing a right for terminally ill adults to access assisted dying whilst giving adequate protections to vulnerable groups. As part of its scrutiny, the committee took evidence on the related issue of palliative care, and we heard how important good quality palliative care is for people approaching the ends of their lives. No matter how the Parliament votes on this bill today, it is to be hoped that the current debate will provide a catalyst for further improvements to be made to the quality and availability of palliative care services in Scotland. If the bill progresses to stage 2, we have suggested that the safeguards in the bill and its compliance with human rights requirements could be strengthened. That could take the form of amendments that establish an independent oversight mechanism, such as an independent review panel, or that creating a potential monitoring role for the Chief Medical Officer. We have looked carefully at the eligibility criteria for assisted dying set out in the bill, and on balance we are satisfied with Mr McArthur's rationale for not including a timescale for life expectancy in the definition of terminal illness, and to leave individual decisions on eligibility to clinical judgment. But we do think certain of the criteria, specifically in relation to minimum age and residency, may benefit from further consideration and clarification should the bill progress to stage 2. In this context, I note Mr McArthur's recent comments. At stage 2, he would wish to propose to amend the minimum age threshold for eligibility for assisted dying from 16 to 18. And I should note that this remains an area where the committee would wish to undertake further engagement prior to formal stage 2 proceedings taking place. Also worthy of further consideration at stage 2 are the detail of those provisions related to capacity, specifically the resource implications for the medical professions of assessing capacity, ensuring the capacity of people with a mental disorder is assessed in a way that is fair and non-discriminatory, whilst also giving suitable protection for vulnerable adults, and defining how eligibility for assisted dying will be determined for those with fluctuating capacity. We heard a range of views from healthcare professionals about the way assisted dying would be delivered in practice were the bill to become law. And we recognise Mr McArthur's intention that assisted dying should be delivered via a service model that enables integration with existing services rather than being provided as a standalone service. If it becomes law, we think it will be important to monitor the impact of the bill on existing healthcare services over time. And if the bill progresses to stage 2, we believe it may be appropriate to explore through amendments whether specific aspects of assisted dying would be better delivered on a standalone basis. In particular, this may be considered necessary to ensure consistent access across the country, including in rural, remote areas and the islands. The committee has heard evidence of significant discrepancies in estimates of training costs associated with the bill. These costs may also vary significantly according to a number of factors. Whatever the costs of training ultimately prove to be should the bill become law, we would expect the Scottish Government to set out how it intends to meet them in a way that does not negatively affect available funding for existing services. We welcome Liam McArthur's preparedness to consider further those sections of the bill that relate to the provision of assistance. The evidence submitted to the committee has led us to conclude that those provisions of the bill concerning self-administration and provision of assistance will require further clarification should the bill progress to stage 2. Whether through amendments or more detailed guidance, further clarity will be essential to ensuring all parties involved are suitably protected should the bill become law. The committee has concluded that the wording of the conscientious objection clause in the bill will require further attention at stage 2 to ensure it provides an appropriate level of legal clarity and certainty for all parties involved in the assisted dying process. Some stakeholders have called for the bill to include a no-duty clause, meaning that healthcare practitioners who decide to exercise a conscientious objection would be under no obligation to refer an individual requesting assisted dying to a healthcare colleague able to deal with their request. However, we have also heard concerns that the inclusion of such a clause could create unreasonable barriers to access to assisted dying. Where healthcare professionals or practitioners exercise a conscientious objection, we have concluded that there should be a minimum expectation that they will refer patients requested assisted dying onto a colleague who does not share such an objection. As a bare minimum, they should be expected to provide additional information about the process. We believe the potential inclusion of a no detriment clause would merit further investigation at stage 2, and this could help to protect healthcare staff from potential workplace discrimination if they decide to be involved in assisted dying, or equally if they decide to exercise a conscientious objection in order not to be involved. And we have noted Mr McArthur's willingness to explore further the possibility of creating an opt-in model of participation in assisted dying for health practitioners, and this may merit further examination via amendments at stage 2. Irrespective of whatever position the Parliament takes in allowing or prohibiting institutional objection, we believe amendments will be needed should the bill progress to stage 2 to provide further clarity so institutions understand how they will be permitted to act should the bill become law. And we have taken a particular interest in potential alternative models for assessing coercion, such as that created in relation to living donors by the Human Tissue Act 2004. And we believe such alternative models should be explored further via amendments should the bill progress to stage 2. We welcome Mr McArthur's preparedness, should the bill be approved at stage 1, to consider mechanisms for reviewing and updating guidance on coercion, and this will ensure health practitioners are suitably equipped to assess coercion effectively and to allow the related offence created by Section 21 of the bill to be appropriately policed. There has been a good deal of commentary on those provisions within the bill that may be judged to extend beyond the legislative competence of the Scottish Parliament. Mr McArthur has acknowledged the constraints this will place on the full implementation of the bill until these issues of legislative competence have been resolved, and that will require an open dialogue to take place between the Scottish Government and the UK Government with a view to reaching an agreed solution. I should add that many stakeholders have also emphasised that it will take time for a workable solution to these matters to be agreed and implemented. Nonetheless, our report welcomes the Scottish Government's commitment to enter into a dialogue with the UK Government should the bill progress, and to keep Parliament regularly updated on progress. If the bill does progress, its information reporting and review provisions are going to be particularly important, and our report has highlighted a number of areas that will require further reflection at stage 2 should the general principles of the bill be approved today. These include the information that is required to be collected as part of the review process, whether 5 years is an appropriate review period for the bill, and whether the bill should include a sunset clause, meaning the legislation could not remain in force beyond a defined period without a further vote in Parliament. In conclusion, I wish to reiterate my sincere thanks to all those who contributed to the committee's scrutiny of this bill at stage 1, be that by submitting written evidence, giving oral evidence, participating in informal engagement, or contributing personal testimonies of their lived experience. And I also want to put on record my thanks to committee clerks for their work on this scrutiny, and to Spice colleagues for their assistance to the committee. The committee has very deliberately not made an overall recommendation on the general principles of the bill, out of respect for Parliament's desire to approach the issue of assisted dying as a matter of individual conscience. However, in presenting the evidence we have gathered during our careful scrutiny of the bill at stage 1, I hope the committee has made a positive and useful contribution to today's important debate, and that the contents of our report will be helpful to individual members in deciding how they vote on the bill today, and informing further scrutiny of the bill should it progress to stage 2.
Thank you. We move to the open debate, and I call Neil Gray to be followed by Edward Mountain.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Firstly, I want to extend my thanks to Liam McArthur for bringing forward this bill. I think everyone, regardless of personal view on the bill, would agree that Mr McArthur has undertaken careful and considered work on this complex, sensitive and emotive topic. This debate is one of the most significant that we have faced over the course of this Parliament, and a matter of conscience for colleagues across the chamber. As you'll be aware, Presiding Officer, the colleagues will be wrestling with their individual consciences today, recognising that there is no inconsequential choice before us today. And the Government has taken a neutral position on the bill at this stage, a decision I outlined in my memorandum to the committee last year. As the Government's lead minister for the bill, I feel it is important that I reflect the Scottish Government's position, and so, after careful consideration, I have taken the decision to abstain today. I have paid close attention to the committee's evidence gathering, and before addressing the recommendations in their Stage 1 report, I would like to pay tribute to the committee for their diligent scrutiny. While committee members will of course have their own personal views, they have put those to one side, listened dispassionately to the evidence and produced a sensitive and well-crafted report to assist MSPs in their deliberations. I thank members of the committee, those that gave evidence, the clerks, for the service they have given to us all. The committee's recommendations included areas such as considering how the bill would interact with all other key aspects of end-of-life provision and consulting with specialist bodies to ensure that capacity provisions within the bill are fair, do not discriminate and offer protection to vulnerable groups. Whilst I, on behalf of the Government, will remain neutral at this stage of the bill's process, should the bill pass stage 1, we will of course engage on the issues raised by the committee sensitively and constructively, and being demonstrably objective in that phase is a second explanation for my abstention today. The committee also raised the issue of legislative competence. I am pleased that Mr McArthur has acknowledged concerns around legislative competence and has sought to propose options to remedy in his policy memorandum. I know Mr McArthur takes the issues of competence very seriously. I give him, everyone in the chamber, my commitment that should the bill pass stage 1, the Government will consider his proposals carefully and decide the best route forward. I would also like to reflect upon the recommendation concerning end-of-life care. Whilst I do not wish to conflate matters, knowing that palliative care can benefit people for many years and not just at the end of life, it is important to restate our commitment to ensuring everyone who needs it can access well-coordinated, timely and high-quality palliative care and care around dying. That commitment remains paramount regardless of the outcome of today's vote. There is not a choice of one or the other before us today, rather a decision upon the principle of assisted dying. We are currently finalising the consultation analysis report on our draft strategy, Palliative Care Matters to All, and will publish the final strategy and delivery plan this summer. The draft strategy focused on deliverable outcomes and actions that will help people in all ages get access to high-quality palliative care services wherever they may be. It also focused on ensuring our public services are sustainable, person-centred and effective, particularly as the need for palliative care increases in years to come. The feedback from the consultation showed strong support for this person-centred approach, and this will be reflected in the final strategy. Palliative care delivered well can reduce hospital admissions and unnecessary treatment whilst improving outcomes for patients, and that's why we want to see those with responsibility for planning and delivery of health and care services prioritising and investing some of the record £21.7 billion that we have put into health and social care services this year into palliative care. However, we know that funding in isolation is not enough. We need everyone in Scotland to feel empowered to talk about living and dying well and to understand what services are available to them when they need them. Whether or not we as individuals support the principles of this bill, we should be grateful for the spotlight this debate has put on palliative care. And I would like to take this opportunity to put on record my gratitude to the NHS staff, the hospice staff, community and social care and general practice staff who provide palliative care services across Scotland. They do a remarkable job. And in closing, Presiding Officer, I will give way.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking that intervention. I wonder if the Cabinet Secretary could set out that if this bill were to pass, from where in the budget for the health service, the budget to provide the additional training and the additional support that would be required should this bill pass.
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Pam Duncan-Glancy for that question. This was something that came up during the scrutiny during the committee stage. Other than to say that we believe that there will be a cost, and that cost has not been fully factored in, that will be a decision for Government that we will look to depending on the progress of this bill, and is not one that we have a view upon at this stage of proceedings. In closing, I want to thank everyone in the Chamber for the way in which members have handled the discussion around assisted dying thus far. I know the debate here today will continue to be conducted with similar sensitivity and respect. And irrespective of the outcome of this vote, we must use this momentum to ensure that Scotland is a place in which we can have open, honest and supportive conversations about living and dying well. But also, Presiding Officer, given the deeply held views in here and amongst our constituents, to return to the point I made earlier about the consequential choices we have before us, whichever way Parliament votes this evening, We must show leadership to those whose views will not have been reflected in Parliament's decision, to provide reassurance, support and clarity. Regardless of the position taken by Parliament today, I intend to do what I can as quickly as possible from the Government's perspective to provide just that.
Thank you. And I call Edward Mountain to be followed by Daniel Johnson.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And I stand to speak in this debate with sadness. Sadness because it's all about the ending of life. Presiding Officer, during life there will never be ever a bigger decision to make than the decision to either take a life or to sanction the ending of life. As a young soldier, my view was death happened to other people. But age and cancer have made me realise that death was inevitably coming closer. And I was forced to contemplate carefully how my life might end. Not a comfortable or easy experience, and this bill brings all of that into sharp focus. I speak without any religious beliefs, but as a son, husband and father, and hopefully soon to be a grandfather. These are the things that drive me to ensure that what we do is right, and why I will always seek life. Now, I've attended many of the pro-assisted dying meetings, listening to why some people believe that they have the right to choose how and when they die. Let's be clear, knowing that when you have a terminal illness, that you will automatically have access to the best palliative care is fundamental to feeling in control of your illness. It gives you options, which is why I support Miles Briggs's bill to ensure the provision of proper palliative care. Indeed, my opinion is that the proper palliative care was one of the key reasons why previous assisted dying bills fell. If one doesn't know that you have control, then there's no doubt that you will look to getting control, and that is inevitably what will drive some people to support the bill. That, to my mind, is a form of coercion. Now, whilst this bill attempts to prevent all types of coercion, I believe it fails. Presiding Officer, I believe there are three types of coercion: active, passive and state coercion. Whilst the bill may try to prevent open and active coercion, it does nothing to prevent passive coercion. The lack of sufficient palliative care will make people think that the potential cost of their private medical care and that every penny they spend on that care is one less for their family. This therefore becomes a mix of passive and state coercion, as indeed was the imposition, in my opinion, of the family farm tax. If you died quickly enough, then you could give your farm to your family tax-free, thus inviting an early death, transforming the right to die into a duty to die, and then it becomes truly unacceptable. Presiding Officer, this bill ensures that the NHS medical practitioner who delivers the yet unspecified mix of drugs to the patient will remain with that person until they die. And we don't know what drugs, but what we do know is that there are no available drugs yet that have an on-label use to cause death. And if they were, they would be used in countries that approve of the death penalty. So the unapproved mixture will need to be accompanied by a strong anti-nausea drugs. And I can vouch that some of these are not infallible. Yes, I will give way to Dr. Allen.
Alistair Allen.
For giving way. I suspect he's coming to this point, but despite the many impassioned and sincere cases that have been made and will be made today, is one of the issues with this legislation, in his view, not that the bill doesn't specify the substance concerned and leaves this to ministers?
Edward Mountain.
I think the bill doesn't do it because it's not known what substances are available, and some of the more effective substances are no longer produced, and I think that causes a problem. And I will, to Mr McArthur, if I have time, Presiding Officer.
Liam McArthur.
I'd very much welcome Edward Mountain taking the intervention. Just by wanting to clarity, one would not expect medication to be put on the face of the bill, and in terms of legislative competence, it would be inappropriate to set that detail out in the bill. That detail will have to come in due course, but I assure Mr Mountain and indeed Dr Allen that there is no indication the medications used in places like Australia or New Zealand have caused any problem whatsoever.
Edward Mountain.
Well, I understand why the drugs won't be put on the face of the bill, but what we do know is that evidence from Canada has proven that no drugs are 100% guarantee or 100% pain-free and necessarily quick. Now, Presiding Officer, I know my time is running short and there are many matters that are still not to be addressed, such as the competence of the bill, who should be eligible, and I understand Mr McArthur has said that 16-year-olds should no longer be, but the plethora of amendments that have been identified by the committee in the Stage 1 report, and the many areas that Liam McArthur himself accepts will need to be amended. All of these and my specific concerns tell me the bill should stop here and should never progress until we are sure that everyone is able to get palliative care so that they are not coerced into opting to end their life. And I simply close this debate, my side of the debate this afternoon, Presiding Officer, by saying I can't support this bill. This Parliament, in my mind, has a duty to make it easier to choose life rather than making it easier to die, which is what this bill will do. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Daniel Johnson to be followed by Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and it's a great privilege to follow Edward Mountain. And I'd first like to begin by addressing my remarks to my constituents. This is a debate unlike any other. It's a free vote, but also the importance of this debate means that I'd just like to say to them that I take my responsibilities very seriously, and my position this evening reflects both the broad views communicated to me over my time as an MSP since 2016, which have broadly been in favour, but also those which have been more critical, particularly the balance in recent weeks and at the event that I held last week in my constituency. But I do believe that society's views have changed, that this is an important moment for Parliament to discuss this, and we should try as best we can to form a settled view. And above all else, I think we need to do so on the basis of principles, which is why this evening I will vote for it at Stage 1, but I will reserve my position because I do have a number of concerns which I will set out. But to those principles, I have found myself reflecting when I have observed friends and family members facing their final moments of life. Should they have this option? And I've thought to myself, if I've seen them face their end of their life, what would I want? Should we be giving people the choice, while capacity, capability, opportunity are being removed from them, this final piece of control, this final element of decision-making over their lives? My answer to that basic fundamental principle is yes. Now, you can call that bodily autonomy, decision-making of the individual, but fundamentally it boils down to that. Would you want that choice? Would you want that choice for others? It's not to say that it needs to be taken, but should it be there? I also, in facing these matters, think about the harm principle, which is that the only purpose which people can be prevented from doing things is the degree to which it causes harm to others. And in terms of that basic act, I do not see the harm, which is why I think Parliament needs to fully consider these matters. I think it has to expose all the detail through Stage 2 to challenge whether or not it can meet the concerns which I think are there. And indeed, there are wider harms that we need to consider. The pressure on the individual, potential for changed relationships, both with family members and professionals, particularly clinicians, and in terms of social outcomes, the changed expectations people might have at the end of life. But I do believe this bill, as it stands, has provisions which address some of these, but I think it perhaps could go further. For me, and this is an important point, this is about an autonomous act. The final act is one that the individual would need to take for themselves. I could not have voted for the previous bills because it was not that case. Now, I think this is important for clinical relationships. I think those are fundamentally altered if that final act is delivered by a clinician. But most importantly, it's about consent. The ability to remove one's consent, withdraw it at that final moment, can only be achieved if it's an autonomous act. But I do have concern about whether or not this element of the bill is robust. I recognise it's in the policy memorandum, but is it on the face of the bill in sufficient strength? Likewise, the definition itself around terminal illness. This is incredibly important. We have seen expansion of similar legislation in other countries. I think it is important that this is about acceleration of a process that is inevitable for the individual. I think it is important that this is not about providing death where death is not essentially there. And I think in terms of avoiding those dangerous social outcomes, those changed expectations, this definition is critical. But I do worry that in terms of the way it is framed, that there is the possibility of expansion, that the curtailment of life is not sufficiently clear. that those with long-term chronic conditions with reduced life expectancies could meet that definition. So I think that needs to be tightened up. But above all else, I think we do need to be alive to the possibility of social effects. But I think all of these things can be looked at through the parliamentary process, need to be resolved. And I'm not saying that any of these things would be necessarily sufficient conditions, but I think these are the areas that need to have the closest look. We need to have a look at the definition. I think issues such as the timing and the declaration itself, the declaration from the clinicians that they are clear that the person is free of coercion or pressure is important. And above all else, I think there being a no detriment principle both to individuals but also organisations to opt out is vitally important. In the end, I would just say it like this, that death is an inevitability for all of us. This is about providing options and control in a situation where those are being removed from people because of life itself. This is about a balance of competing but equally strong and compelling arguments. But I take this ultimate view that death in itself is not a harm, but the nature of death can be. Our decision tonight is whether or not we think we can improve those circumstances, improve the people's situation as their life comes to an end. And I know that colleagues will make the right decision based on their own consciences. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Johnson. I call Rona Mackay to be followed by Jackie Bailey. Ms Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This has been a difficult speech to write and it will be difficult to deliver. Unlike some members we may hear from in the Chamber today, I thankfully don't have personal experience of any of my loved ones suffering a bad death, but I strongly support the bill because I believe in giving terminally ill people the right to choose a dignified and peaceful death. I cannot, in good conscience, deny them that right. And I say to those conflicted on what decision to make today, you don't even have to agree or like what has been proposed in the bill, but please don't deny terminally ill people their right to choose. As co-convener of the cross-party group on end-of-life choices, this bill represents the culmination of years of meticulous research and cross-sector consultation, and I commend the Health Committee's Stage 1 report, which was fair and balanced. Presiding Officer, this bill is not a leap into the unknown. It's a cautious, evidence-based step forward. Voluntary assisted dying is grounded on international best practice, building on proven models from Australia, the United States and other jurisdictions. It's been developed through extensive consultation with experts and those with lived experience of terminal illness. The framework it proposes is safe, compassionate and practical. The decision members make today is very personal, and I respect those who find themselves with a dilemma or who feel they can't vote for the general principles. We know that voluntary assisted dying is not mandatory, but a choice, so I can only assume that opposition is based on religious conviction or the fear of coercion. So let me address that point directly. International experts, including Professor Ben White from the Australian Centre for Health Law Research, state clearly that in countries where assisted dying is legal, there is no evidence of people being coerced into choosing it. On the contrary, the evidence, and this is government data, not anecdotal, shows that families often try to dissuade loved ones from choosing assisted dying. American doctor Ryan Spielvogel, who gave evidence to the Westminster Committee, told MPs, "I've never seen even one suspected case of coercion. If anything, it's families who are not ready to let go, placing emotional roadblocks." And as an additional safeguard, this bill introduces a new criminal offence of coercion with a sentence of up to 14 years in prison, something no previous assisted dying bill in Scotland has included. Mental capacity... Yes.
John Mason.
I thank the member for giving way, and I take her point about coercion. Would you accept, though, that for some people it's not coercion, it's more that they feel a burden, and although the family might not see them as a burden, they themselves feel a burden?
Rona Mackay.
Well, I mean, that may be the case, but obviously the detail of this bill is that they have to be, there has to be two independent doctors say that they are terminally ill, and this could happen. And I don't think you can wipe out the benefits of this bill on that basis. No, I'm just going to carry on, thanks. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Yes, I'll take the intervention.
McArthur.
Would Rona Mackay accept that the issue of burden is a genuine one? It's a sentiment that's certainly keenly felt by people at the end of life. But actually, at the moment, there are no safeguards, there are no guardrails for those that feel a burden.
Rona Mackay.
Thank you for that intervention. Actually, I am coming on to that shortly. An additional safeguard, the bill introduces a new criminal offence of coercion with a sentence of up to 14 years, something no previous bill has included. Mental capacity and freedom from outside influence are confirmed at every stage, and the person can change their mind at any time. So doctors here are already trained to identify coercion in contexts such as abortion care or treatment withdrawal. That duty exists. It's not unique to this bill. It's a standard part of ethical medical practice. And it's important to understand that denying people access to voluntary assisted dying does not prevent assisted deaths. It merely pushes them underground. Dr Amanda Ward, a global expert in this field, documented in her PhD thesis numerous examples of amateur-assisted deaths in Scotland, some of them horrific. Relatives of people who help a loved one end their suffering end up in jail. Deaths occurred without any safeguards or professional support. That's the alternative to this bill, a system that fails the dying, doctors and the law. So in essence, what this bill proposes is far safer than the status quo. And on the question of palliative care, there's no conflict. It's not an either-or choice. Presiding Officer, public support for this choice is clear. Consistent polling shows a majority of Scots across all demographics support the bill. Liam McArthur has drawn on the expertise of Scottish organisations like Friends of the Earth, End Dignity in Dying and the Humanist Society. These groups speak for thousands of their members. Their voices are not abstract. They're rooted in real grief and love, and they're united by a powerful determination to spare others the same heartbreak. We are in a fortunate position. What sets this bill apart from previous proposals is that many of the concerns historically associated with assisted dying can now be addressed with robust evidence. Nearly a decade on from our last debate, we are no longer relying on theory. We have substantial international data to inform our decision. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, it's our responsibility today to consider the general principles of this bill. It's careful, it's credible, it's compassionate, and it reflects the values of a country that believes in dignity, autonomy and evidence-led policy. We have a chance to show the Scottish Parliament at its best, progressive and profoundly compassionate. Presiding Officer, it's time. It's time to listen to the voices of dying people. Time to vote for the general principles of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Jackie Bailey to be followed by Sanders Johanny. Ms. Bailey.
Presiding Officer, this is without doubt the most difficult and sensitive debate before the Parliament in this session. And I want to pay tribute to Liam McArthur because his handling of the bill, the respectful debate and the seriousness of his approach has been exemplary. You could not pick a better advocate for trying to bring about such a fundamental societal change. Now, I didn't support the first two bills that came before Parliament, proposed by Margaret MacDonald and Patrick Harvey. In my view, they were too wide in scope. But this bill is more focused and therefore deserves fresh consideration. I'm grateful to the Health and Sport Committee for their report and to all the organisations that provided briefings because they were helpful in assessing the different arguments. Like most members, I have been inundated with emails from hundreds of constituents, some more than once, right up to minutes before this debate, from many medical professionals, both for and against, from a number of organisations, in many cases neutral, but sharing their concerns about the gaps in the bill and the need for further safeguards. Then there were the very personal stories of constituents. Michelle Moffat from Dumbarton, who was a former ICU nurse at the Golden Jubilee, booked an assisted suicide at a Dignitas clinic but cancelled it. Now, some 6 years later, she is in a wheelchair, but she lives a life full and surrounded by family and friends. Or the emotional story of Julia from Cardress, who experienced the trauma of her husband trying to commit suicide on a number of occasions before finally succeeding because he couldn't bear living any longer. Or the views of Jim Elder Woodward, who is disabled and concerned about the implications of the bill on disabled people. All of these stories weigh heavily in our decision-making. Now, I understand people wanting choice, wanting dignity and agency in their death, but I worry about the safeguards. I don't want anyone to be coerced into taking their own life. I don't want anyone to believe that they might be a burden to their family and feel a misplaced sense of duty to end their life prematurely. I worry that the medical profession is so divided and what the practical implications for the NHS will be, whether medical professionals can opt out or whether training will be given to those administering end-of-life medication. And I have no sense yet from the Scottish Government whether this can practically be delivered or the cost to the NHS. There is too much that has not yet been scrutinised, and I appreciate Liam McArthur's willingness to consider Stage 2 amendments, but there is a lot to be changed, and this will not have the same level of scrutiny that the original bill had at Stage 1. I'm worried about unintended consequences of things we haven't even begun to consider. For example, the most recent briefing from Dr. Annie Donaldson of Strathclyde University that raised the concern that abusive men would weaponise this legislation against a terminally ill partner. Now, whether that is likely or not, it was not something that I had considered in the context of this bill. Chas, based in my constituency at Robin House in Balloch, provides world-class respite and palliative care for children. They understandably believe that there should be a legal right to palliative care, and I welcome Miles Briggs' work in this area. But that even with the change in age from 16 to 18, it still brings in scope young people who potentially have years of stable life left to live. They raise issues with a lack of clear definition of capacity for young people, the lack of training to identify coercion, the structure of the service and the right of health professionals to opt out. Speaking to hospices more generally, I'm left asking, where is the Scottish palliative care strategy, promised 3.5 to 4 years ago, but not yet delivered? Where is the funding for hospice staff so that their pay can keep pace with pay for equivalent NHS staff? Why are we not investing in palliative care and making it sustainable? I would encourage the Government to make progress in this regard. We talk about choice, and at one level, I absolutely agree. But we are not yet really giving people the choice of good palliative care. Presiding Officer, I've given all of the information careful consideration. I regret that I cannot support this bill in its current form. But whatever happens at the end of today, I will continue to engage in the process.
Thank you, Ms Bailey. I now call Sandish Gohani to be followed by Patrick Harvey. Dr Gohani.
The declaration of interest, I'm a practising NHS GP and I also chaired the medical advisory group that advised on the bill. And I want to thank Liam McArthur for being brave enough to bring this bill forward. Presiding Officer, today we face a fundamental question. Should this Parliament agree in principle to the Assisted Dying for Terminally Ill Adults Bill? Should we allow it to proceed to committee for full and detailed scrutiny? We all here are autonomous in our decision-making about all aspects of our life, except for our birth, SNP taxes, and at the moment, our death. There are colleagues in this chamber and the members of...
Jeremy Buffer.
I'm grateful to the member for taking an intervention on this point, because that is not the case for disabled people. Disabled people don't have the free choice to make things, because often those choices, because of their disability, are limited by society. Does he not accept that this is yet another pressure put on disabled people who do not have the same choice as those who don't have a disability?
Sandish Gohani.
I'm sorry, no, I don't agree with that. And the reason is because we see consistent polling, disabled people wanting to have the choice, but also I truly firmly believe that it is important to have that choice for everybody within our society. There are colleagues in this chamber and members of the public in the gallery who feel passionately on both sides. Some strongly support this bill, others firmly opposed. And I respect every one of those views. But we must acknowledge a painful truth. At present, those in pain and suffering with financial means can travel to places like Dignitas in Switzerland to end their lives on their own terms. Those without such resources are left to suffer. A rule for the wealthy and another for everyone else. That cannot be right. This bill, with strict and careful designated safeguards, would give terminally ill people, regardless of income, the opportunity to choose a peaceful, dignified death at home, supported and safe. I support the bill at phase 1. And I want to be absolutely clear, this is not a position that I have come to lightly. As an NHS clinician, I have cared for many people in their final days. I have sat at the bedside of patients in pain that even the best palliative care could not relieve. I have heard families plead through tears that they wouldn't let a dog die like this. I have seen the quiet devastation of loved ones forced to watch suffering, knowing there is nothing more that they can do. And these experiences stay with you, they shape you, and they have led me to believe that we must do better. Where possible, we must offer compassion, choice and dignity at the end of life. And that is what this bill seeks to do. And let me emphasise, this is only phase 1. We are not passing this bill today. We are deciding on its principles, the merits detailed and scrutiny in committee. And I believe that they are. This bill proposes a limited, careful, controlled change in the law. It would allow mentally competent, terminally ill adults explicitly aged 16 or over, though I do agree we should increase it to 18, to request assistance to end their lives if they freely and consistently choose to do so. And it would allow mentally competent, terminally ill adults to request assistance at the end of their lives if they freely choose to do so, and then choose to go through with it, because they are not forced to go through with it. 2 independent doctors must confirm the person meets strict criteria with a mandatory reflection period. And I mention these protections because I know this proposal is distressing for many, especially those in the gallery today who oppose it on grounds of faith or principles. And as a Hindu and a person of faith, I understand and respect these concerns. The bill has not been rushed. It's the product of years of consultation, legal and ethical consideration and careful medical advice. And it's been shaped by deep listening across society, professions and Parliament. Its focus is narrow and compassionate, to give those who are dying and suffering an option for peace at the end, under law with dignity and safety. That said, I must also acknowledge my own reservations. We must ensure strong, conscientious protections for clinicians. No doctor, nurse or pharmacist should feel pressured to be part of a procedure they do not believe in. We must invest in the systems to implement this safely. I'm sorry, I'm desperately out of time. And must be fair across communities. Finally, we must continue to improve palliative and hospice care. Presiding Officer, this is a painful and difficult debate, but one we owe to the public to have, openly, respectful and with care. This bill will not bring comfort to everyone, but for some it may offer peace, it may offer dignity, and it may offer a final sense of control in the face of death. And with compassion for those who oppose and care for those who suffer, I support the bill at phase 1 and urge colleagues to let it proceed to full scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr Buhani. I now call Patrick Harvey to be followed by Bob Doris. Mr Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I want to recognise not just the years, but in fact the decades of work by many people, and in parliamentary terms recognise the work of Jeremy Purvis and then Margot MacDonald, whose second bill I inherited when Margot died before she was able to bring that bill to the Parliament, as well as the likes of Kim Ledbetter and others before her who have advanced the argument at Westminster. I believe that Liam McArthur's work on this bill marks a significant improvement on past efforts, learning from previous debates and scrutiny. And in discussing it, I'll be focused on the general principles rather than the detail today. This issue does require us to debate things that can be uncomfortable. And this issue also requires us to listen to each other in ways which Parliament always should, but often fails to do. I want to thank everyone who's been in touch with me, whether to express their support or to share concerns, questions or strongly held opposition on this issue. There's been long-standing public support for a change in the law, but it has taken time to create legislation that can properly bring the law into line with public views. As Liam McArthur set out, there are many reasons for the complexity of any proposals for change, but it's not always recognised, as he said, that there is complexity, uncertainty and incongruity in the current law as well. But fundamentally, a great deal of this debate comes down to the very different values, valid and deeply held values, that we hold. We live our own lives by those different values, and we bring them to the debate as well. People may express their values in terms of individual autonomy, the relief of suffering, the equal value of all life, or for some people, the sanctity of life, the relationship between doctors and patients, or between carers and those cared for, and indeed the protection of the most vulnerable people in our society, or many other ways they'll express their values. But this debate, even though each of us will decide how we're going to vote tonight, this debate shouldn't be seen as one that's polarised between supporters and opponents. I don't think that most people are at one fixed point or the other. Many people who want Parliament to vote yes this evening understand and respect the concerns expressed by others and may share some of them. Many people who want Parliament to vote no do respect and understand the wish of others to express the right to choose. I know that some people who are concerned about a change in the law, to some people who are concerned about a change in the law, the passionate support that some express for the principle can seem to obscure the social context in which people make choices. It's important that we recognise that social context, whether it's in terms of social care, health services, palliative care, and the diverse services and forms of support that many disabled people need to live their lives. We don't all make our choices in a context that is equal. And that's a point that I've heard Pam Duncan-Glancy make very clearly in particular, and I look forward to hearing her contribution to today's debate. Is that social context lacking in today's society? Yes, undoubtedly. Will it ever, even in the most optimistic version of our future, be perfect and unimprovable? No. If this issue is the central objection that some people hold to a change in the law to allow assisted dying, could there ever be some threshold of acceptability in terms of social context? I think it's very hard to make that case. But the context of our society is not static. So what we should be asking ourselves is whether legalising assisted dying will stop us from trying harder, or will it make us do better? Some people are genuinely concerned that the former will happen. Others, as Liam McArthur set out, point to positive evidence from other places that we can do both, and that assisted dying and improving the support for people to live life on their own terms can be improved at the same time. But does this concern justify refusing to give people the help they choose on their own terms when they approach the end of their lives? Those fundamentally different values that I mentioned, all subjective and all valid, lead us to different answers on that question. But to me, that's the very reason why we should allow people to reach their own decision. Because if all people do deserve the right to live life on their own terms, surely they have the right to face its end on their own terms as well. In a media discussion with Pam Duncan-Glancy recently, I argued that our lives are our own, that our lives belong to us. And Pam replied by quite rightly pointing out that for many disabled people this is far from the practical reality of their lives. But arguing that our lives are our own does not mean that we ignore the way we depend on each other, between individuals and across society. In truth, nobody is truly and wholly independent. And the nature and degree of our interdependence differs markedly because of many factors, including disability and more. Interdependence can be one of the enriching things about human life. It shouldn't be dismissed or devalued. But I can't agree that it's right to use that as a rationale to legally impose a denial of the right to choose, and surely at the most difficult time in life, as we approach its unavoidable end, it's never more important that we're supported on our own terms as we would wish, rather than having someone else's choice imposed by force of the criminal law. And it's important precisely because our differing values matter. Presiding Officer, I genuinely don't know what choice I would make. Perhaps we can't know until we face it, but the choice should be there. To use the criminal law to force everyone down one path, one way of facing the end of life because someone else has chosen, I can't accept that that is our right as legislators. And that's why I'll be voting yes to the bill.
Thank you, Mr Harvey. I now call Bob Doris to be followed by Douglas Ross. Mr Doris.
Presiding Officer, I'd like to thank Liam McArthur for his exceptional way he's conducted himself in relation to this debate and for the committee and their efforts also. But the only thing that is clear about this afternoon's debate is that irrespective of how we vote as MSPs...
Mr Doris, could you please check your microphone is in the correct position?
Yeah,
Thank
thanks.
you.
I'll maybe start again. The only thing that is clear about this afternoon's debate is that irrespective of how we vote as MSPs, many of our constituents will be left deeply disappointed. The emails we have is testament to that, the sheer volume of them and the range of views. Whilst the debate on assisted dying should not be a polarised one, that can be challenging when the reality is parliamentarians are presented with a binary choice this afternoon. In considering this bill, we are all wrestling with providing autonomy and choice for a terminally ill person if they have an advanced and progressive disease, illness or condition. That has to be weighed up against a series of other considerations. For instance, consideration regarding both potential coercion and a lack of choice for some with terminal conditions that give me very real concern. I think the Scottish Association of Social Workers captured much of my concerns when they stated the bill focuses almost exclusively on physical conditions, neglecting the equally crucial role that relationships, financial circumstances, home environment and social networks play in such a decision. Presiding Officer, coercion can be very, very subtle and difficult to detect. No slight on medical professionals, but I'm not sure they are best placed to identify that. I note that social workers would like to see a mandated role for social work within the process, which would include a role in determining potential coercion. The Scottish Partnership for Palliative Care says... Yes, of course.
Rona Mackay.
Thank the member for taking the intervention. Would the member acknowledge that doctors, it's part of their everyday practice to recognise coercion, for instance in abortion care or withdrawal of treatment? It's all part of their work, and extra training is going to be given in regard to this bill.
Bob Doris. I
absolutely do. Thank you for the intervention. I absolutely do acknowledge that, but I think the complexities at play here when we're talking about assisted dying means that I would not be reassured that that could be done adequately and robustly. Now, it is important, the Scottish Partnership for Palliative Care said it is important to acknowledge openly that there may be trade-offs between different goals. For example, maximising choice for some may increase a risk of coercion of vulnerable people and groups, since procedural safeguards are seldom fully effective. They do not believe that all risks can be eliminated. With regards to the inequalities that exist with regarding choice, the actual choice that people have, I would ask members to consider the Marie Curie dying in the margin study, which has been at the Parliament and debated. I think that study clearly demonstrated the impact of poverty on inappropriate housing and varying levels of support networks, amongst many other things, that impacts on the life experience and choices open to those who have a terminal diagnosis and require palliative and end-of-life support. Presiding Officer, I chair the cross-party group on palliative care in our Parliament. I am confident that access to high-quality and specialist palliative care exists. There can be a good death. However, I am not confident that access to this is consistent or sufficient, including, for example, hospice at home, where we have to do far better. Will I get some time back, Presiding Officer?
There's limited time. Dr Gohani.
Thank you. I wonder if Bob Doris might acknowledge that even with the best palliative care, people will still be in pain, will still be suffering, and will still be psychologically traumatised.
Bob Doris.
Dr Gohani, I appreciate there are challenges. I know that many palliative care professionals would dispute that, but I absolutely appreciate the situation that you're seeking to outline during the debate this afternoon. The public funds which support our palliative care sector needs to significantly increase. It is the same elsewhere in the UK. We must make common cause to do so and demonstrate political will. Our hospice sector deserves greater financial sustainability, and we also need greater consistency in how we support those approaching end of life in their home and care at home. Whilst I welcome the increased attention palliative care is receiving, it should not take a bill on assisted dying to garner greater attention. It stands in its own merit, and it hasn't been a priority for this Parliament, I think, across all parties. I am concerned that the Association of Palliative Care Medicine, who surveyed its members, palliative care specialists, found that 86% of respondents stated assisted dying would have a negative impact on services, and 81% considered that assisted dying would negatively impact recruitment to palliative medicine. Presiding Officer, I also have various other concerns, but in the time I have left, I want to talk about how this could fundamentally change the relationship between doctors and patients. Concerned by some that doctors may be under a legal duty, and case law was cited, to proactively raise the subject of assisted dying with eligible patients has been raised. I think that leads to a real dilemma for doctors when terminally ill people ask, have we explored all possible treatment options? What else is there? Doctor, how is a clinician supposed to answer? Could it undermine the trust with those clinicians? Would it normalise assisted dying? Is that something we should do? And I suppose we're debating that in Parliament this afternoon. In concluding, Presiding Officer, on balance, and it is on balance, I will not support this bill at stage 1 this evening. I do expect to hear forceful arguments for why we should support it, but I'm not sure we can amend this bill to identify and tackle the underlying inequalities and realities within society. And for me, that is crucial. So as a Parliament, we must reach a decision on balance and whether to proceed with this legislation. And I look forward to hearing further from friends and colleagues on both sides of the debate.
Thank you, Mr Doris. I would advise members that quite understandably there are a considerable number of... Mr Ross, I'll get to you in a wee second. There's a considerable number of members who wish to speak in the debate, and that is what we're trying to accommodate. To do that, members have agreed to speak for 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes. So I'll just take the opportunity to put that into the mix at this point. And with that, I call Douglas Ross to be followed by Colin Smith. Mr Ross.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I do not support this bill, and I will be voting against it this evening. And I say that as someone who has always been against legislation of this form. But despite that, I've still found this one of the most difficult votes I've had to consider. Because despite my own personal views that haven't changed, because ultimately I will still be voting the same way, I could not fail to be moved by the experiences that have been shared with me by constituents throughout this period. Constituents who have watched loved ones die in pain and just wanted to do something about it. Constituents with terminal illnesses themselves that simply want the opportunity to make their own decision about their own life. And if I've had difficulty with this decision, as someone who has a view on this and had a firm view of it as the legislation started its process, I can only imagine how difficult it has been for our colleagues who have been split on this issue, or indeed our colleagues who I know have taken a different position and will take a different position today than they may have done at the outset of this bill's passage through Parliament. And the closer we got to today's debate and today's vote, the more that has ramped up for me personally, and I know others. I woke up to a headline this morning that said this: MSPs prepare to make crucial life or death decision. And it is as clear as that. What we are deciding today will impact on lives and how people die, one way or the other, whichever side of the argument you are on. But despite how difficult it is for all of us, and how I think our debate has been aided by the balanced nature on both sides, different to previous debates we've had on this issue, I think there are two things that I know for certain today. The first is that not a single one of us will please all of our constituents with our decision today. The country and our own constituencies are divided on this. There may be more people in favour if you look at opinion polls, but they are still divided. But secondly, and I think importantly, I know that every single MSP will make their choice today, having taken this issue into their heart, considered it deeply and personally, and looked at the issue with great integrity, respect, and following a great deal of soul-searching and reflection. And I think that is the least we could do for our constituents, and I think it will show Parliament in a good light today. But I do have concerns about this bill, and I want to go over just some of the issues that I have. First of all, on behalf of disabled constituents who have contacted me, and we've already heard from Jeremy Balfour some of his concerns, and I know Pam Duncan-Glancy has articulated much of this before today's debate and will today. But I do have concerns that many disabled constituents feel this bill could leave them vulnerable and feeling under pressure to take a decision. And a quote that I heard earlier today says this: "The change in the law may, for disabled people, seem more than a right to assisted dying, it becomes a duty." If they feel there is a duty on them to end their life, to help others, that is more than giving them a right. It is putting a huge burden on them. The second is that this could be just the start. As we have seen in almost every other country where this has been introduced, it grows, it gets bigger. The people affected are increased. And I worry if we start this process today, it will simply grow and grow and grow. The other issue I want to focus on, and I'll come to Mr McArthur in a moment, is this issue on numbers. So in his financial memorandum, he suggests that up to 25 people could take the assisted dying route in year one. When that went to the Finance and Public Administration Committee, they disagreed with it. They looked at international research, they did some scientific studies into this, and they've suggested it could be between 170 to 180 people in year one. And Mr McArthur's own medical advisory group estimates that it could be between 174 and 580 deaths annually. So my question on this issue is it a success of the bill if more people feel comfortable, and there are, in terms of the members' view, safeguards that allows more people than 25 in year one taking their own lives? Or is that an indication to us as parliamentarians that it could be major flaws in the legislation, that more people have been able to take their own lives than had been anticipated? I ask this question because I do not know the answer, and I'm not trying to direct it in any way. But at the very least, we have a great range of potential deaths in year one alone, and no one seems to have a firm answer on that. But I will give way to Mr McArthur.
And very briefly, please.
Can I thank Douglas Ross for taking the intervention. On the issue of expansion of eligibility criteria, I can assure him that there is no example of a terminal illness mental capacity model anywhere in the world where the eligibility criteria have expanded. And in terms of the numbers, I think I conceded to the Finance Committee. Identifying those numbers, either in year one and progressing forward, is enormously difficult. We haven't seen that done in legislation in any of the other jurisdictions. What my calculations were based on was an estimate, an understanding, looking at places like Victoria, places like Oregon, and transposing that to a Scottish context. There will be variability there, but what we see is the numbers start off small, they increase as confidence in understanding in the legislation, and the way it operates in practice grows, and indeed the medical profession grow in their confidence.
Thank you, Ms McArthur. Not so brief. Mr Ross, please bring your remarks to a close.
I will, and I'd like to respond to that, but perhaps in another debate I will. Finally, Presiding Officer, I wanted to quote a former member of this chamber. Dennis Canavan was a Labour MP and an independent MSP, someone who has suffered so much personal tragedy in his life. And whenever I've heard him speak on the radio or in interviews about this issue, I felt compelled to listen to him. Someone who lost 4 children, 3 sons to terminal illness, said this about the bill: "My sons died with dignity, and I disagree with supporters of the bill who claim that the suicide option is necessary to ensure dignity in death. We ought instead to be concentrating on ways to try and alleviate pain and suffering for people who are terminally ill." I agree with that. As a father myself, I can't think of anything worse than losing a child. For someone to have lost 4, 3 in such terrible circumstances, to take a view on a bill like this is someone I believe I should listen to. I have listened to, and for those reasons I will not be supporting the bill today. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Mr Ross. I call Colin Smith to be followed by Alex Cole-Hamilton. Mr Smith.
Presiding Officer, when a constituent looks you in the eye and says, "I'm dying. When my time comes, I want the right to choose how I pass in my final days with dignity." It's hard to respond, "That's not your decision, that's mine." I've had many such conversations with many constituents who are dying and who are afraid not of death, but of how they will die. They fear pain, they fear the loss of control, they fear the indignity. They're not suicidal, they are terminally ill and they want to live. But they also want to have a choice of how they die when the time comes. Respecting their dignity, their right to compassion, their ability to make a deeply personal decision is one of the reasons that I do not oppose the principle of the right to choose assisted dying. That principle has become practice for us to learn from in a growing number of nations around the world. And one story that has stayed with me is that of Brittany Maynard. Diagnosed with terminal brain cancer at 29, Brittany left her home in California to move to Oregon, then one of few US states to allow assisted dying. The fact she had to uproot her life and cross a state border to access that right is deeply relevant to us as we consider this bill at a time our colleagues in the UK Parliament consider theirs. Our husband Dan Dias spoke to me and others about how just having the option of assisted dying gave Brittany peace. It let her spend her final days on her terms at home with her loved ones. Her goodbye, he said, was beautiful and peaceful, and her family's grief, though still profound, was made just a little bit more bearable. In the months I've spent reflecting on this bill, I've listened to those with a terminal illness, those whose loved ones have experienced assisted dying, and those whose loved ones, denied that choice, ended their own lives, often alone, traumatically, in fear, without dignity. But I've also heard deeply powerful testimony from those who oppose the bill, not as much the principle, but the practicalities about whether the safeguards are enough to protect the most vulnerable. If this bill progresses today, we must hear those concerns, and Parliament must seek to address them. Starting with the proposed age. 16 is too young, so I welcome Liam McArthur's commitment to bring forward an amendment to raise the age to 18, and I support calls by children's hospices across Scotland for protections to be extended up to 25. I also have concerns about the definition in the bill of terminal illness. The Health Committee heard strong evidence, including from the Faculty of Advocates, calling for a clearer definition and a time-bound prognosis. I differ from the committee and Liam McArthur and believe consideration should be given to a 6-month time frame extended to 12 months for neurodegenerative conditions. Without that, we risk including people who are not near the end of life. An issue that was overlooked by the committee is how eligibility affects people in cross-border communities. To qualify, you must have lived in Scotland for 12 months and be registered with a Scottish GP. But I have constituents in South Scotland who are registered with GPs just over the border in England, their nearest practice. I suspect the reverse is also true. When I asked the Scottish Government how many people are in this situation, they didn't know the answer. But one is one too many if someone is excluded from choosing assisted dying just for being registered with a GP across the border from where they live. This needs to be addressed. However, I know that the deepest concerns are about people feeling like a burden or being coerced. Terminal illness takes a huge emotional and financial toll. Too many in Scotland are still forced to sell their homes to pay for care. It's easy to see how someone might feel like a burden, and understandable to be concerned about coercion, especially in vulnerable situations like domestic abuse. I hear those concerns, and if the bill before us today were its final version and today was the final vote, I would not support it. But Parliament as a whole has not had the opportunity to seek to address those concerns, to test the arguments, and I would believe that we owe it to our constituents to do so. Because I know that if after that process my concerns remain and I find I cannot support the final bill, denying the choice of assisted dying will have consequences. No matter how brilliant our health and care professionals are, and they are, no matter how good palliative care is, and in most cases it is, there are conditions where we cannot guarantee that everyone will have a pain-free, dignified death. This bill will not mean more people will die, but if we can get it right, it will mean that fewer people will suffer.
Thank you, Mr Smith. I call Alex Cole-Hamilton to be followed by Brian Whittle. Mr Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And can I congratulate my friend Liam McArthur and everyone who's worked with him to get us to this point today. I'm very proud to add my voice in support of it. Presiding Officer, in the 1960s, growing up in Canada, my mother had a school friend called Mary. They lost contact, but travel and technology brought them back together many decades later, to the point where, very sadly, in 2019, Mary received a diagnosis that she had a rare incurable brain cancer, a glioblastoma. She knew the terrible pathology that disease presented because, very tragically, her husband had died of the same brain cancer just a couple of years previously. She had seen him robbed of his personality, his bodily function, his very sense of identity. So it was immediately clear in her mind that she would not go that same way. And so it was. Within just a few months, she ended her life in the hospice garden, a rooftop in the Vancouver sunshine. And at that moment, my mother and many of her school friends, thousands of miles away, held her in the light of her love as she freed herself from that. Presiding Officer, in this country, in Scotland today, we in this chamber strive to give everyone rights and agency in adult life, except for one part, and that is our departure from it. Too often we see people who have do not resuscitate orders ignored and then find themselves resuscitated. We find a situation where people are asking, actively begging clinicians to die, and yet the law requires that we sustain them to live. And indeed, the only point of mercy that is available to clinicians near the end of life is the removal of sustenance and a lingering death. This is not at all to criticise our amazing end-of-life clinicians, many of whom do daily miracles on their knees sometimes, and who fight valiantly to give comfort and peace to their patients and their families around them. But the weight of law and expectation and culture often means that we see clinicians forced to fight for extra days, as they would for yards in a battlefield, only to see the line behind them collapse, as it inevitably was always going to do. Edward Mountain and Jackie Bailey, I thought, spoke very passionately about palliative care and the need for better palliative care. I agree with them. I support Miles Briggs' attempts to bring a bill to this Parliament to that end. But palliative care and assisted dying are not mutually exclusive. They can walk hand in hand. In those jurisdictions that have gone before us, we have seen that palliative care is but the final tool in the drawer of palliative care, and it provides much needed reassurance to people in those vital last days. I was really struck. I met a palliative care nurse who's been working at end-of-life care for 25 years. I met him on a panel at the Royal College of GPs talking about this very issue, and he told me afterwards he supported Liam's bill, and he did so because in 25 years he had had only 5 patients that had breakthrough pain that he was not able to master. But it was for each of those 5 patients that he supported the efforts from Liam McArthur to change the law. And I think that speaks, Presiding Officer. I have actually got to make some progress. I recognise time is short. The very few people, Presiding Officer, will actually avail themselves. Statistically, only one of us in this chamber is likely to need it by the end of our lives. And we know that because we are not pioneers in this. 31 jurisdictions have already gone ahead with this law. They have amassed as much as 30 years of best practice that we are leaning into. And I am gratified that Liam has chosen the narrower scope, that terminal diagnosis and mental capacity to make sure that there is no chance of mission creep as we have seen. That pioneer, not being a pioneer in this and resting on that weight of evidence, also gives a sufficiency, I think, of academic research that we should legislate here with confidence. We've already heard of the briefing from Professor Ben Colburn, who I think has studied every jurisdiction where assisted dying takes place as it pertains to disability, and he has found this. No people with disabilities are harmed by the change in the law unless they avail themselves of it through the normal processes. They do not face foreshortened or forestalled care in their delivery, and the vast majority of disabled people in those countries support it as they do in this country. And that support, Presiding Officer, is mirrored in our own constituents. And we have been very careful in the polling that's been around this to make sure people understand what they're being asked, and by a country mile they support support the change, and our constituents are telling us that if they get to that point where they are beyond the reach of palliative care, that they want the right to say this far and no further. I will close with the words, Presiding Officer, of the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who said near the end of his own life, in reflection of the very sad and overly prolonged passing of Nelson Mandela, he said that for those suffering unbearably and coming to the end of their lives, merely knowing that an assisted death is open to them can provide immeasurable comfort. Presiding Officer, I hope this Parliament will listen to the words of Archbishop Tutu and pass the general principles of this bill tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Cole-Hamilton. I call Brian Whittle to be followed by George Adam. Mr Whittle.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Can I start by apologising to the Chamber and to yourself, Presiding Officer, for having to leave early, and I'm very grateful for the Presiding Officer for allowing me to contribute still. I'll start by thanking my friend and colleague Liam McArthur for bringing this bill to the Chamber, and recognise the amount of work and diligence he had to do and with his team to get here. Recognise the willingness to collaborate, to listen and discuss with colleagues, organising so many meetings where we could hear from those who have witnessed, those who have suffered a bad death. Also to my fellow colleagues in the Health and Sport, Social Care and Social Care Committee for their consideration in developing what I think is a very comprehensive report. And it should be noted that when we looked at the draft of that report, we only actually had to change 2 words of that report, which I think speaks volumes to the work of the clerks and the officials. I think it's fair to say we heard some very conflicting evidence, some of which was so polarised as it became very difficult to actually gain anything by it. And no bill has ever exercised me more, as other colleagues in the Chamber have said, than this one, because it is quite literally life-changing. And there have been many constituents, many who have given evidence, many colleagues within the Chamber with reservations about the bill, but also those who are very strongly for the bill. People have talked about the issue of palliative care, the concern around coercion, because we actually cannot afford to make a single mistake. There are those who have issues with religion and those with conscientious objectors. But it is palliative care is one of the main issues that I have. And last year I had a personal experience, I have to say, where one of my family with late stages of cancer at the end of her life had extreme pain in the middle of the night, waking up in the middle of the night with no access to care. And as was described to me, was excruciating pain. But she then managed to access palliative care. And that end-of-life experience changed at that point. And that's where I welcome Miles Briggs' work in this area. Because in 2023-24, Presiding Officer, there were almost 63,500 deaths registered in Scotland, with around 90% of those needing palliative care. 2/3 of all deaths in Scotland will be in community settings, such as people's own homes, care homes and hospices. We know that geographical proximity to inpatient palliative care is associated with where people die, with patients living more than 10 minutes away from inpatient care are less likely to die there, irrespective of their wishes. And there is issues accessing palliative care and support. There is availability of resources of palliative and end-of-life care providers, including specialist palliative care teams, social care workforce and carers. There is accessibility, the challenges terminally ill people, their families and carers have. I will take an intervention, yes.
Rona Mackay.
Thank the member for taking an intervention. Would the member acknowledge that in countries who already have voluntary assisted dying, more than 80% of people already receiving palliative care or in hospice care?
Brian Whittle.
Well, I have heard that evidence in committee as well and recognise that evidence, but I think we've also heard issues around access to that palliative care. I think I was also saying things like accommodation, how palliative care providers meet terminally ill people's preferences and needs. And then there's affordability of living in rural and island communities. The government funded the hospice care sector in Scotland started 2024 with a budget deficit of over £15 million, even before the NHS pay awards and national insurance increases were announced. And in the 2025-26 budget, the Scottish Government promised independent hospices £5 million to help deliver pay parity with the agenda for change in NHS staff. But there's no timeline or process for how this money will be disbursed has been produced by the Scottish Government, and it is imperative that this is clarified as soon as possible. So, if Liam McArthur's bill at the very least focuses on the need to improve that palliative care, then his efforts will have been more than worth it. Presiding Officer, I have significant concerns about the practicalities of this bill, and it will, at the very least, need amended. But this is stage one. This is about the principles of the bill of assisted dying, and I do think it deserves to be heard again at stage 2 and stage 3. Therefore, I will be voting yes at stage 1 of the bill. Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And I call George Adam to be followed by Rhoda Grant.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, I'd like to first start thanking Liam McArthur for the way he's worked with everyone and how he's conducted himself during this whole debate. And also the work of Dr Amanda Ward, who I know has been a great support to him while he's been doing this as well, and also a good friend to my wife Stacey. In 2015, I supported the bill, and it will be no surprise to anyone in this chamber that I'm going to support the bill again. And I've listened to those that have been against it. I've listened to what they've had to say, and I even had a conversation with the Bishop of Paisley, Bishop John Keenan, when we had a meeting regarding it, and we agreed to disagree because we have a relationship where we can disagree on certain matters and move on with other things. And I understand and respect those that have religious beliefs on these matters. In 2015, I ended up a teary, snottery, emotional mess when I did this speech, and I'm trying my best not to be that way this time. But I have to say something very personal. Well, the reality is, Presiding Officer, it's all extremely personal. I was the original convener in the cross-party group of end-of-life choices, and I remember those early meetings. I remember heartbreaking stories and families watching their loved ones die in absolute agony. Others forced to travel abroad just to take control of their final days, on their own, away from every one of their loved ones. And I won't lie, it nearly broke me. I didn't know if I had the emotional capacity to keep going with it, but I did. Or perhaps better, the way to say it is, we did. Because, Presiding Officer, my very impersonal reasons of standing here, I'm not afraid to say it. I might be emotional about it, but I'm not afraid to say it. I love my wife. Stacey Adam means absolutely everything to me. And there's a song, an old American standard, and everybody who knows me knows I love a wee cheeky American standard, and it's called All I Do Is Dream of You. And it's a simple song. And the lyrics go, you're every thought, you're everything, you're every song I ever sing. And that's exactly what Stacey is to me. Stacey's been there for me through everything, every election, every speech, every defeat, every success, guiding me, grounding me, challenging me to be a better man. I'll never forget in 2011 election, my one goal in my victory speech was not to greet. But when it was over, I walked over to Stacey, and ever the showwoman, she stood up from her wheelchair in front of the cameras and grabbed me. I put my head on her shoulder and I wept like a Wayne to the sounds of camera shutters clicking. But now I'm Paisley's MSP because she believes in me. And many of you know Stacey lives with secondary progressive multiple sclerosis with relapses. What you don't know is she also lives with osteoporosis, asthma and high blood pressure. These don't define her, but they do shape her life, and they shape mine too. It's easy to look at Stacey still working here, still laughing and still driving me bonkers and think she's doing fine. But it's not that simple. MS is progressive. The relapse still come, and each one leaves a mark. Her immune system is weakened. Her health is fragile. No matter how much strength and spirit she shows, and believe me, she's got plenty of that, we know the road ahead could get harder. So let me be clear. On their own, many of Stacey's conditions wouldn't qualify under this bill. MS isn't classified as terminal, nor as asthma, nor as osteoporosis. But together, in someone with secondary progressive MS and a weakened immune system, these conditions could lead to serious terminal event in later life. And that's why this bill matters, because it recognises that illness isn't straightforward, that someone can live with chronic conditions for years and then reach a point where death is close and the suffering is great. That's why Stacey and I support Liam McArthur's bill, not because it's about us now, but because one day it might be. We hope that time never comes, but if it does, if the suffering becomes unbearable, Stacey should have that right to choose how her life ends, with dignity, with compassion, and surrounded by those who love her. Now, I need to say something else just as honestly as everything else that I've said here today. This bill gives Stacey peace of mind, because the truth is, I don't know, Presiding Officer, if I'd be strong enough to let go. The thought of life without her is unbearable. I know that's selfish, but I'm a human being. And as the song says, she's every thought, she's everything, she's every song I ever sing. I don't want to make that decision. I want Stacey to be able to decide. That's what this bill is about. For Stacey, for me, for thousands of other families, it's about having that choice, a peaceful, dignified end, if and when that comes. This isn't about ending life early. It's about making sure that when death is near, people have a choice that is safe, legal and compassionate. And the safeguards are clear. 2 doctors must agree the person is terminally ill, the person must be mentally capable, there's a waiting period, and there are multiple steps to confirm it's informed and voluntary. This bill will not lead to pressure, it will not lead to coercion, but it will lead to dignity. It will bring comfort for many, even those who never use it, because they know the option is there if they need it. And to be honest, I want for Stacey, and I want for anyone living with an incurable illness, no one should have to leave their home, their country, their loved ones, and just die, and just be able to die on their own terms. So yes, Presiding Officer, I support the bill, not just as a politician, but as a husband, because my wife has shaped my life, my career, my values, and I owe her to stand here and say, yes, we trust people to make the most personal decision of all. Yes, we trust them to know when enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Rhoda Grant to be followed by Marie McNair.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This debate pushes us all to examine our own sense of right and wrong, not just for ourselves but for others. We all have our own opinions, sincerely held, based on our knowledge, experience and the evidence that we've read and heard. This vote falls to us as individuals, and we must do what we believe is right. As elected members, we must also try and represent the wishes of our constituents as fairly and fully as possible, and I understand that many of my constituents will be disappointed in my vote tonight. I have a huge amount of respect for Liam McArthur, and especially for the way that he has pursued this bill. But I cannot support the bill because for me, every day, every minute, every second of life is precious. And when time is running out, it is even more precious. When there's no tomorrow, only today and this moment counts. Time with loved ones, where there is no future plans to speak about, you talk differently. You reminisce, talking more about happy memories and things that are important. You talk about what's happening in the moment. It's time to make your wishes known, and some people use that to give away prized possessions to the care of others. They take time to tell their loved ones what they mean to them. It's a time to help loved ones cope with bereavement. And for that to be done, it needs high-quality end-of-life care. The committee's Stage 1 report into the bill shows that 90% of people will need some form of palliative care at the end of life. And we demand high-quality care at the start of life. We must demand it for the end of life too. And sadly, too often that's not happening. Too many people can't access the care they need at end of life. And there's a significant variation about the services offered across NHS boards. We all see it from our post bags. People stuck in hospital, spending their last days and hours on busy wards with no privacy, where staff are too stretched and don't have the time to support the bereaved or care for the dying. And we know there is a reluctance to acknowledge that someone at the end of their lives are not to acknowledge that someone is not at the end of their lives because resources are not there to support them, leaving families struggling and asking for help but not getting it because it's not recognised that they are at the end of their lives. And in these circumstances, if assisted dying was an option, it's easy to see how somebody would ask it for themselves to save their families from grief and worry. We also know that from the COVID pandemic that not every life had the same value. Older people and disabled people were being encouraged to sign do not resuscitate forms. And some refusing to do that, but then were finding that these instructions were placed on their files regardless, and that must never happen again. We of course need to make end-of-life decisions, and DNRs are part of that, and there should always be an individual choice. Medical intervention and treatment is also a choice, and we all know of people who refuse treatment because it makes them feel so bad, or it interferes with their last days with families and friends. Those are things that we need to speak about, to make sure that our loved ones know our wishes and that we update them when circumstances change. And we as a society do not really speak about dying. We have to change this. We need to have those discussions. We need to make sure that everyone can access high-quality palliative care to enable them to live their last precious days to the full with their loved ones. And that has to happen before we ever consider assisted dying.
Thank you. I call Marie McNair to be followed by Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Before entering politics, I worked for 14 years as part of the nursing team at the St Margaret of Scotland Hospice in Clydebank. And this was an incredibly moving but also an immensely challenging role. Caring for people at the end of their life is not an easy job by any means. However, it has instilled in me the fundamental belief that those at the end of their life deserve dignity and support. It instilled in me the importance of compassionate and well-resourced palliative care, and I want to see more focus and support being given in this regard. Over the last year, I have met with constituents and stakeholders on both sides of the debate, listening carefully to their views. Presiding Officer, while I respect constituents on both sides of the debate, I have decided that I cannot support the bill for reasons which I will set out. For many supporters, this is about autonomy, but regardless of any supported safeguards, this bill will have unintended consequences for society as a whole. As stated by the Scottish Council on Human Bioethics, in an interactive society, making a choice about the value of a life means making a decision about the value of other lives. Presiding Officer, this bill would fundamentally change the relationship between patients and clinicians. It will influence culture and it will alter how we view ageing, illness and disability. I believe that passing this bill would send a message that certain individuals' lives are less valuable than others, and that those individuals are considered a burden on society. This is a worry articulated by disability organisations who fear that the scope of the bill would quickly be expanded to include those with disabilities within the eligibility criteria, and with this can come coercion. We risk then creating an environment where people feel pressure, however subtle, to choose death to spare others a believed burden of their care. And if you look at other countries like Canada, health reports found that fear of being a burden and loneliness are high up among the top 5 reasons for people choosing medical assistance in dying. I fully recognise the bill focuses on mentally competent, terminally ill eligible adults, but we fundamentally cannot guarantee with any certainty that the eligibility criteria will not be expanded in future years. We have seen this happen across Canada, Belgium and the Netherlands, where safeguards have been relaxed, widening access to more groups of people. Dr Mary Neal from the University of Strathclyde. Yep, will I get that time back? So I'm quite tight for time.
Rona Mackay.
Thanks for taking the intervention. So Canada is very unlike the legislation that's been proposed here. It relates to unbearable suffering and not terminal illness. Any jurisdiction which has assisted dying on terminal illness basis, none of them have expanded the criteria. That's the evidence.
Marie McNair.
I thank the member for that intervention. I totally understand the point she's trying to make, but I just believe there's too many flaws, and I think that this bill could be widened, so therefore I can't support it. Dr Mary Neal from the University of Strathclyde argued that the bill contained many areas that were subject to potential slippage, and that irrespective of how tightly the law was felt to have been drafted, there was ultimately no way of preventing people from challenging it. And while the Health, Social Care and Sport Committee has remained neutral, I think it's exceptionally important for members to note that on this point of a slippery slope, the committee stated, and I quote, "The committee acknowledges that, should it become law, there may be a risk of the bill being subject to human rights or other court challenges, and that this would result in eligibility for assisted dying being extended over time. This concern is shared by others, and members will have seen those briefings. The fact that we are unable to guarantee strict safeguards would be kept in place is a huge worry for me. On a final point of concern, Presiding Officer, the definition of terminally ill in this legislation is in and of itself rather broad. And this is a concern noted by many, including the Scottish Partnership for Palliative Care, who said the definition of terminal illness in the bill is not precise enough and could mean that people with years to live are deemed eligible. This will have a real impact. There is concern then that there would be potential for the definition to include a wide range of long-term conditions. Presiding Officer, Liam McArthur and other supporters have the best intentions with this bill, viewing it as a way to ease suffering, but this legislation opens a door we may not be able to close. We cannot with any great certainty guarantee that safeguards would be kept in place, and that leads us down a very dangerous path of living in a society that devalues the lives of the most vulnerable. Therefore, I cannot support the principles of this bill, and I will vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Murdo Fraser to be followed by Maggie Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Like others in this chamber, I've received a huge volume of correspondence on this issue. Indeed, it's been coming in still in the course of the debate. And I've also met constituents with strong views on both sides of the argument and with powerful and moving personal stories to tell. And two things have struck me in particular about those who have come to me in support of this legislation based on the experiences with close family members and friends. Firstly, in many such cases, the circumstances they outline, where they watched a loved one die, relate to individuals who would not actually be eligible for assisted dying in terms of the bill before us, because they would fall out with the definition of terminal illness which is specified. And in some cases, those who have spoken to me about this do recognise that, and are quite explicit in that they see the passing of this bill as just the first step. It is the opening of the door towards more widely available assisted dying than we are currently legislating for. And that is the evidence we need, that the slippery slope that Marie McNair has just referred to and is so clearly identified in the excellent Health and Sport Committee report is real. If we pass this bill giving a right in law to assisted dying to one strictly defined set of individuals, then there is no argument in principle against then extending it to include others. It simply becomes then a question of categories. And that is precisely what we have seen in other jurisdictions, most notably Canada. That once legislation for assisted dying exists, there will always be hard cases that make the argument for it to be expanded. And in that respect, yes, I will give way.
Daniel Johnson.
And I'm very grateful to the member for giving way. And in a sense, I understand the point he's making about the distinction. But if you look at the case of Oregon, which has had legislation for 30 years, it has not moved beyond terminal illness. Likewise, Switzerland, which has had legislation since the 1940s, where it is defined as terminal illness, in those jurisdictions it hasn't received the expansion that he contends is inevitable.
Murdo Fraser.
I have to say, I thank Mr Johnson for his intervention. We simply do not know what will happen should we legislate, and that is the risk that is open to us. And the other point I would make is we should not forget the campaign group behind this bill, Dignity in Dying, was until 2006 called the Voluntary Euthanasia Society. There has not been any doubt what the agenda is of some of the people pushing for reform. And if anybody thinks the day after this bill is passed, however tightly defined it might be, that campaign group is going to pack up its bags and stop campaigning for more relaxations in the law, then I'm afraid they are likely to be very mistaken. The second thing, Presiding Officer, that has struck me about those who have come to me supporting the bill is that in most cases these are articulate, well-informed, strong-minded individuals who are used to having agency in all aspects of their lives. And of course, understandably, want to have agency when it comes to the end of their lives. And from my own personal political and philosophical outlook, I find that a very persuasive argument. But the difficulty for us as parliamentarians is that we cannot pass laws that apply only to those who are articulate, well-informed and who have agency. Any laws we pass have to apply to everyone, and that includes the weak, the vulnerable and those who might be susceptible to coercion, whether passive or active. So what we are in essence being asked to do is to agree to give one group of individuals a new set of rights, which can only be granted to them if we create risk for another group. And that second group includes some of the weakest and most vulnerable people in our society. And in my view, that is too high a price for us to pay, even though I have huge sympathy for those who want to have greater control over their lives at the end. Our solemn duty as parliamentarians is not to listen to the loudest voices, to the most articulate, the most empowered, the best funded and slickest campaigns. Our duty is to be a voice for the voiceless, for the weak, the vulnerable, the excluded, those who have no one else to speak up for them. They are the ones who rely upon us to be their sword and their shield, and we should not fail them. Presiding Officer, there is an alternative we've already heard discussed this afternoon. I have watched close family members die in the care of excellent palliative care medical staff and in our hospices, and I cannot praise enough the quality of care in hospices across Scotland. Family members I have seen have had good deaths. Now, I know that is not everyone's experience, but it could be and it should be. And the only thing that prevents that happening is us here. We can choose as parliamentarians to prioritise and properly fund hospices and palliative care to ensure everyone can have a good death. To me, that is a far better option than the one before us today, and one that ensures we are not sacrificing the rights of the weak and the vulnerable. Presiding Officer, I don't believe this bill can be improved in such a way as to eliminate that threat. It is simply too great a risk. So I would urge everyone here to oppose this bill today and instead press for better palliative care as the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Maggie Chapman to be followed by Michael Mara.
It's an honour to stand and speak in support of this bill this afternoon, which aligns with not only the values of the Scottish Greens, but also with my personal long-standing belief that it represents an important part of a compassionate society. I commend Liam McArthur for his meticulous and conscientious work, and I thank all those who have brought us to this afternoon's proceedings. As human beings, we have agency and the capacity to exercise moral choice about our lives. And as human beings, we also share vulnerability and needs, including the need for compassion and care. This bill and the issue it brings for our consideration, I believe, help us to exercise our humanity in all those aspects. We are here in many ways because this bill is overwhelmingly what the people of Scotland want. They don't want it because the media tells them so, or because their church supports it. In some cases, quite the opposite. They want it because of their own experiences, because they have seen people they love denied a good death, denied peace of mind, denied the chance to say goodbye. This isn't about choosing between life and death. As Alison Thompson testified to the committee, that choice has already been taken away. It isn't even, for most, the choice between an assisted and what can be called a natural death. End-of-life decisions about sedation, pain relief, sustenance and treatment are made by health professionals every day. They do their best to make the right choices. But what they can't do under the law as it stands is what the patient so often wants, so often begs for, knowing that the time is right for them. That law is cruel, condemning people not only to pain but often to bitterness, to loss of faith, a sense of betrayal. At best, perhaps, they undergo a sedation so deep that the boundary between life and death is shrouded in mist. Anticipation of that end leads many to horrors, to lonely and furtive attempts to take their own lives, to traumatic discoveries by those who love them. For those who can afford it, the best solution is a bleak journey to a foreign clinic, perhaps months, even years, before they are really ready or want to go. By contrast, where the blanket ban on assisted dying has been lifted, people experience assurance, peace of mind and courage to face the weeks and months ahead. For many people, simply knowing that the end is within their control is enough. They don't, in the end, need to take that assistance. It's time to do this now, long past time. The law as it stands is long outdated, both in terms of medical realities and our understandings of human dignity. We believe, most of us, that people have the right to choose what happens to their bodies. We don't beat children. We don't make people endure forced childbirth. We don't believe that unrelieved pain is a source of moral improvement. And we don't want to see those we love robbed of all that makes them the person that they are, when they themselves recognise that their life is complete. I respect the views of many who oppose this bill. They make important points about structural ableism, about the effects of poverty and exclusion, about the need for much more comprehensive and accessible palliative and social care. These are critical issues. Yes.
Jackie Dunbar.
For taking an intervention. We've heard today that palliative care should be increased. We should have better palliative care. But would the member agree with me that it's not instead, assisted dying is not instead of palliative care? It's not a either or. It should be and. We should have both decent, good palliative care as well as the right to decide on assisted dying.
Maggie Chapman.
I thank Jackie Dunbar for that intervention. Absolutely, it should be both. We need palliative care and the options for people to choose their own end. These are critical issues about which we have said and done too little, those issues of palliative and good social care. But they aren't reasons for punishing dying people. The risks of this legislation are hypothetical. The suffering it addresses is present and acute. Palliative care, however skilled and compassionate, cannot always end that suffering. So we do, as Jackie Dunbar says, need both. And that has been so overwhelmingly the view expressed by the hundreds of constituents who have been in touch with me about this. Many have told heartbreaking stories of watching loved ones suffer a bad death. I thank them for sharing their stories and for their care and compassion for others. I'll end with the words of Stacey, speaking of her mother's death. Mum was extremely strong-willed and fiercely independent. 2 weeks before her death, she said she was ready to go. None of us could have anticipated the suffering, indignity and inhumanity she would endure. She received amazing palliative care, but this did not take away her suffering. My dad and I have PTSD from what we witnessed. I know for certain she would have chosen an assisted death. I wish she had had dignity, comfort and choice. I wish she could have said a proper goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Michael Mara to be followed by Elena Whittam.
Presiding Officer, and thanks to my friend Liam McArthur, MSP, who in bringing this bill has given voice to the concerns of a significant number of people across my North East Scotland region. I've met with and corresponded with many families who have sat by loved ones in terrible pain as life ebbed slowly, and by their heartrending accounts, too slowly and with too much pain. I do not regret the proposal of the bill, nor the discussion, which I do believe has been considered and balanced. Mr McArthur spoke at an event on the bill which I organised in Dundee, attended by over 250 constituents, and there were strong views on both sides, but it was respectful and compassionate. Disagreeing well is something we can all improve, and with a proposal such as this that is fundamental to belief systems and challenges some of the underpinning assumptions of our social compact, the consent of the defeated that is only made possible by dialogue is vital. We must all make peace with the repercussions of today's decision. This is democracy. Following wide engagement, research, discussion and after very careful consideration, it is my intention to vote against the bill tonight. Above all other issues, I do so because I do not believe that there is any possible safeguard sufficient to mitigate the personal and societal pressure that vulnerable people could potentially feel to end their own life. Were we to live in a society that was far more equal, where care could be sought and found with ease, where dignity in life could be an alternative to death, the likelihood of someone seeing themselves to be burdensome might be lessened. In truth, I find it difficult to say. I recognise that this does not pertain to everyone who is terminally ill and to their distressed families, but this social risk of internal coercion would particularly apply to people who are poor, whose families may struggle to cope with the wide costs of their care. I fear that in such a situation, the pressure felt by a terminally ill and possibly disabled person to end their life could be unbearable. That consequence, one that would fall so unequally, is not one I believe our society should enable. I have listened to claims from both sides, including in the debate today, that a significant improvement in palliative and social care will be forthcoming. One side suggests this will happen as a parallel alternative should the bill pass. Those opposing the bill suggest it as a salve to those with well-founded concerns that too many deaths in Scotland are painful and lacking in our rightful human dignity. Frankly, I am unconvinced by the likelihood of either contention. The current Scottish Government's repeated commitments to improve our NHS and to reform social care have been objectively unsuccessful. And assisted dying is not a party political issue, but it must be viewed in the context of political realities. And regrettably, I do not believe the suggestion that resource improvements to palliative and social care could act as an insurance against more people opting for an assisted dying to be a realistic or a credible safeguard to the written law. I also consider the argument of required improvement by proponents of the bill to be a concession of the counter-argument of possible negative choices rather than a defence of the core proposition of assisted dying. In operation, I firmly believe that this legislation would fundamentally alter the relationship between doctor and patient in ways that I struggle to fully conceive of. The underlying duty of the protection of life is a protective principle within a relationship of a very uneasy power imbalance. It is how we judge professional intent, and it is on this trust which our NHS is constructed. I've also had, as other members have indicated, many emails, many hundreds of emails and letters in regards to this area, and many with conflicting views, all with very significant testimony of the personal experience. And as with other members, I have my own that I don't intend to share today. But I have, I think, been most struck by people who have indicated that they have had a diagnosis, that they would have taken a decision, and that would be one that they would regret, because there is nothing more final than the decision that we are discussing today. I do believe that in Scotland there exists currently a very delicate medical accommodation in matters pertaining to the provision of end-of-life care, of pace and of pain. There is suffering, there is hope and there is the relief, but none are shared equally. Sometimes well-meaning law can make things worse. I do fear that law set in cold ink may break what I think has evolved in caring hands in Scotland.
Thank you. And I call Elena Whittam to be followed by Jeremy Balfour.
Presiding Officer, as part of the committee who scrutinised the bill at stage 1, I would like to put on record my thanks to my colleagues for their diligence, the Clerks and Spice for their immense support, and to all who contributed via our call for views and through our evidence sessions. There are passionate views on the subject of assisted dying, and I believe our report reflected this, whilst demonstrating committee scrutiny at its best. And I also thank Liam McArthur for introducing this bill and for the way he has conducted himself. I'm speaking here today as an individual MSP, but I'm also representing the majority of my constituents who support in principle the right for a terminally ill, mentally competent individual to have the choice of an assisted death. But I'm also here today speaking on behalf of my family in what I feel is the last and final act that I can do on behalf of my late mum, Irene MacLeod. A 5-minute speech doesn't feel long enough to do her justice, nor does it feel long enough to say all I want to say as a humanist about bodily autonomy and choice. And I respectfully ask my colleagues to refrain from intervening on me during this contribution that feels so very personal and so very important, and I'm not sure that I'm going to get through all of it without some tears. My mum was all sorts of awesome. A teenage mum, she devoted her life to her kids, her husband, her friends and her family, and to social justice. She lived for music and swore blind that Bon Scott was the best ACD singer and that Van Halen ceased to exist when David Lee Roth left the band. And she was honoured in death by having the boys from Biffy Clyro at her funeral. She was funny, she was sarcastic, passionate and complicated. Her name was Irene, but behind her back we called her Irate or I Scream sometimes. She made the best damn food you could ever eat. She spent too many nights in the company of Mr. Smirnoff with her beloved menthol cigarettes, whilst reading a literal library worth of books. She was a tigress when it came to fighting for what was right, and from my teenage years I was under no illusion that she believed we all deserved the right to leave this world with compassion and dignity should we find ourselves dealing with a terminal illness. She was emphatic that she did not ever want to suffer and believed that no one should be denied the choice of an assisted death. My mum was told that she had terminal stage 4 lung cancer in February of 2014, and she was dead 5 short weeks later. She was really angry she never got to vote in the independence referendum as well, but that's an aside. I hadn't even processed the fact that she was ill by the time we were ordering her wicker casket. She was only 58. She had so much to live for. And yet her last decision on this earth was to starve herself, to hasten her inevitable death. We had 3 weeks where they tried radiation to shrink the tumours that were robbing her of oxygen to no avail. Every single moment was spent just trying to breathe, trying to get enough air into her diseased lungs to allay her all-encompassing terror. It was awful. My mum didn't tell us what she was doing. I think she knew that we were not ready to let her go, and she wanted to protect us from her decision. But, Presiding Officer, her mind was made up in her usual headstrong manner, and she had the agreement of her medical team that she could choose to die this way. It's the only way the medical establishment allows a death when you're terminal. I can't even fathom the internal conflict she must have experienced as she was consumed first by hunger and then by the urgent need to drink. It took 2 weeks for her to starve to death. She went from feeding a virtual army at Christmas time, seemingly hale and hearty, to being dead and weighing next to nothing on the 23rd of March 2014. Make no mistake, she was vulnerable. Terminally ill folk are amongst our most vulnerable and weakest under current laws. She woke up very briefly the morning she passed away when she wasn't sedated quickly enough. And, Presiding Officer, none of us will ever forget the terror on her face when she realised she wasn't dead after having been unconscious for 3 days. My mum deserved to plan a compassionate death, surrounded by her family, not one that she had to conduct in secret, with us only finding out when a caring nurse explained what she had been enduring prior to lapsing into unconsciousness. She was really clever and she hid all the water she wasn't drinking with tissues in the cup, so we didn't know. No one should be forced to starve themselves, travel overseas or use other traumatic methods to end their lives when dealing with a terminal diagnosis. Presiding Officer, voting to keep the status quo today is not an act without consequence. People will continue to make choices like the one of my mum. She deserved better. We deserve better. Let's vote for this at stage 1 to continue the conversation. Thank you. Thank you. And I call Jeremy Balfour to be followed by Emma Harper.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I want to begin by echoing what other colleagues have already said about the tone of this debate thus far. This is, as we've just heard, an emotional topic, and it's good to see colleagues engaging positively with each other and disagreeing well. As many in this chamber know, I am a Christian. I believe that all people are created in the image of God. This means that life is always sacred and worthy of protection, which ultimately leads me to oppose this legislation. But I understand that not everyone shares this belief in God, and so today I want to focus on the issues that can speak to everyone, regardless of faith or no faith. I am sympathetic to the argument that supporters of assisted dying make surrounding personal choice and freedom. That is where naturally I lie as a Conservative. I would even say that there have been points in my life where I find myself agreeing with some of the points that have been made very strongly this afternoon. But during my time in Parliament, I have also interacted more and more with disabled people, organisations and charities. I have become convinced that the introduction of assisted dying puts the most vulnerable in our society at risk. Presiding Officer, we this afternoon as a Parliament stand at a crossroads. Along one path we face introducing death as a viable treatment for suffering, fundamentally redefining both our society's belief in the inherent value of human life and the relationship between a doctor and their patient. On the other hand, we can choose to maintain the dignity of all human life and make real and meaningful investments in palliative care system. Because make no mistake, I am not arguing for the status quo. The conversations that this bill has prompted over the last 3 or 4 years has brought to light the failings in our palliative care system, the chronic underfunding of our services that are supposed to care for our vulnerable neighbours approaching the end of their life. And other speakers on both sides have commented on that. But the answer to inadequate palliative care cannot be deliberately ending the patient's life. Not only because we as a society have and should always consider life to be worthy of value, no matter the circumstances, but also because of inherent dangers that abandoning this principle poses to disabled and other vulnerable people. Because the truth is, there are no safeguards that can put in place to fully remove the dangers that this legislation poses to disabled people. Whether it's explicit or implicit, disabled and older people will feel pressured to consider whether or not to keep on living is dying is an option. It could come in the form of not wanting to burden loved ones with financial or personal costs for continued care. It could come in the form of believing that they are a drain on society and they're no longer seen as valued members. Presiding Officer, as I have said previously in this chamber, I'm only here today because someone came this morning to help me shower and dress. I can only function in this Parliament because my assistant is willing to give me personal care. I could imagine in a few years' time, hopefully a number of years' time, having some terminal illness and feeling the burden that could be put on my wife and my children because of the care that they give me day in, day out. I have spoken to other disabled people who have felt and feel the same. They are concerned that they will turn and put pressure on their family, and to take away that pressure, they will go down a course that they don't necessarily want to go, but feel that they should for the sake of their children or of their partner. To support this bill as presented is to roll the dice with the lives and dignity of 1 in 5 of the people of Scotland who have a disability. To my colleagues who will vote for this bill, believing that it is narrow enough and that adequate safeguards can be brought in at stage 2, I ask you to consider that in every jurisdiction that assisted dying has been introduced, the parameters have widened and the safeguards have been watered down. This is not a sentimental, slippery slope argument. This is a recognition of evidence in front of us. Presiding Officer, we as MSPs are bound to vote on behalf of the best interests of our constituents. I would beg you, I would urge you to consider the most vulnerable in your constituency or in your region and say no to playing dice with the sanctity of their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Emma Harper to be followed by Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I know this is a difficult debate for many, and we have witnessed that already this afternoon. It's complex and it's a challenging subject for all of us. And before I pursue the detail of my concerns, I want to thank my Health Committee colleagues, the convener, the clerks, and everyone who provided evidence for us. And I remind Chamber that I am a registered nurse, and I have been a nurse since 1988. I also want to thank Liam McArthur for his diligence and his ability to listen and his professionalism in presenting this bill. I started out with a pre-typed speech, Presiding Officer, but that has now been altered somewhat in the course of this afternoon. The purpose of assisted dying legislation is to promote choice and dignity. Any process must therefore consider, is the decision genuinely free from coercion and does it reflect the person's authentic wishes, recognising society's responsibility to honour individual autonomy. And has all possible community and hospital support been made accessible with adequate consideration of social factors that might influence the decision-making? So on coercion, how do we protect those who may be at risk of coercion? And I note how Edward Mountain described at the very beginning of this afternoon active, passive and state coercion. So we need to make sure that the medical practitioners are educated well enough to assess for coercion of vulnerable persons. And the protections contained in the Human Tissue 2004 Act for living donor organ donation are robust and could be a model to compare to. And I note what Rona Mackay said about evidence saying that coercion has not occurred elsewhere. And for us in Scotland, though, we do need to support medical professionals who would be assessing persons who have indicated that they seek to pursue assisted dying. We need to make sure that the medical professionals can confidently assess whether coercion has been influenced in a person who does choose to pursue assisted dying. And on the issue of opposing assisted dying in favour of support and palliative care, assisted dying should not be seen as opposite to palliative care. Assisted dying should be seen as one choice that people have to face at the end of their lives with compassion, dignity and autonomy. And on conscientious objection, I would want to make sure that healthcare providers, including carers in the community who do object on the grounds of their own personal preference, do, at a minimum, refer persons to a health professional that will engage to address what the person wishes to pursue in terms of assisted dying. Allowing health practitioners to not only exercise conscientious objection, but to extend that objection to refusing to pass on a patient's wishes to another practitioner, that risks creating a kind of a postcode lottery. Presiding Officer, evidence to the committee also highlighted the particular challenges in more rural areas where the provision of GPs and other medical professionals is less in overall comparative numbers than in urban Scotland. People living in Glasgow or Edinburgh whose GP exercises their absolute right to conscientious objection have their options and other professionals to be referred to within their area. It's not always the case elsewhere where alternative GP practices or hospitals may be an hour or so or another 100 miles away. So we don't want a situation where, if the bill passes, that those in more rural areas have higher practical barriers to exercising their rights to assisted dying than in cities, and I hope that that will be addressed if this passes stage 1 today. We also heard concerns about those exercising conscientious objection and how this might potentially impact their careers. Professional representatives such as the Royal College of GPs in Scotland and the RCN were clear that staff should not face discrimination of any kind if they choose to exercise their rights under the bill. Lastly, can I thank every constituent who has contacted me about this bill. There have been many personal experiences conveyed and healthcare professionals' experience when they have contacted me, either in support of or opposing assisted dying, have also expressed their personal experiences, citing the fact that I am still a nurse. Medical science has improved immeasurably over time, including in my 40 years as a nurse. We have a first-rate, world-class medical professionals applying care to their patients, and I want to thank them all. So, Presiding Officer, I am content to support the general principles of this bill at stage 1 today, so that we can continue to probe and debate and engage with each other, so that the concerns that have been raised by members across chamber continues to be addressed as we go down the road. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to be followed by Douglas Lumsden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As the Scottish Parliament's first permanent wheelchair user, I am asking colleagues today to vote against the bill and to stand up for disabled people and others who, like me, are deeply worried about the consequences of legalising assisted suicide. I know many of you have doubts about this bill, and you are right to. If it passes, there's a risk that it will be easier to access help to die than help to live, and I cannot support that. We're not simply voting on a principle of choice, but on a hugely consequential piece of legislation that, yes, could put disabled people at material risk. But worryingly, it is also legislation that could serve to legitimise a view that a life like ours, one of dependence and of often pain, is not worth living. Like the many disabled people in the gallery and outside today, I've had strangers say that they believe that if, like me, they were in pain every day, if, like me, they needed to rely on someone to wash them, dress them and take them to the toilet every day, that they believe they'd rather not be here. Presiding Officer, some supporters say that it is not about disabled people, but by most definitions, someone with an enhanced and progressive disease, illness or condition from which they are unable to recover and that can reasonably be expected to cause their premature death is a disabled person. Regardless of this, though, what we and terminally ill people share is the reliance on systems of care and support to make our lives tolerable. And the truth is, colleagues, we know through lived experience, and I can tell you through lived experience, that the systems needed are just not there. So when people say this is about choice, I say I get that. But many people, because they're sick or disabled or even living in poverty, don't have choice or autonomy at the end nor throughout their life. Indeed, the life expectancy of so many is vastly reduced by poverty and inequality. We know that there are those who choose assisted suicide too because they feel like a burden on their family or on their state, or that they believe their life is intolerable. But, colleagues, what is intolerable is subjective. And although it is true that many people experience what they would describe as intolerable pain and suffering, it is also true that someone's judgment of what is intolerable is affected by what support is available to alleviate it. For that, we need good palliative care and we need good support throughout our lives. Neither are a given, as we've already heard today. Presiding Officer, as a disabled person, I'm lucky. I've been empowered in many, many ways. But even from a position of relative power, I experience discrimination and negative attitudes every single day. Some fights have felt intolerable. They've almost broken me. I've been ill, crying every day, and the pain from my advanced stage condition, which could result in my early death, has worsened because I've been worn out fighting. The moments that have caused me and many disabled people the most pain and suffering, though, have come when faced with structures, systems and attitudes that do not support us to participate in society. Like the fact that many of us have had our care packages stripped away, or that 1 in 4 disabled people don't get the palliative care they need, or that we're more likely to live in poverty. Or for me, it was when I was told my care package could end, or when I had to defer entry to university for 2 years because the council couldn't afford to meet my needs, or when I've been fighting everyday ableism and got so tired of it that I've come to believe the low opinions people have. It is in these moments it has felt intolerable. It is the internalised everyday ableism and discrimination that makes us feel like we can't go on. The extent of internalised coercion, the risk that we choose to die and that the state will help, is real with this bill. The systemic coercion that makes us consider for just a moment that we'd be better off dead. Legislating to make that happen brings the real risk that in moments when we're ground down, we wouldn't only believe we're better off dead, but the state could help make that happen. This is not hypothetical. We saw it during the pandemic. People said people like me shouldn't worry. But during the pandemic, my husband and I watched as the value of our lives and lives like ours were judged. And so scared as we were, we wrote notes to each other to say, "Please resuscitate me." It is inconceivable to suggest that the introduction of assisted suicide is about choice at the end, when so many people do not have choice throughout life. The safeguards are not enough, and we only need to look at the Westminster Bill to see how easily safeguards can be discarded when they encounter reality. Despite disabled people being part of some of the most regulated systems in this country, I can't even book a train without the state asking me why I'm going where. Disabled people are still more likely to experience coercion and gender-based violence. Despite multiple safeguards, regulatory bodies and rules on our lives, in the context of overstretched systems, it's impossible to accept that there could ever be certainty that someone has not been pressured into ending their life prematurely. The bill is the start of a slippery slope. Supporters already say the definition could be broadened. Presiding Officer, today I've only scratched the surface of concerns, but fundamentally, for me, it comes down to this. How can it be possible that people can make a free and equal choice to allow a system that oppresses them so much to also potentially assist them to take their own lives? Colleagues, I ask you to look to the disabled people who watch on from the gallery today and encourage you to think of them when you vote. And I say this, if in doubt, don't. If ever there was a bill that this applied to, it is this one. Presiding Officer, colleagues, rather than legislate to assist to die, let us resolve to legislate to assist people to live. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I call Douglas Lumsden to be followed by Michelle Thompson.
Presiding Officer, thanks to my friend Liam McArthur for having the strength to bring forward this bill and all the work he's done on it. And let me start by saying something I'm sure we can all agree on. We're all going to die. But how we die is something that will be different and personal for us all. We would all like to have a peaceful and painless death, but that's not how it's going to happen for all of us. Some of us will pass away in our sleep, but others may spend their last few days or weeks in agony praying for the end to come. And Presiding Officer, this is about giving people more control over their death, giving them more choice when they are at end of life, giving them choice between different kinds of death. Now, we all have personal stories on why we're supporting or opposed to the bill, and I'm going to briefly talk about mine. Before I was elected as an MSP, I had a friend and mentor who was suffering terribly from breast cancer at the end of her life. I would visit her in her last days, and I could tell how much pain she was in. And she asked me to support assisted dying. She knew it would not help her, but she hated the position that she was in, where her last days of her life were probably the most painful and hated. And people in this situation do have limited choices. Suffering, as my friend had to do, suicide, which would have had dangers of criminalising of anyone that had helped and has the dangers of not working, or Switzerland, which would have meant my friend ending life sooner than she wanted to, potentially criminalising anyone that helped her and would have cost thousands of pounds. So where is the equality in that? Those who can afford it have access to assisted dying, but those who do not have to suffer or break the law. Presiding Officer, we have to remember that today is stage one of the bill, and this is not like other bills where parties are whipped. This bill cannot and will not be railroaded through. But if you believe in the general principle of providing dignity and choice to those at the final stages of their life, then I urge colleagues to support the bill today. This will allow us to amend the bill where required, as recommended by the Health Committee, and then at stage 3, vote on what is then in front of us. This is how Parliament should work. This is the process to allow us to have robust legislation in place. Yeah, I'll take that.
Liam Kerr.
I think the member's absolutely right. We do need robust legislation, but many constituents have got in touch and said, look, there's lots of well-intentioned legislation that's come out of this place, but ultimately hasn't been in the ideal form. It's had unintended consequences. Can the member reassure colleagues that that won't happen this time? Because I think it's a real fear.
Douglas Lumsden.
I thank my colleague for the intervention. I think where this differs is that it is not a whipped vote. And the whole point of this place is to legislate and to make laws. It's done that successfully before, and I don't think we should be scared. We must have faith in this Parliament that it can do what it's meant to. I think, we have a job that we were elected to do also. And another thing is this bill has been almost 20 years in the making. Learning the lessons of the past, considering the multitude of proposals, critiques, analysis and debates to craft something that will deliver on the wishes of the majority of Scots while protecting the most vulnerable. Now, personally, I don't think I would be ever able to go through with assisted dying. I think I would always want to live as long as possible. But I have never experienced the pain and suffering that some people are enduring. But I would like to have that choice. And this is about giving people choices. I don't think it's my place or right to tell another human being that their suffering is just the way it has to be, that their excruciating pain is not that bad. In any other circumstance, forcing another individual to endure horrendous pain and suffering would be inhumane, torturous, and in all likelihood criminal. We must, and I implore you all to do so, consider the human factor, because right now the status quo is cruel, dangerous, and offers no one the choice of a dignified and peaceful death. Assisted dying has worked in many other countries. Now is the time to see the best of what this Parliament can do. An assisted dying law would not mean more people die, it would mean fewer people suffer. If you agree with the majority of constituents on the principle of assisted dying, vote for the bill at stage 1 and let's all work together to improve the bill as it progresses through the stages. And, Presiding Officer, on the mace in front of us all is the word compassion. Let us show that we have that compassion. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Lumsden. I now call Michelle Thompson to be followed by Liz Smith. Ms Thompson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This is arguably the most important debate we will all participate in during this parliamentary term, and I thank Liam McArthur and all members for their contribution thus far. Members will be aware of my interest in ethics, and I'm grateful to Richard Huxtable for setting out an ethical approach to this matter. He notes that some believe the law should reflect that choice matters, suffering matters and consistency matters, while others of the opposing views simply state life matters. In his essay in the book The Reality of Assisted Dying, he sets out a proposed pathway which is slow, cautious, signposts choices, checks the perimeters and leaves no one behind. I think this is a sensible approach for us all. The first point I will make is about harm. To do nothing is causing harm. To do something may also cause harm. There is no vote that can guarantee there will be no harm done. A vote against assisted dying will mean many people will continue to die a slow, lingering death with, as they see it, no quality of life. They will be condemned to suffer at the behest of society, regardless of how good palliative care is. A vote for assisted dying will mean some people are likely to have died prematurely and at worst feel compelled to make this choice because of external pressure from whatever quarter. Yes?
Jamie Green.
Can I thank the member for taking intervention? I'm not sure there are any people left in this chamber who are yet to decide on their vote. I'm certainly still one of them. But one of the things that's really struck me over the course of this debate is this idea of choice. The reality is at the moment the choice for medically assisted death does exist, but only if you can afford it. And that's something that we're going to have to reconcile today.
Michelle Thompson.
I completely agree, and I think setting out some of these considerations is what I'm trying to do. We've already heard much about safeguarding, be it for disabled people, coercion or the aged. This consideration is of course necessary, and we've not always focused on safeguarding in the way we should have done for other bills. We too have heard some deeply personal stories of suffering, and I'm sympathetic too to all of this, having seen my mother die of breast cancer. But we are first and foremost legislators. This place must be relevant, and many Scots are calling for this bill to be given a fair hearing. Now, in preparation for this, I revisited some of the Westminster debate from when I was a member there, in particular the compelling and passionate speech of Dr Philippa Whitford. She, as a valued colleague and a breast surgeon over many years, spoke movingly of her experience over decades of palliative care. But we know that palliative care cannot address all suffering. So this is indeed about choices. Not about the choice to die, for this is removed, but a choice about how you die. It's about allowing people choices over the manner of their death, giving agency and choice to them. Now, we've heard much talk of a slippery slope. This almost suggests an impending moral breakdown or a threat to civilised society. But surely a bad death, and by that I mean a type of death prescribed by others and done to you, is not civilised. Surely the real slippery slope is when inadequate policy responses allow for assisted dying to happen behind the scenes. I don't consider ever-increasing sedation, which occurs frequently, as having dignity. All choice and agency are removed. Is the choice then about being inhumane or humane? We can consider this perspective of human exceptionalism, the belief held by many that humans as animals on this earth have a higher value than other animals. But surely it's a paradox that, given this, part of that perceived value is to insist humans suffer more. Many of the people speaking against today, I know, are people of faith. Historically, many religions see suffering, death and dying as a way to seek or confirm spirituality. Jesus himself was required to choose suffering. But what of the vast majority of society who reject religion? We are now majority secular society. Our outlook is ever-changing. The Hippocratic Oath set out the long-standing approach of the medical profession. Yet this too has evolved. The original Hippocratic Oath notes that doctors should not cause abortion. Yet people mostly now accept the right of people to choose this path and the right of medical practitioners to carry it out. So on balance, all things considered, I will vote yes at this stage 1. I too have concerns that I want to see addressed in stages 2 and in stages 3. But we have to have a proper debate. Adding my voice, adding your voice to allow it to pass at stage 1 will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Thompson. I now call Liz Smith to be followed by Monica Lennon. Liz Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I think it's on these occasions when the matter under consideration is so challenged by complex ethical, moral, legal and practical questions that the Scottish Parliament is at its very best. And I think we've heard some very powerful speeches this afternoon to confirm that. And that is because for free votes, the increasingly fractious politics of this chamber can rightly be put aside. And on past experience of these free votes, including 2 previous ones on this topic, there has been widespread respect across the debating chamber for different views, always sincerely held, and many of them based on very personal reflections, and again we've heard that this afternoon. And I certainly want to pay tribute to the member for the very respectful manner in which he has introduced the bill and for taking time to speak to so many colleagues, myself included. And that, Presiding Officer, is how it should be, because I come to this debate conflicted, understanding several of the key points raised by those who support assisted dying based on my family experience, but also understanding the case against. And it's a debate in which, over my 2 decades in Parliament, I have become more and more interested, and as such I hope much better informed, given all the reading that I have undertaken on the subject and having listened to the many hundreds, indeed thousands, of constituents who have been in touch, and I want to thank all of them. But there is one particular aspect of this debate which troubles me a great deal, and that's the main reason why I will vote against the motion this evening, and that relates to the protection of our most vulnerable constituents. Now, I sympathise with those who tell us that this debate is all about free will and the right to choose. But that free will and the right to choose can never exist in a vacuum. They are contingent upon other factors, free from pressure and free from coercion, and death, whether assisted or not, affects the rights of other people too. And I raise that because these issues have been a very substantial part of the concern for so many people who oppose assisted dying, including many within the disability and vulnerable groups who believe that the bill would put too much pressure on them. And I understand what they are saying. As MSPs, we deal with very vulnerable constituents all of the time, and I hope I have personally and professionally learned a very great deal from that experience. As a result, I really do worry about the implications for coercive situations within families who put pressure on vulnerable relatives to end their lives, perhaps for financial reasons, particularly in an ever more difficult fiscal climate, or for reasons which suit their own circumstances rather than those of the patient. For me, society must surely ensure that there is a respect for the sanctity of life, and that must include the medical profession's commitment to saving lives. Now, I note that the medical profession is also conflicted on the issue of assisted dying. Indeed, the BMA changed its position from against to being one of neutrality. But I worry about a situation where we hand the ultimate power to doctors. And as Rhoda Grant rightly pointed out, she said that we had recent concerns concerning the do not resuscitate order. So I don't think it is too difficult to see how voluntary action could lead to involuntary action. Then there is the issue about constantly improving medicine. The fact that all the time more and more successful treatments are being discovered, including some for diseases that were previously thought to be terminal. And that's not unrelated to the arguments about widening the eligibility criteria, because witness what has happened in Canada. And I note that the lead committee worried about the broad definition of terminally ill, believing that it could potentially include those who might well live much longer. Finally, Presiding Officer, having read extensively about what has been happening in other countries where assisted dying has been legal, having sat through the evidence presented to the Finance Committee when the member presented his financial memorandum, and of course, like other colleagues, having watched with great interest the debate at Westminster, a bill which has seen the emergence of more flaws in the proposed legislation, I am not persuaded of the safeguards. And that's the reason why the lead committee, I think, found it impossible to come to satisfactory conclusions, most especially that there was no clarity about who would opt for an assisted death. Presiding Officer, I mentioned at the start that this is both a very complex and emotive debate, deserving much more parliamentary time than is afforded today. But in the limited time I have available, these are the main reasons why this evening, despite the conflicts that I feel, I will be voting against. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Smith. I now call Monica Lennon to be followed by Alec Riley. Ms Lennon.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The bill is important to people across Scotland, including my constituents, and I'm grateful to everyone who has contacted me. Assisted dying already exists for people with the financial means to access it, but that choice is not available to most Scots. Denied access to safe and legal assisted dying, hundreds of terminally ill people in the UK end their own lives each year, and many more attempting to do so. Robert Easton was a retired firefighter from Hamilton. Dying with pancreatic cancer, Robert desperately wanted choice. He considered Switzerland, where assisted dying is legal, but cost and other barriers ruled it out. That led him to research ways to end his own life. Some of the methods were brutal, says Joanne Easton, Robert's daughter. Joanne, who has come to Parliament today, told me, dying people should not be forced to consider going into the woods with a length of rope. They should not have to think about stepping in front of trains. It took him 3 weeks to die, in hospital, then hospice. It was so drawn out. I thought, I need to get him drugs. I would have done anything for him, but it was too risky. I didn't know what would happen. I was moved to learn that before he died, Robert sold his motorbike and gave the money to the hospice. His story, like this bill, is not palliative care versus assisted dying. It's about choice, dignity and person-centred care at the end of life. Joanne says that she will regret for the rest of her life that her dad was not given the choice he wanted for himself. Sadly, even with universal access to hospice and palliative care in Scotland, hundreds of Scots a year would still suffer with immense pain as they die. 4 in 10 Scots have seen a loved one suffer in this way. I believe that the status quo is unfair, unsafe and unregulated and is failing dying Scots. So I agree with the bill's policy memorandum that an individual's personal autonomy to decide on their medical care and how their life should end in terminal illness situations should be protected in law. In a compelling letter to MSPs, Rhona Bailey, CEO of the Prince and Princess of Wales Hospice in Glasgow, explains her view that assisted dying is a potential addition to the options available to those facing terminal illness, not a replacement for excellent palliative care. This position is not one of advocacy or opposition, but one of commitment to patient-centred care. I agree with Rhona Bailey. The discussion around assisted dying should not focus solely on clinician opinion, but on ensuring that people have informed, compassionate choices at the end of life. There is a solid majority of public support in every constituency, including disabled people, for a compassionate assisted dying law. Shouldn't the bill be allowed to proceed to the amending stages for further scrutiny? Liam McArthur has prosecuted the case for the bill in a respectful and collaborative manner, and I hope that MSPs do take the opportunity to work with the member at stage 2. I support Liam McArthur's proposal to amend the bill to raise the minimum age to 18, and I welcome the Health and Social Care and Sport Committee report recommending clarity on some matters. The bill rightly contains provisions making it an offence to coerce or pressure a terminally ill adult into an assisted death. I agree with Hospice UK that nobody should ever feel they have to choose an assisted death because of a real or imagined fear of not receiving the care they need. Whether the assisted dying bill proceeds or not, I support calls by Marie Curie Scotland and others for a right to palliative care to be recognised and delivered. End-of-life care must be properly funded and charitable hospices must be financially sustainable. In conclusion, I don't know if I would choose an assisted death for myself, but I don't want to deny others that choice. That is why I will vote for the bill tonight.
Thank you, Ms Lennon. I now call Alec Rowley to be followed by Kevin Stewart. Mr Rowley.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Firstly, I would want to acknowledge the approach that the mover of this bill, Liam McArthur, has taken ensuring that the debate and discussion over many months has been conducted in a professional and a civil manner. The volume of correspondence, certainly, that I have received, I think, is greater than I've ever received for any legislation going through this Parliament. And there have been some very personal emails telling me of the experience of having lost a loved one and what they went through, and calling for dignity in death. So I understand the strength of that. Most people, I think, when you reach my age, have lost loved ones and experienced some of that. But I ask myself the question, can people with a terminal illness have dignity in death? And whilst I heard what the doctor said earlier, that not all people can die without pain, the fact is that end-of-life care in Scotland is not good enough. And sometimes, depending where you live, what hospital you're accessing, what support there is in the community, and we have to address that. And for me, that should be the priority of this Parliament, to address palliative care, end-of-life care, so that it is absolutely a right for every individual who's dying to be able to get the very best of care. And as I say, I don't believe that that's there just now. I've also received a massive amount of correspondence with people with both physical and mental disabilities and from their families. And I've written down here that I've taken for that fear. They fear this bill. And I think they fear the bill because they don't know where this will end up. And we have seen from other countries around the world that something that started off very tight was able to, over time, start to expand to include more people and more people. I've also asked myself, if this bill was passed in this Parliament, would that be the end of this matter, or would it just be the beginning? You know, and people have talked here today about personal choice and freedom. But if you are struggling with mental health and you feel you can't cope anymore, can you make that argument to say that you should have the choice of whether you want to live or not, given the suffering that you're experiencing? And anybody who's experienced severe mental health knows the suffering that comes with that. People who are housebound, people who have different illnesses and suffer pain but are not terminally ill. How far do you go with that legislation? And that has happened in other places. And it makes me certainly very concerned that we would pass something today that would simply be the starting point in our society, and goodness knows where that would end up. So I believe that we have to accept that this legislation could go much further. There is a risk of coercion and undue influence. There is a risk that people start to feel they're a burden on their family, and to put all that pressure, and nobody can guarantee if this bill was passed today that that would not be the case. So I would have to say that I will not support this bill today at stage one, because I do not support that principle. Because if you argue that you accept the principle, then do you accept that principle for other people who are suffering, who have ill health? I do recognise that there are strongly held views on all sides of this debate. I'm about concluding, sorry. I do recognise that there are strongly held views on all sides of this debate, many of which have been built on personal experience. So it is a difficult subject. But let's ensure that we start to ensure that end-of-life care is available to all, the highest quality end-of-life care, and take that as a step to move forward. I think there are far too many risks with this bill, and that's why I do not support the principle yet today, and I hope that Parliament will not support this bill.
Thank you, Mr Riley. I now call Kevin Stewart to be followed by Rachel Hamilton. Mr Stewart.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And our time for reflection leader earlier on today, Richard Raggett, asked us the question, how good are we at listening? How good are we at listening? Now, I think that Mr McArthur, in bringing forward this bill and engaging with everyone here and with organisations and individuals outside, has been good at listening. This debate today has been respectful and considered because we have listened to one another. And in terms of the constituents who have contacted me or who I have spoken and listened to, again, I think that there has been respect and consideration. And I've heard from a lot of people, Presiding Officer, from folk in the medical workforce who are for and against this bill, people of faith who are for and against this bill, people with terminal illnesses, some of whom are for and some of whom are against this bill. And also I've heard from people who were in favour of the previous bill, but who are not in favour now, and folk who were against the previous bill who are in favour now. And I think that we need to continue to listen as we move forward. I'm very proud, Presiding Officer, that we use in this Parliament on a regular basis the three words dignity, fairness and respect. Those three words first went on the statute book as part of an amendment that I put forward to the Scottish Welfare Fund Bill some years ago. And in terms of what we are discussing, do people have dignity, fairness and respect at certain points in their life? Now, we've heard from a number of speakers, Dr Gohani, Mr Lumsden, Ms Lennon, that fairness doesn't exist here. Because if you are rich, you have a choice. You can go and fly to Switzerland. You can go to a clinic there. But the ordinary Joe and Josephine does not have that choice, does not have that fairness. And in terms of respect, surely we should respect the wishes of those people who are terminally ill, who want to end their life in a dignified manner. And that's where the dignity comes into play. But also, fairness, dignity and respect needs to come into play in life in general. And I've listened very carefully to some folks who are in opposition to this bill today, who have asked and put forward pertinent points. Ms Duncan Glancy talked about choice in life, and I want everyone to have choice in life, but I also want folk to have choice at the end of life. And I recognise that there are folk in our society who have their choices restricted. And I think we need to look at a number of other issues which are out with the scope of this bill in order that we get this right. Because some of the choices that disabled people don't have at this moment are down to the fact of social security cuts, more coming down the line, and the fact that we have not got national care standards, which I would like to see across the board. And we must get that right for people. There's also been a lot of discussion today about palliative care. And many folk have said that the two things are not in conflict. Assisted dying and palliative care are not in conflict with one another. And I agree with those points. But I think, again, during the course of the debate this afternoon, where many of us will still, I'm sure, be hearing from constituents as this debate progresses, the question has been asked of me, why do you not debate palliative care more often in the place that you serve? And I think that that is a very good question and that we need to ensure that we resolve that. In 2015, Presiding Officer, in that debate, I said at that point that the bill is far from perfect. And in my opinion, there is much room for improvement to ensure that all possible safeguards are in place. Those words stand here. I recognise that Liam McArthur has worked very hard on this bill. But even he will recognise that it is not perfect and that we will have to work together to make sure that as we move forward, we get a bill that works for all. Presiding Officer, today I will support the general principles of the bill because I believe in
Mr.
choice
Stewart, could I please
at
ask
the
you
end
to
of
conclude?
life.
Thank you.
But that does not mean to say that I will not play my part into the scrutiny as it goes forward.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. We are getting close to the point where there's no time in hand. Just want to ensure every member gets a fair shot. I now call Rachel Hamilton to be followed by John Mason. Ms Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Today isn't about what is right or wrong. Today is about choice and dignity. And I'd like to thank Liam McArthur for expertly and respectfully navigating the bill to this point and speaking so engagingly across the chamber with all colleagues. I'd also like to thank everybody else involved in this bill, whether they're for or against. I've engaged with academics, clinicians, constituents, many people, but in my short contribution I will speak about the majority of people who have shaped my thinking on assisted dying. First is a constituent who visited me only this month, Judith is a senior nurse and midwife and nurse teacher for 40 years. And some of what I'm about to share is distressing, but Judith wanted me to share her words. She said, "I've witnessed many times end-of-life suffering. Not all pain and awful symptoms can be controlled. My late husband, a retired GP, died as I nursed him at home with his pain not fully under control. My sister, who died of cancer aged 45, attempted to take control by placing a plastic bag over her head. She was transferred from a hospice under a section to an acute psychiatric ward. We were both traumatised by these events. I need assisted dying for myself, to feel much less anxious about the future and to have that freedom of choice. I would be concerned I could resort to an unsafe option." Second is Richard Selly, the former head of Loreto Junior School, diagnosed with MND in 2015. Richard's health declined quickly and he lost the ability to walk, talk and swallow. And in September 2019, Richard, his wife Elaine and his brother travelled to Dignitas to end his life through assisted dying. And some MSPs will remember a video from Richard Selly urging us to support the legislation that we have before us today. Whilst this bill is too late for Richard, and perhaps it may not have been the right option, a change in the law will give others in a similar situation a choice, not in another country, but where they live. My own reflections of the actions taken by these individuals are that travelling to Dignitas or having to think about how to take matters into their own hands should not be the status quo. For Richard Selly, going to Dignitas was traumatising, not only for him, his family, it was expensive and risky for his loved ones, and it shouldn't be that way. I listened to Dame Prue Leith speak here in Parliament about her brother's very painful death from bone cancer, and my constituent who visited my surgery last week to tell me about her sister who died of a rare cancer in 2002 and endured huge suffering with sickness, pain, faecal vomiting and bleeding. Her sister was in a desperate situation, and this is sadly not unusual. 650 terminally ill people end their own lives in the UK with up to 10 times as many attempts. Presiding Officer, like others, I've received hundreds of emails regarding assisted dying, mostly supportive and in chime with 2/3 of the public opinion. 300 million people around the world currently have access to some form of assisted dying, and we can learn from 3 decades of evidence from other jurisdictions on how to craft law with safety at its core. My final thoughts are of being with my own family at the end. My grandfather had vascular dementia. Because of his mental capacity, he wouldn't have been able to choose how he died. He didn't have a good death. It was prolonged. It was undignified. Objectors say palliative care has to improve, but even if every person had universal access to hospice care in Scotland, over 600 would suffer with unrelieved pain as they die. I have been heartened by the way that individuals have made their case today, but passing the bill would allow us to continue the conversation about how we die and how we can improve end-of-life care. With the time that I have left, I'd just like to acknowledge some of the contributions made by individuals. To Alex Rowley, I am confident that with the safeguards that we have in place, that I would vote for this bill and the general principles of the bill at stage 1. If it wasn't so robust, I wouldn't be as comfortable as to vote for it. To Jeremy Balfour, I'm a person of faith, and I find it objectionable that I may not be considered religious because I have chosen to support this bill. To Pam Duncan-Glancy, and an impassioned speech as always, Miss Glancy, but the bill must strike an appropriate balance. It must strike a balance between providing a right for terminally ill adults to access assisted dying and the requirement to protect vulnerable groups of people. And I also reject Michael Mara's argument that poorer people will be detrimentally affected by this bill, because if that argument stands, then poorer people who support assisted dying would be excluded to have the choice of dying in that way. And we must pursue the best outcome with compassion and comprehensive legislation that respects individual autonomy and embeds robust safeguards. I will support the bill tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Hamilton. I now call John Mason to be followed by Carol Mockin. Mr Mason.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in today's important debate. On Friday, I had coffee with a friend, and they were telling me of their experience when they were younger, which I had not known about before. Having been a very active young person up to the age of 16, they then contracted a series of viruses which led to virtual paralysis for some 7 to 10 years and being housebound for about 12 years. During that time, they had some really low spells and also realised the toll it was taking on their mother and other family members. If they had been offered assisted dying during one of these low times, they told me they might well have taken it. Yet now this person, with a really lively and positive personality, holds down a highly responsible job, enjoys sailing and is involved with the care of several elderly relatives. Would we want to open the door to a valuable life like this being cut short? I do not think so. Today, as members might expect, I wanted to look also at some of the financial aspects of assisted dying. There has been some discussion as to whether the costs of introducing the scheme are understated in the financial memorandum, but the financial memorandum is also meant to estimate the savings as well as the costs, and there is virtually no mention of that. As the Finance Committee reported, quote, "We found a lack of information on estimated savings that could arise from the bill." So what might these savings be? The UK Government has estimated savings at £36 million per annum on average. Savings on pension costs, on benefits, on hospital costs, on care home and care at home. And they do not, in fact, include housing costs, which I find a little surprising. So I would suggest that these figures are somewhat on the low side for the UK, and obviously in Scotland it would be a proportion of that. There is definitely scope for a fair amount of savings for the UK, national and local government, as well as potentially for families themselves, if assisted dying is permitted. And at a time of financial pressure, which may last for a number of decades, given our ageing population and other factors, there could well be an incentive for future governments at all levels to save money by encouraging premature deaths. Of course, this might not be done blatantly, but could still be done in a more subtle way. If you have not seen the excellent Japanese film Plan 75, I would encourage you to do so. It is set in the not-too-distant future in a country much like ours that has an ageing population. Like here, many older people in Japan do not want to be a burden on their families, on younger folk and on wider society. Should these older people be holding on to their jobs and homes, which could be needed by the next generation? So there is a subtle pressure to consider if it is perhaps their duty to take part in assisted dying as they approach the age of 75. Is the film far-fetched? Well, maybe a little. It does not come down strongly on either side, but it does show that once you start down this particular slope, you may not be able to stop things going further than you had intended. Of course, we would want to start with a tightly controlled and apparently well-safeguarded scheme here in Scotland. But I was struck by part of the briefing from the Nuffield Trust, quote, "Of the systems we reviewed, we found no examples where eligibility became more narrow or restrictive over time. Some, such as Oregon and the United States, have remained relatively consistent. Among some systems where assisted dying has been legal for over 5 years, eligibility criteria have expanded, notably in Canada, Belgium and the Netherlands. Even where they have not, other changes in some places have made the system more permissive, such as the reduction of removal of waiting periods." End of quote. So that has to be a worry. However tight we make a system to start with, experience shows that it becomes looser and looser. At this point, I would join my voice to those arguing that we need to look more seriously at how palliative care and hospices are funded. I'm a huge fan of third sector organisations like Marie Curie and Prince and Princess of Wales hospices. However, supply is not matching demand for enough people, and much of end-of-life care is currently carried out in care homes. I think there's also a question as to whether GPs are willing to prescribe sufficient pain-killing drugs to properly manage pain. This is not an easy subject. There are definitely arguments on both sides. Having free choice is something we all want in our lives, and that sounds like a strong argument in favour of the bill. Some figures suggest that 79% of the population support assisted dying. However, when we dig a bit deeper into these figures, and when some of the arguments and counter-arguments are put to people, we find that support can drop as low as 19%. What starts as a question of individuals' right to choose may not end there. It seems to me highly likely that there would be a drift away from this position of free choice to an expectation that individuals should not be a burden on wider society and actually have a duty to end their lives prematurely. This is not a position I want to see in Scottish society, and as a result, I will be voting against the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mason. I call Cara Mochan to be followed by Lawrence Slater. Ms Mochan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Let me begin by saying thank you to Liam McArthur for continuing the work in the Scottish Parliament on this important reform. Despite it undoubtedly being a topic many might choose to shy away from, Liam McArthur has allowed this to come back to the Chamber today. Along with him, I know organisations and individuals have been working for many years to change the narrative in order to help people that desperately need their government to act. I hope today provides the foundations to achieve that. To be clear, this bill is a fundamental step towards compassion, liberty and respect for the dignity of the individual. With proper revision and attention to the many details raised by professionals and advocacy groups, we can secure a historic piece of legislation at the end of this process. Doing so, we would deliver the kind of forward-thinking and truly generous use of power this Parliament was built to secure. Or instead, we can do as this Chamber so often has done in the past, be hesitant and leave the electorate frustrated by their Parliament's lack of progressive leadership. We know the list of countries and states that have already introduced legislation to this effect or are in the process of doing so is growing every month, and this includes my colleague Kim Ledbetter's bill at Westminster. As parliamentarians in Scotland, are we going to simply ignore the groundswell of public opinion towards such a reform? I truly hope not. I believe that we need this legislation, and to once again turn our back on compassion and choice would be a grave mistake driven by fear. I know many of the members here believe in the principle but are apprehensive about the implementation. How will it work in practice? Presiding Officer, I worked in healthcare, I have worked with clinicians, I have worked with patients, and every day clinicians make assessments, and patients make decisions about how their treatment will be managed. Sometimes these decisions are straightforward and sometimes they are difficult and complex. Our constituents are clinicians and patients, and they know that healthcare should be compassionate and about choice. People support the principles of this bill, and it is our job to get the balance of this legislation right. Dignity for Dying conducted the largest poll in Scotland on this issue in 2024 and found that there was a majority in favour of introducing assisted dying legislation in every single constituency in Scotland. I believe this change is inevitable, and in this Parliament we should put our efforts into making sure our constituents have robust legislation to ensure its safe delivery. We should be in politics to shift power away from the centre and to empower the individuals who have put their trust in us. What right do we have to sit in judgment and tell a person they must struggle on in pain, powerless? After all, in practice, forms of assistance already exist here in Scotland. Care is often omitted because nothing further can be done. These are serious and well-considered decisions taken by experts in conjunction with patients and their families. There is nothing flippant about it. It happens every day. Why should that be the case, yet a person who honestly tells us they wish to be in control of an unwinnable, intolerable struggle be ignored? Worse still, there are Scots that are being forced to travel abroad without their family around them in order to end their lives, isolated from all loved ones in order to die far away from home. I want us to help. As parliamentarians, we must have the strength to get this legislation right. Compassion and fairness is important in life, and it is important that the same compassion and fairness is available to those with a terminal illness as they approach their death. I accept that the bill must contain safeguards against coercion, the worry about lack of service and support for staff. Scrutiny of the bill has allowed the concerns to be aired, and Liam McArthur, in my view, has shown great determination to ensure compassion and choice, along with a clear commitment to safeguards, be addressed as the bill progresses. Finally, Presiding Officer, can I say that we are legislators. Our decisions today will have profound ramifications for many individuals. If we do not pass this bill, there will be serious consequences for many people who have difficult days and years ahead. We need to give people every choice available to them, and we must seek to diminish pain and suffering where we can. This is the humane thing to do. It is the right thing to do, and that is why I will be supporting the bill tonight. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Ms Morgan. I call Lorna Slater to be followed by Michael Masterson. Ms Slater.
The Scottish Greens elected to the Scottish Parliament in 2021 stood on the manifesto pledge to introduce safe and compassionate laws that allow terminally ill adults the right to an assisted death when the time is right for them. I am speaking in support of the bill before us at Stage 1 today because I believe this bill does that. For me, support for assisted dying comes from a profound belief in bodily autonomy, the choice about what happens to our bodies. It comes from a place of compassion and a desire to alleviate suffering. While I am able to consent, no one has the right to tell me what to do with my body. The fear of potentially being trapped, suffering, whether it is in pain, struggling to breathe, unable to eat or experience pleasure, being forced to exist in a collapsing mind while my body carries on, and those who love me are forced to witness my suffering, makes me want to have this choice. The decision to end one's life prematurely in order to avoid suffering and experience a good death is only a choice if we also have excellent palliative care. This is not an either-or situation. Unless excellent palliative care is in place, we cannot be said to have a legitimate choice. I support all calls from across the Chamber for the universal availability of comprehensive, properly resourced and compassionate palliative care. I am content that this bill differs from the one that was introduced in England, in particular with respect to the life expectancy time limitation in that bill. That someone who is expected to be suffering for longer than 6 months and who might lose their capacity to be able to make the choice to end that suffering might therefore miss out on the option to access assisted dying and be condemned to suffer for longer both terrifies and horrifies me. As an autistic person, I am slightly concerned about how caveats around mental illness may be interpreted. I would not want to be excluded from accessing assisted dying because of my autism. I hope and expect that autistic people are included in discussions at all stages of this debate. It is absolutely right that we learn from other countries in implementing this law. There are now decades of data to tell us what works in terms of protecting people from coercion and what safeguards need to be in place to ensure that it is the person themselves who is defining suffering, that able-bodied people are not projecting suffering onto disabled people in such a way that anyone is pressured into something that they are not choosing. Blocking this legislation could mean inflicting months or years of suffering on those who do not want it, who would choose to avoid it. Blocking this legislation is not the right answer to preventing coercion or to ensure full regard for the rights of disabled people. The right answer is to ensure robust human rights-based safeguards for everyone. For me, this debate is much like that around abortion. If you don't agree with abortion, don't have one, but don't remove the choice from others. You aren't going to have to experience the ramifications of the choice that you are taking away from them. It is their right to choose for themselves. It is all of our right to choose. And that means that this Parliament should support terminally ill adults' right to choose an assisted death when the time is right for them. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I call Michael Matheson to be followed by Christine Grape. Mr. Matheson.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Unlike others in the Chamber, can I compliment Liam McArthur on the way in which he has progressed his bill on what is a hugely sensitive issue. And I'm also very grateful to the Health Committee for their detailed report, and having served on the first Parliament's end-of-life bill committees, I know how complex this issue is and the challenges that go with that. Like all members in this chamber, I share the deep concern experienced by people who are dying and the fear associated with it. And in my own contribution, I in no way wish to minimise that anxiety or that fear, which, like many in this chamber, I have personal experience of in my family. But I'm also conscious that there are many people whose voices we cannot hear in this debate. People who would be vulnerable to the consequences of the incredibly significant change this bill would bring about. If the challenge is to provide better end-of-life care, I believe we can do much more by investing in better pain management and therapies that will minimise the suffering that can be experienced at the end of life. But I want to turn to some of my specific concerns about this bill and what I think are deficiencies within its safeguards. Firstly, the definition of terminal illness within the bill, which has no expected time frame and includes any progressive disease, illness or condition, and which is expected to cause their premature death, in my view, is extremely broad. It's a definition that could catch patients with dementia and anorexia nervosa and patients with chronic illness or a disability. A definition that was rightly highlighted by the Royal College of Psychiatrists as having serious concerns for the implications for those with dementia and also for those with anorexia nervosa, specifically pointing out that anorexia nervosa, no matter how severe, is not a terminal condition. My second area of concern, and probably my greatest area of concern, is in relation to the provisions around coercion. The bill states that a person requesting assisted suicide must do so voluntarily and has not been coerced or pressured by any other person. But the reality is that some individuals will be subject to coercion and pressure, whether directly or indirectly. As Justice Secretary, I introduced the Domestic Abuse Act in 2018. We were one of the first countries in the world to legislate for coercive and controlling behaviour as a form of domestic abuse. In considering the policy options for that bill, it was very clear to me that including coercive and controlling behaviour within the bill as an offence was going to prove to be extremely difficult to prove, because it is very often subtle and it can be difficult to identify without the right expertise and detailed investigation. Individuals can very often experience it without even knowing that it is happening. I believe the provisions in this bill will make detecting it a very serious challenge, even for the coordinating doctors. But I also believe it will be impossible for the independent practitioner delivering the lethal substance, as they, by design, will have very little knowledge of the patient or their family. We should be in no doubt individuals will experience coercion and pressure from others. No words on the face of the bill, no intent to prevent it from happening in the bill will stop it from happening. And given the stark consequences of this bill, I believe that is a risk too far. I'll give way to Mr McArthur.
Briefly, Ms McArthur.
I'm very grateful to Michael Matheson. I'd be interested to know if you were able to point to any other jurisdiction where that issue of coercion has been identified, because that's certainly not what the committee has heard.
Always to the Chair, Michael Matheson.
The challenge, I do believe, is that it's very difficult to identify, and the reality is it will occur. This is a bill, Presiding Officer, which crosses a Rubicon. And despite reassurances, the evolution of such provisions in other countries is a real concern for the future. The scope of the bill, in my view, is not the end point. It is the beginning of what I believe will result in a gradual extension of its provisions over time, and this Parliament cannot tie the hands of any future Parliament. The bill will not just create a new option for a few, with everyone else in society unaffected. It will impose a new reality for every person towards the end of their life. The option of assisted suicide. It will, in effect, change life and death for everyone, and we should be particularly mindful of the impact this could have on some of the most vulnerable members of our society who lack agency in decision-making. I believe we can do better. Rather than progress this bill, the debate should be about how we can deliver the best possible palliative care, recognising that we all have intrinsic value, that real choice and autonomy mean having access to the best possible care, and that true dignity consists of being cared for until the end. For these reasons, Deputy Presiding Officer, I will not be supporting the general principles of the bill tonight.
Thank you, Mr Matheson. I now call Christine Graham to be followed by Stephen Kerr. Ms Graham.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I too commend the member and all contributors on their thoughtful, heartfelt and sensitive contributions, and I thank all constituents who have taken the time to write to me with their views. I will support at stage 1 the principle of assisted dying for terminally ill adults. I first spoke in support of this principle in Margaret MacDonald's bill on the 1st of December 2010, and I'll quote from that, quote, "I've changed my view on the issue from being opposed in principle, I stress it is in principle, which is what stage 1 is about, to support in principle. Why have I changed my view? The death of both my much-loved parents in recent years made me focus on my own mortality and the manner of people's deaths, which is something many of us choose to avoid. I reflected on the marked contrast between my mother's lingering, heavily sedated hospital death, too ill to be moved to a hospice, and that of my father, with his digestive biscuit and cup of tea by his side, in his own chair, in his own home, among generations of family photographs. Incidentally, my mother was taken as an emergency into hospital for those final weeks. My sister and I were asked out of the blue, little realising then how dire her condition was, who had authority not to resuscitate. My mother's life or death was for us, not her to decide. She was resuscitated. The family were then told by the charge nurse that with increased levels of morphine to kill the pain, her death would surely be accelerated. We thanked him. Close quotes. 15 years on, my support for this has never wavered. I'm nearly 81. I'm therefore probably more aware of my mortality than most of us in here. And at this age, many of my friends have gone. For some, death was kind. In others, it was really cruel. Indeed, for Margot, bless her courage, supported by Macmillan nurses, it was Parkinson's which finally ended her life. She didn't need assisted dying, but she simply wanted choice. I say to Pam Duncan Glancy and to others, if I thought for one moment that this will inevitably put pressure on the disabled, the vulnerable, the elderly, I would not even vote for it at stage 1. If protections need strengthening, then let's try to do it. Choice by Christine Graham for Christine Graham. No one else for me has that right, nor do I have it for anyone else. Throughout my adult life, I can choose which medicines, which treatments to take or not. I already do that. I can in advance even sign a DNR form, do not resuscitate, until death itself. I have the final say. I'm in charge of my own body. I therefore find it bizarre that I cannot choose in closely defined circumstances the time and manner of my own death, knowing that I am terminally ill with capacity, consent and with compassion, and hopefully with my family. For me, this is a backstop, a choice, and a choice only, an option, not compulsory for the individual or the professionals. So I will support this bill and hope that those who have yet to make up their mind vote for it to pass tonight, so that at the very least we have the opportunity and time to rigorously test the bill further, to take on legitimate concerns raised by others, take it on as it progresses through stages 2 and 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Graham. I call Stephen Kerr to be followed by Kenneth Gibson. Mr Kerr.
I'd like to say it's always a pleasure to follow Christine Graham, and she actually does capture the essence of why I have so many doubts about the bill, because I do believe that it does put pressure on the most vulnerable in society. I'm not persuaded by arguments that because someone is rich and can take themselves off to Switzerland to a clinic and end their lives, that is an argument for assisted dying to become legal in Scotland. And I'd also say to colleagues that the tone of the debate, the respect with which all have presented their views, is indeed a tonic to some of the debates we have in this place. And I'd also say to colleagues who feel that by, for example, my colleague Jeremy Balfour quoting his religious faith, that somehow there's an aspersion to be cast on those who disagree in relation to their own religious faiths. I think that is not what my colleague said. And I want to pay tribute to Lee McArthur for the obvious sincerity with which she has progressed the bill to this stage. And I think this afternoon I have heard, one of the finest parliamentary contributions that I've ever heard, and that was from Pam Duncan Glancy. I think you would really have to have a heart of stone not to have been touched by the compelling arguments that she gave us in her short speech. Because today we're not being asked to make small amendments or tweak a regulation. We're being asked to accept in principle that Scotland should legalise assisted dying, and that principle, once accepted, changes everything. It is not this bill alone that is risky. It is the very concept of legislating for assisted dying that carries with it profound and irreversible dangers. That is the principle that I cannot support, because the risks are not theoretical. They are real, and they fall most heavily, as I have said already, on those who are already the most vulnerable. And I too am grateful to the Health, Social Care and Sport Committee for their excellent report. They warn that this bill could face legal challenge under the European Convention on Human Rights, a challenge not to restrict it, but to expand it, to widen eligibility, to dismantle the very safeguards we are told we can trust. And that's why I thought the intervention that Liam Kerr made was most telling, because he was asking for underpinnings, guarantees about the nature of the safeguarding in the bill. And of course nobody can rightfully give those undertakings, because no matter how precise the drafting, no matter how noble the intentions, this Parliament cannot bind its successors. We cannot bind future interpretations. Once the bill leaves our hands, its meaning and consequences will be shaped by others. And once the law accepts the principle that some lives are no longer worth living, the pressure will begin, not from Parliament necessarily, but through legal precedent and public expectation to make the law more inclusive and more flexible. And we have seen this elsewhere. In jurisdictions that legalised assisted dying with promises of narrow scope and strict control, eligibility has steadily expanded. From terminal illness to chronic illness, from physical suffering to mental distress. That is the pattern, and Scotland is not immune. Let's be honest about who is most at risk. It is not the articulate campaigner. It's the older person who feels like a burden. The disabled adult who's told their care package is being cut. The patient who sees pressure on staff, on family, on the system and feels guilt rather than hope. That's not dignity. That's desperation. And in such moments, what some call choice starts to look more like coercion. And supporters of the bill will tell us that safeguards can be built in. But what use are safeguards if they are open to legal challenge the day after the bill becomes law? Are we willing to gamble the lives of the most vulnerable among us on protections that could be legally dismantled? Instead of placing our faith in a system that cannot promise safety, let us uphold the one safeguard that is held firm, the current law. It is simple. It is clear. It protects every person equally, regardless of age, illness or income. And rather than spending months trying to amend an unamendable bill, let us turn our energy towards what we can improve, as was so well put by Alex Rowley. Social care, palliative services, mental health support. Let's build a country where no one feels their only option is death. So, Presiding Officer, once the line is crossed, we cannot go back. I heard reference to crossing the Rubicon. I think that is correct. This isn't compassion. It's a risk. Too great, too permanent, too dangerous. So I say to my colleagues, don't risk it. Reject this bill at stage one. Protect the vulnerable. Protect the principle that every life is worth living.
Thank you. I call Kenneth Gibson to be followed by Miles Briggs.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I pay tribute to Liam McArthur for having the leadership, courage and fortitude to bring forward legislation which has touched the emotions and stirred feelings in so many, both for and against. Given myriad emails, letters and scores of documents, meetings and events surrounding this bill, I can only imagine the countless hours he and his staff have devoted to it. Nor should we forget the work more than a decade ago of Patrick Harvey and the late Margot MacDonald. I support the general principles of the bill. Ultimately, it's about compassion and choice. Compassion for individuals who, with the grave diagnosis that they're terminally ill, may seek to end their lives in a dignified way at a time of their choosing, surrounded by loved ones. Of course, up until the 28th of March this year, this had already happened for 571 UK citizens, those who could afford to pay up to £15,000 to travel to Switzerland and seek to end their lives at Dignitas. Ms McArthur's bill is more egalitarian. Others facing terminal illness kill themselves out of despair or because they feel they are a burden to their loved ones. Many of the reasons why someone with a terminal illness seeks to die before the illness itself takes them. And Mr Edward Thomas of Eastbourne pointed out in the Sunday Times that it's important to, and I quote, end the inhumanity of unbearable pain that cannot be alleviated by palliative care. Ms Jean Gilchrist of Edinburgh said of her father, by the time he died, he was emaciated and only lived for his 4-hourly morphine injection, which usually wore off after 2 hours, leaving 2 more of agony. Ms Sue Knill of Gloucester said, our deepest humanity is enfolded in letting people go painlessly and at a time of their choosing, not ours. There were many similar comments. A constituent I know very well said, my mum strongly urges you to vote in favour of the bill passing to stage 2. She can't write to yourself any longer as she's a terminal illness. As you'll recall, she's been an active writer and community member for so long, but now has an atypical Parkinson's disease called progressive supranuclear palsy. There is no cure, no treatment, and it gradually shuts down the whole body. She will end up immobile. All her muscles will seize up completely. No voice. Eyes can't open. Can't eat due to severe swallowing problems. Can't breathe properly and will most likely be incontinent. Now in a wheelchair, she has no voice and is dependent on others for her needs. There is no clear timeline. Mum is deteriorating rapidly, and any future left for her is that of a thinking vegetable, as she calls herself. It's particularly cruel that people with PSP know what's happening to them, as there is usually no dementia. She always supported assisted dying in principle, and with this insidious illness has no desire to live or be dependent on others for every single bodily function. Mum had a good life and simply wants to go before her quality of life and future gets worse. It's her life, and she's terrified that as the disease progresses further, she will lose all control. Why would anyone want that? This bill won't come in time for Mum, but it could prevent others going through what she is going through. Another constituent said, having nursed both parents with terminal illnesses and an aunt and uncle in similar circumstances, each of whom would have made a choice to avail themselves of this legislation were it to have been available, the experience crystallised for me the fact that I personally want that choice. Assisted dying based on terminal illness is the only way to balance principles of autonomy and protection, and it sends a clear message that terminally ill people's choices are respected. Whether one supports or opposes this legislation, it's important to clarify it's not a bill which promotes euthanasia. I've been deeply disappointed that some opponents of this bill made that assertion, frightening the families of people with severe disability, Down syndrome or anorexia, or suggesting that Scotland's disabled people are all of one mind in opposing this legislation. To me, it's always been clear that disabled people have views on this issue, but it's as diverse as those of able-bodied people. Professor Ben Colburn's University of Glasgow peer-reviewed evidence-based research brought together all relevant published studies on this relationship between disability and assisted dying. Key findings show that people with disabilities are not generally opposed to assisted dying laws. Such laws don't harm people with disabilities or promote disrespect towards them or undermine the quality or accessibility of healthcare for disabled people. Presiding Officer, in evidence to the Scottish consultation, disability activist and advocate Patricia Maloney of the Victorian Ministerial Advisory Panel on Voluntary Assisted Dying said, and I quote, "Merely having a disability will not meet the eligibility criteria, and there is a clear acknowledgement that all lives have equal value. Overwhelmingly, the people in my community have been reassured by stringent safeguards and robust monitoring systems under Victoria's voluntary assisted dying legislation, and this is a similar model to what's being proposed in this bill, not the Benelux or Canadian models which some people appear to refer to. Slippery slope. There has been none in Oregon in 28 years. There won't be one here." Where implemented, such legislation has led to fears that were very high being groundless in the event, and there has been no pressure to repeal. So please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Miles Briggs to be followed by Paul O'Kane.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I also, as other colleagues have, pay tribute to Liam McArthur for the manner in which he's progressed this bill over the course of this Parliament. 10 years ago, I met Amanda Capel prior to being elected to Parliament. And many members across the Chamber will know what a formidable campaigner and lady she is. And I see the Finance Secretary acknowledging that. And I promised Amanda before I was elected that if I was lucky enough to come to Parliament, I'd try to progress Frank's law in her late husband's name to extend free personal care for people under the age of 65. And during that campaign, I met with hundreds of people living with a terminal illness, many diagnosed way before their years, and in fact during the best years of their lives and what should have been. And I'm pleased that working cross-party, the Scottish Government did agree to change the policy. And a recent written answer has showed to date almost 71,000 of our fellow Scots have directly benefited from that policy and the help and vital support it has now legally provided. Presiding Officer, the founding principles of our National Health Service, from cradle to grave, have underpinned the social fabric of our country and society for over 76 years. However, what is often not recognised is the real reality, and that is Palliative care and end-of-life care predominantly is provided by the charitable sector, either in a hospice or hospice-at-home setting, with no legal right to palliative care currently existing. Now, I've reflected on several attempts which Parliament has now heard over the last 15 years to change the law around assisted dying. We've not seen either the Scottish Government or this Parliament come together to demand the vital improvements we need to see now and in the future to deliver improvements to help deliver better palliative care pathways and the new funding models which I believe the charitable sector need to make them financially sustainable, especially following recent impacts of national insurance rises and also agenda for change pay increase. That is why I launched my Right to Palliative Care bill, not as an alternative to this bill, but for us as a country to signal that we want to make Scotland the best country to access palliative care. And why, if this bill does pass at stage 1 this evening, I also put on record my intention to try to bring forward amendments at stage 2 to improve the legal right to palliative care. And I'm very grateful to the engagement I've had with ministers to date, and also to Marie Curie for working with me on my bill. I have the utmost respect for those who work in and dedicate their careers to our palliative care and hospice sectors and the journey they help individuals and loved ones to take as they approach their end of life. As a co-convener of the Parliament's cross-party group on cancer, along with Jackie Bailey, I've been inspired at every single meeting to hear the lived experiences of people and their families and friends following a cancer diagnosis. No one can be prepared for or know how they will respond to a cancer diagnosis or that of any life-limiting disease. But what I do know from speaking to people living with cancer over the last decade as an MSP is the power to want to live and buy time is so strong, to seek treatment, to seek access to the next drug trial, to spend another day with your loved one, and yes, even with the pain which comes with treatment and living with a disease. But as treatment pathways come to an end and people move into a palliative care setting, there is the fear of pain and how they will die. Presiding Officer, like many families, I and my sisters have supported both of my parents and other family members in their final days. It has never been easy and never is easy for anyone involved. But what is essential is the individual facing the end of life should have the right to make an informed, autonomous choice about their care, including, I believe, for those who want the option of assisted dying. As one individual living with cancer for now 9 years recently said to me, when I asked them about their view on this bill, they said they want to be able to reclaim agency over their life and the peace of mind knowing that they could potentially access an assisted dying pathway when they decide the pain they face is too much. They may not decide to use it, but they would have the choice. That is why, although I continue to have a significant number of concerns in relation to the bill as it stands, I believe it is our role to ensure within whatever legal framework we take forward, individuals can have that access, if they so wish, to access assisted dying, and their wishes are afforded the dignity and respect that they deserve. I support a healthcare system that is compassionate and responsive to the complex realities of end-of-life care. And I believe that assisted dying can be made part of that as another legal choice. That is why, Presiding Officer, I'll support the general principles of this bill at stage 1 this evening. I do so with the view that I want to see how the proposal can be progressed at stage 2 and ultimately for us as a Parliament to take a decision at stage 3, either to pass or reject the final bill, and to look towards the measures that can be contained and the conversations we need to continue to have as a country about how we die in this country and how we can improve the end-of-life care as a whole, including the choices dying people want to make at the very end of their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Paul O'Kane to be followed by Karen Adam.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to make a contribution to the debate. And at this stage in the evening, I'm pleased to be following so many considered, passionate and very powerful speeches from colleagues across all parts of this chamber. And as we have heard already in today's debate, this is a serious bill and a serious debate, and in many ways, perhaps one of the most serious issues that we will deal with in this term of Parliament. And it is a culmination of 4 years of debate in this session, but also, I think, a wider debate long beyond that. And we've heard much of that rehearsed this evening. Can I begin, as colleagues have, in paying tribute to Liam McArthur? I think the manner in which he has conducted his steerage of the bill has been thoroughly decent, collegiate and patient. And I think that his contribution in opening the debate today continued in that vein. Presiding Officer, everyone in this debate, indeed across the nation, approaches this, I believe, with the experience and encounter of death. Because death comes to us all and touches us all, no matter who we are. Seamus Heaney wrote that death is not easily escaped from by anyone. All of us with souls, earth dwellers and children of men must make our way to a destination already ordained. But the question tonight, and I think the debate that we are having, is about how we die. I have sought to listen and to encounter with my constituents about their stories. I think particularly of people like Caroline, who came to see me and made me stop in my tracks as she spoke with passion and emotion about the death her loved ones experienced. It was a difficult death. It was a death where pain was present. And she felt that the option of assisted dying would have made that process far better, not only for her loved ones, but also for her. I also recognise the work, for example, of Marie Curie. I was very pleased last year to bring a debate to this chamber on dying in the margins. That is an exhibition that we've heard about already this evening that sought to show to the world the conditions in which people come to end of life in our society. And what struck me in that is that we are already failing in so many ways to allow people to have a good death in even hospice care. There is a failure to support people to die well with adaptations to properties. There is a failure to allow people to access social services. There is a failure to provide that wider end-of-life support. I'll give way to Paul Sweeney.
Paul Sweeney.
Thank my friend for giving way. He's making a very powerful point on an excellent exhibition. Does he also recognise that too many Scots died premature deaths that could have been prevented because of a lack of timely access to diagnostics and treatment?
Paul O'Kane.
I would absolutely agree with that. And I would agree, and I was coming to make the point, which I think Mr Sweeney alludes to, that poverty very often is a condition in which people die a poor death. And it is incumbent upon all of us in this chamber, regardless of the outcome of this evening's vote and this process, that we continue to have a serious discussion about the provision of palliative care and access to palliative care and access to dignity at the end of life, because we are collectively failing to properly support our hospices, I think, in particular. Presiding Officer, I have tried at all times in this debate to approach, to listen, to engage, to respect that there are many deeply held views, both in favour of changing the law and against it. And fundamentally, I have tried to come to my conclusion by interrogating the evidence that has been provided to me, not least by the committee of this Parliament in their Stage 1 report. And I am very grateful to colleagues for their work in that regard. In doing so, I have recognised not only the experiences that I have heard about end of life, but also the concerns that have been raised with me about the bill, principally about the rights of disabled people in society, the risk of coercion, and indeed the potential for extending the scope of assisted dying via the courts. So in the time available to me, I will focus on only one of those points, the value we place upon disabled people in our society. Pam Duncan-Glancy, far more eloquently than me today, has outlined her concerns about what the bill will mean in reality for disabled people. In my mind, however, at all times in this process, has been an acute sense that we aren't debating these measures in an equal society. There isn't a level playing field for disabled people. Disabled people are still too often looked upon and feel like a burden. They are too often vulnerable to coercion, even by the very institutions that exist to protect them and to protect all of us. And this was brought to my mind all too acutely during the pandemic. For 7 years prior to being elected to this Parliament, I worked for a learning disability charity. And with people who have a learning disability, I campaigned for their rights and for the rights of their family carers. And I know how important independence and being valued as a member of society was to them. And yet, in the pandemic, In the darkest medical emergency of this generation, people who have a learning disability told me about the do not resuscitate orders that were signed on their behalf without their knowledge and without the knowledge of their family. That, presiding officer, brought home to me very clearly the fact that people who have a disability are not treated the same as other people in our society. And we still do not have answers as to why that happened. And so, presiding officer, despite all of our debates today, all of the safeguards proposed in this bill, my deep respect for the member in charge and his intentions, and for my constituents who fundamentally do not share my view about a change in the law, without that level playing field and without a more equal society, I cannot support the bill tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Karen Adam to be followed by Ross Greer.
Thank you, presiding officer. I too want to begin by commending Liam McArthur and the committee for their work on this bill. This hasn't been an easy subject, but nor should it be. Today we're speaking about death, often unspoken, an avoided subject, and it touches each and every one of us. And we're facing it not with abstraction, which is the usual way, but with reality. As someone who was once of faith, someone who once looked to the next life with certainty and peace, I had no fear of what was to come. I saw death as a doorway, and like birth, I accepted that it might be painful, but ultimately necessary and sacred. And I'm sharing that not just as a personal reflection, but to say this. I understand those of faith who have contacted me asking me to oppose this bill. I once stood where you stand. I do not for a second dismiss your views. I respect them, but for me, this vote is not about views. This is about rights. It's about the right to choose, the right to have control and dignity at the very end of our lives, at what happens to our own bodies. I want to thank those who have shared their own experiences of loss with me, and it's really clear how profoundly the deaths of those we love shape us. I too have walked alongside friends and family in their final days. Some passed peacefully. Their last moments were quiet and dignified and even beautiful, leaving behind memories that felt like tying a wee bow around a life that was well lived. But, presiding officer, I've also witnessed something else, moments that are hard to speak about, and I've seen anguish stretch out for months. I've watched despair take hold, writhing in agony, and I've heard words that no one should have to say. I wouldn't let my dog suffer like this, while loved ones looked on. The helplessness was overwhelming. At its heart, this bill is not about telling anyone what they must do. It's about allowing a very small group of terminally ill adults the right to choose how their final chapter unfolds. In the same way we speak to the right to live with dignity, we must now speak of the right to die with dignity. Much has been said about palliative care, and rightly so. It is vital and it must be improved. But assisted dying and palliative care are not mutually exclusive. For some, palliative care is not enough. And for some, it's not what they want. And that choice should be theirs. We hear concerns about coercion, and I do take them seriously. There must be strong safeguards. But I ask this. Isn't it a form of coercion to force someone to endure pain they do not want, to deny them peace when death is already certain? Presiding officer, my inbox has been filled with messages from constituents, people who are pleading for this bill to pass, who have shared stories of parents, partners, siblings who died in a way that was not what they wanted. Some begged for release, and many are left with guilt and trauma at their refusal to help them. They've also shared their fears about what might lie ahead for them after those experiences. That's not to say there are no concerns, and I want to be absolutely clear. I hear those who oppose the bill. Whether your position is rooted in ethics, faith or caution, I hold space for you in this debate. Every voice matters. Every feeling in this debate is real and deserving of respect. I also recognise that this is only stage one, that there will be amendments, there will be scrutiny, and that is right. We must take the time to get this legislation absolutely right to ensure the process is safe, clear and compassionate. But if we pass a law that is careful, robust and rooted in humanity, we will be giving people something powerful. Not a directive, not an expectation, but choice. And I respect that many people in this life do not have choice. But is that a reason to take choice from others? Not everyone will want it, not everyone will use it, but for those who do, for those facing the certainty of death and the reality of suffering, it could mean peace. And to me, that is what humanity looks like. That is what autonomy looks like. And that is why I will vote for this bill today, because it's not about views, it's about rights. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ross Greer to be followed by Jackson Carlaw.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I wasn't planning on speaking today, but I'm grateful to have the opportunity to do so, because this is an issue that I've wrestled with, like a number of members, for many years. And I want to thank in particular Lord Alf Dubs, Linda Fabiani and the much-missed Christina McKelvey for the very formative conversations that I've had with them that have led me to the vote that I'll cast today. The Green MSPs in this Parliament were elected on a manifesto commitment to support a safe and compassionate system of assisted dying. And to me, that sets two clear tests. Is this proposal safe and is it compassionate? And I still even now ask myself whether any system for assisted dying can be safe and compassionate. I think that is a question that we should still be asking at this stage. But the status quo is neither safe nor compassionate. And we see that in the horrendous deaths that are unwillingly endured across this country every day. And for that reason, I will vote for this bill at stage one. Not because I support it as currently drafted, but because it's Parliament's job to wrestle with the most difficult issues facing our society. And I believe there are none more difficult than this. This issue deserves the opportunity of more detailed scrutiny and for changes to be proposed at stages 2 and 3. Those might address my concerns, and if not, I will vote against it at the final stage. I appreciate that many constituents have shared the most traumatic experiences of their lives with me, and I have a huge amount of respect for Liam McArthur and the campaigners who have brought the bill to this stage. My reluctance, my hesitation here is not based on my faith. Easing suffering is entirely compatible with my Christian belief. But I have often found this debate difficult to engage in as a person of faith, because some advocates of change have given the clear impression that they think people of faith should not be heard on this issue, that our opinions and our underlying moral codes are less legitimate. And I hope Parliament rejects that and ensures that all voices continue to be heard in this discussion. I want to use my time to lay out some of the concerns that I have about whether the bill meets those safe and compassionate criteria. Others have laid out the issue with what I think is a relatively broad definition of terminal illness. I share those concerns. But my main area of worry is in the safeguards against coercion. Coercion isn't defined in the bill, quite rightly. I accept that to do so would essentially create a checklist approach that could be too narrow and worse than what is currently there. But I agree with the recommendation of Dr Sandra Lucas and Dr Rhoda Winnington from the University of the West of Scotland that the bill could be amended to specify that a robust training strategy is required. And I'm also minded to think that guidance on identifying coercion be put on a statutory footing. But my deeper concern about coercion is rooted in the fact that this is a dispersed rather than specialist service. I agree with the BMA that it should be a specialist service. Edward Mountain, I think, quite usefully defined types of coercion: active, passive and state. Pam Duncan-Glancy quite rightly pointed out systemic coercion. It is extremely difficult for a medical professional to make judgments about whether their patient is being coerced. And I want the highest degree of training for those making that decision, more than I think is realistic for GPs who are already under huge pressure in their existing roles. And I also recognise the sensitive topic of many disabled people's poor and sometimes discriminatory experience of general practice. Resource pressures can also affect professional judgment. Specialist services wouldn't prevent resource and workload pressures affecting decisions, but I think they would better insulate from that. It's not exactly the same, but this debate has put me in mind of people I've seen who should have been taken into the care of the state under the Mental Health Act, but were not. And resources, availability of beds and of staff
clearly influence the decision of medical professionals in those situations. Drs Lucas and Winnington have also proposed an independent advocate role, and I think that should be seriously considered. Non-clinical support would provide, I think, a hugely valuable and important safeguard. The final point that I want to make is on public opinion. I think it's right that we give that serious weight, and it has certainly shifted. There is a clear majority of people in favour of the principle of assisted dying. But where people from a minority or a marginalised group tell us that something would make their lives worse or actively endanger them, public opinion is not a counter-argument. We don't need to look back far in our history to find public opinion firmly in favour of unjust and harmful laws. I'm not voting for this bill at stage 1 because the majority of my constituents want me to. I'm doing it because I believe the circumstances of our deaths should be as safe and compassionate as possible. And I'm not yet convinced that the bill would establish a safe and compassionate system of assisted dying, but with further scrutiny and amendment it might. The reality right now, shown by the experiences shared today, is not safe or compassionate. People are suffering terrible deaths, traumatising those they leave behind. Some are taking their own lives, often in horrific ways and out of desperation. Those wealthy enough are able to travel to a country where they can access an assisted death, often earlier than they would otherwise want, and dying far from home is another form of indignity. They all deserve better than that. I don't yet know whether this bill will be better for society at large or for our most vulnerable in particular. But I want to try, and I think we need to try.
Thank you. I call Jackson Carlaw to be followed by Sue Webber.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As the last speaker on our side who will be speaking in favour of the debate this afternoon, can I say what a day, what an afternoon. This has been Parliament at its very best. You know, it's at times like this that, the Parliament is much bigger than the sum of its parts, and the contributions across the chamber, with members speaking without a party line, without a whip, without a script that's been pre-prepared, has allowed for some deeply moving and incredibly powerful contributions on all sides. I'm not going to repeat all that's been said in the debate already, because we've heard so many testimonies, so many personal arguments, so many fundamental issues raised. For those of you members who were able to be there at lunchtime, there was an opportunity to hear from some of those who are deeply affected by the issues of this bill, from Dan Risberger, who is suffering from renal cancer and who wants to have that opportunity to decide her end of life. She said it's better to have this opportunity and not use it than to need it and then find that you don't have it. Or from Stephen Wisniewski, who talked about the extraordinary painful death of his mother that he and his brother had to progress through. Or from Louise Shackleton, who talked about accompanying her partner, her husband, to Dignitas in Switzerland, but made the point that he had to go far earlier than he needed to, that if the opportunity for that choice existed here, he would still be alive today, but felt he had to end his life at a point when he was still able to undertake that. Or a woman whose husband was in the Royal Navy, a 50-something veteran who had inoperable brain cancer, who on his third attempt at suicide succeeded. Just think of what those people went through. And so I pay tribute to Liam McArthur and the extraordinary work that he and his generations of his teams, I think we would say, have done, and also to the work the committee did. And I thought Claire Hawkey's introduction of the consideration of the committee was deeply powerful as well. I was here for the two previous bills. I can't look up to where Paul Sweeney and Maggie Chapman are sitting and not think of Margot MacDonald sitting on one or other of those two seats. She was hugely big-hearted, an enormous personality, enormously compassionate. And it's lovely that Peter Warren, who was her indefatigable parliamentary assistant, is up in the gallery and has been listening to the debate throughout all of our proceedings today. I was also there to support Patrick Harvie. I think probably a relief to him and to me. It was probably the first and last time I ever did support Patrick Harvie in this chamber. But I read through both the stage one debates, and you know, the thing that strikes me is that the world and the debate has moved on. The direction of travel has changed. I was the only Conservative who voted in favour of this last time round. This time we may be a minority, but there are far more Conservatives who are prepared to do so. And that is also the direction of travel across the world, in public opinion, and in those who have been making representations to us today. Then, when I read these transcripts, the churches, the clinicians, All the medical practitioners were fundamentally against the principle of assisted dying. Now they have moved to being neutral or to taking a different view. Indeed, 3 of the most recent 4 leaders of my own party believe that this legislation should be supported. So I believe that this Parliament should have the courage to move forward too. I've been very engaged in the principle of deliberative democracy during the course of this Parliament. And one of the most interesting things to come out of all those who participated in the pilots or those that I met elsewhere is that they can accept a no if the issue is fully discussed. And those who voted yes can accept yes, even if it's against what they believed, if the issue is fully discussed. And therefore, I think, when I look at us all here today, that the appeal I would make is to allow us to have the fullest possible discussion of this issue. Take a breath for a moment and sit and look about you and around you in this chamber that Enrique Morales built for us. Was this built to be a chamber where we closed down discussion? Or was it built to be a chamber where we opened our hearts and our minds to the widest possible discussion of the most fundamental and difficult issues that we as a Parliament are ever asked to face? I believe we weren't elected to be a nest of fearties. I accept that if this bill progresses, it may end up with people concluding they can't support it. But surely it is our duty to all those out there who believe that there is an issue that we should explore more fundamentally, that we don't for the 3rd time, simply after one debate, say this far and no further. Let us take the issue and examine it fully. And to those who've talked about palliative care, can I say I support Miles Briggs's debate? But in both those previous debates, 15 and 10 years ago, everybody said the same thing. We need to do more for palliative care. Well, here we still are saying the same thing. It can't be something we hide behind. Finally, it was a Church of Scotland minister who turned to me in an earlier bill, and he said, "Jackson, we all have a right to life, but we don't have a duty to live." And the issue before us today is whether we believe people should have the choice in that final analysis, in those final days with a terminal illness, as to whether or not they should be supported to make their own decision. Let's explore the issue further and give justification to those who fought for this and to the architects of this bill by letting it pass stage 1.
Thank you. And I call Sue Webber, the final speaker in the open debate.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And without echoing all the comments from across the chamber today, this has been quite an afternoon. And to see the chamber as full as it is goes some way to really reflect how connected we can be with what's happening outside of Holyrood. And I want to also commend Liam McArthur for everything that has happened in the sensitive manner in this bill has been introduced and the way the debate has conducted across the chamber. And I look forward to his closing remarks, because these have not been easy discussions, and I respect the convictions of colleagues on both sides. I want to thank everyone that has contacted me and continues to contact me. Your inboxes are still getting the emails, letters, phone calls, in person, thousands and thousands since I came into this place in 2021. Perhaps we've heard that we seem to think that public opinion has shifted since this was last debated in 2015. And I recall what Mr O'Kane mentioned in terms perhaps the experience of the pandemic has made people think differently about death, suffering and the control that the state may have on their own lives. Coming into Parliament in 2021, I looked far more favourably on this bill than I do now. I have changed my mind. Thousands of emails, hundreds of discussions have led me to believe this. Despite the very best intentions at the heart of this bill, the risks that it introduces are real and serious. And so, like many this afternoon, I say, don't risk it. Yes, at first glance, this bill appears focused and narrow. It sets conditions around mental competence, diagnosis of terminal illness, safeguards. But when you look closer, the scope is far wider than it seems. And that is one of my most grave concerns. Crucially, the definition of terminal illness in this bill requires no specific prognosis, no clinical expectation of imminent death. And this means individuals with conditions that may persist for years, even with fluctuating severity, could still qualify. This is not a safeguard, it's a red flag, and it carries serious lasting risk. though that looseness in definition opens the door to further expansion. And in fact, the Scottish Parliament's Health, Social Care and Sport Committee warned of that risk. It stated that if this bill becomes law, it could be challenged in the courts to widen eligibility even more. And once the principle is established, that pressure becomes difficult to resist. I will, Liam Kerr.
Liam Kerr.
I'm very grateful, and I'm listening very carefully to this contribution. The contribution immediately before, Jackson Carlo's contribution, specifically was saying, I think, was we should allow this bill to progress in order that it can be tweaked and tightened to address the exact concerns that you're raising. Isn't that the point that Jackson was making? And if so, why do you not accept it?
Always through the chair, Sue Webber.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I thank the member for that intervention, because that's the very same thing I want to come to next, Mr Kerr, is because some think in this chamber that there are safeguards in this bill and it may look secure today, or it may be amended to make it even more secure. But we cannot look at this debate solely through the prism of the bill as it's written today and in the future, because laws evolve, precedents are set, judicial decisions reshape intentions, and no Parliament can bind the next one. If we pass this law, none of us can guarantee where it will end. So we must consider the practical pressures that accompany legal change. I have spoken in the past about palliative care, and I care passionately about that, how essential it is and how it should be the backbone of any compassionate end-of-life system. And Marie McNair, an experienced palliative care nurse, eloquently presented that argument to the Chamber. Yet today, much of this care, especially in our hospices, are funded by charity. Our NHS does not shoulder that responsibility. So what message do we send when instead of properly funding care, we legalise assisted dying? Presiding Officer, let us be honest about how subtle pressure works and coercion. It's not always visible. It does not need to be spoken out loud. A person near the end of their life may begin to feel like a burden. They may internalise the idea that choosing to die is more dignified, more convenient, less costly for their family, for society. No doctor, no checklist can truly measure that weight. One of my healthcare professionals wrote to me and said, as a consultant physician at the Royal Infirmary of Edinburgh, I wanted to let you know that this would forever change the doctor-patient relationship. The arguments for and against are well rehearsed, but I do believe that there would be an inevitable move to relaxing criteria and consequent unexpressed sense of coercion experienced by vulnerable patients is a genuine concern. I do realise that this is an emotive subject, but as a clinician, I could not support a shift to actively ending patients' lives. And we cannot ignore the data from abroad. In Canada, laws initially introduced for terminal illness have expanded far beyond their original scope. In the Netherlands, the number of assisted deaths continues to rise, and we've heard about some of the progress, in inverted commas, from Oregon. The idea that legalising assisted dying reduces suffering across the board does not hold. It shifts the suffering elsewhere, into the hearts of families, into ethical dilemmas for doctors, into the legal system, and into our understanding of what society owes its most fragile members. I was asked recently in a somewhat crude message if I simply hoped I wouldn't die in excruciating pain. But the answer is not hope, it's my expectation. I expect a society like ours to provide the palliative care and end-of-life care that we all deserve. That is our duty, and that is what we are putting at risk. We must not confuse the compassion of the intention with the consequences of legislation. We must not allow rare and tragic cases to determine policies that affect the entire population. We must not pass a law while trying to solve suffering that may ultimately multiply it. So I ask fellow members to consider not just today's public mood, but tomorrow's reality, to look not only at the short-term comfort of choice, but the long-term consequences of this risky bill, because once you start down this path, you cannot guarantee where it ends. And if one life is ended unnecessary, just one, due to the introduction of this bill, I, for one, could never forgive myself. Let us protect our duty to care. Let us commit to end suffering, not by ending lives, but by supporting them with dignity, love and proper medical care. This legislation is inherently risky. No number of amendments can ever make this legislation safe. Don't risk it today and vote against the bill. Thank you.
I call on Liam McArthur to wind up the debate.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I thank all colleagues who've contributed to this afternoon's lengthy and an emotional debate. Can I also thank them for the many generous comments about both me and my generations of staff, as Jackson Carlo referred to it. It has fully lived up to my expectations, and I think done justice to the seriousness, to the sensitivity of the issues we're discussing. It's allowed those issues to be fully aired, and allowed them, importantly, as Kevin Stewart and Patrick Harvey reminded us, allowed those issues to be listened to as well. At a time where there is much talk of... Certainly will, Martin.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful to Liam McArthur to take the intervention. Can I compliment him on this, but can I also compliment the Chamber on the quality of the debate we've had? I think you'll be aware that MSPs have received incredibly large numbers of correspondence from constituents, and the members' decision on how they vote tonight is going to be arrived at both by considering that but also all of the other evidence. And would the member agree with me that absolutely no disrespect is intended to any of those whose position will not be reflected by their members' vote tonight?
Liam McArthur.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. I think that was a central tenet of the contribution that Jackson Carlo just made. I think, as Liz Smith rightly said, this was Parliament at its best, in a contribution, if I may say so, that gave further evidence to what this Parliament will be missing when she steps down next year. I'm not going to, however, be able to do justice to the contributions in the time I have available, but let me pick a few issues and a few contributions. Can I start by thanking again the committee, and particularly the convener, for setting out very well the findings of that committee report. She set out, I think, the very constructive approach the committee has taken, that if Parliament decides it wishes to back the general principles, areas that the committee will wish to pursue with myself and others, whether around issues on the no detriment, on capacity. Those are all issues I'm very happy to engage with. On the issue of a sunset clause, I have my reservations about how that might impact the ability to introduce the system at all. But as I say, I very much welcome the approach that the committee has taken. The debate has been... Certainly will.
Claire Haughey.
Thank Liam McArthur for taking an intervention. It's on a point that we haven't really touched on this afternoon, which is about conscientious objection for healthcare professionals. And I was wondering about how far he would be willing to push that, because currently my understanding is that the conscientious objection in terms of abortion law only covers directly involved clinicians, not admin staff, not support staff. How far would Mr McArthur be keen to go with his bill with assisted dying?
Liam McArthur.
I think that's a crucially important point. This is a bill fundamentally about choice, and that choice works both ways. While I'm open to discussions about how far you would extend that, assuming that you could put in place a system that did not impede the access of those who meet the eligibility criteria. I think where I would probably have a concern is around institutional conscientious objection, but I think there is more that can be explored at stage 2 and stage 3, and look forward to doing that. The debate has been characterised by the personal stories that I think were wholly to be expected. They're reflected in the responses to the proposals that I put out to consultation way back in 2021. If I draw on some of those, Monica Lennon gave voice to Joanne Easton's powerful testimony. I've shared a platform with her and really come away from that unmoved. It is evidence of what the current situation is leading to all too often. Stacey Adam, I think, will be rightly proud of her snottering wreck of a husband this evening. And Eleanor Whittam talked about her mother, Irene MacLeod, all sorts of awesome, in a speech that I thought was all sorts of awesome, and left most of us pretty close to being snottery wrecks, one and all. But Colin Smith too pointed to the case of Brittany Maynard in California, who many will not be familiar with, but has done much to make the argument, her case has done much to make the argument behind the changes in the law that we're seeing in a number of states in the US. You also, I think, rightly pointed out the difference that we're talking about terminally ill patients. They're not suicidal. They're desperate to live. They're desperate to eke out as much of their life as they possibly can. And conflating those two things, I think, does a disservice both to those who need support in our efforts to reduce rates of suicide, but also those that are desperate for more choice at the end of life. We've heard two powerful contributions from colleagues that believe we shouldn't change the law, who have fundamental issues to the principle of assisted dying, and for whom no bill of this nature will ever be acceptable, no amendments sufficient, no safeguards adequate. But those arguments were no less powerful for all that. To Edward Mountain, who talked about that relationship with death, which is one we don't nearly talk about enough. It has been a bit of a taboo. But in relation to the issue of palliative care, I would just point out that 80 to 90% of those who access assisted dying in these other jurisdictions are in or have been in palliative care at that time. I think it was a point Rona Mackay made by way of intervention. To Pam Duncan-Glancy, who I think in a strong field made probably the most powerful speak. It was characteristically impassioned and personal. This is not a bill about intolerable suffering. That's not part of the criteria, even though suffering is undoubtedly involved. And all I can do is point again, as Kenneth Gibson and others did, to the research carried out by Professor Colburn that shows that there is no evidence in these other jurisdictions of the access to health care, the rights of disabled people being adversely affected by the change in the law of this type. I'm happy to take an intervention.
Jeremy Balfour.
I'm grateful to the member for taking an intervention. I wonder, we've heard several contributions in regard to what will happen in regard to court interventions and interpretation of this bill, which we cannot control once it leaves this place. What guarantees can he give that the courts over time will not expand the definition to go beyond what he is intending today?
Liam McArthur.
I thank Jeremy Balfour for that intervention and indeed for his contribution, which is, again, equally powerful. I think what I would say is the courts here and in the other parts of the UK have made absolutely clear this is a matter for Parliament. I think the conflation of the situation in Canada is not helpful in that the constitutional arrangements there are very, very different. I think I would also point them in the direction of the evidence given by Lord Sumption, former Supreme Court judge, to the Westminster Committee, where he made it fairly clear that his expectation was that changes through the courts were unlikely. That's not to say there will not be court challenges. Any legislation passed by this Parliament are open to challenge. I suspect it may be challenged by those who do not want to see the legislation passed at all. But I would offer that reassurance to Mr Balfour. But also I think the points that Pam Duncan-Glancy raised, if I could make a little bit more progress, Mr Johnson, the other points that Pam Duncan-Glancy made about discrimination, about some of those societal issues, around palliative care as well, those are issues that have been enabled to be raised in the context of this bill. I don't believe this bill can address them. I think it's right and proper that they are aired in this debate, and if there's progress we can make by seeking assurances from ministers or whatever to address those issues, I am foursquare behind it, as I am, as I said earlier, in relation to Miles Briggs' attempts to bring forward a right to palliative care bill. But there is a limit to what this bill itself will be able to do. But as historic as this evening's vote undoubtedly is, the fact remains, as Alex Cole-Hamilton reminded us, Scotland is not breaking new ground, not venturing where others have not already tread. None of the arguments we've heard today over definitions, disability, coercion, palliative care, so-called slippery slopes, none of these arguments are any different to the concerns that were raised in the debates that preceded a change in the law in jurisdictions where a terminal illness, mental capacity, assisted dying model now operates safely and successfully and has been for years. We know who accesses the choice of assisted dying. We know what conditions they have. We know what point in their diagnosis they access it and why. As the House of Commons Health Committee concluded last year, after an 18-month inquiry into end-of-life choices, there are no examples of a terminal illness mental capacity model of assisted dying expanding its eligibility criteria over time. That report also confirmed there was no evidence of a detrimental impact on palliative or hospice care. Indeed, in many instances, additional funding and/or improved engagement with such care was evidenced, a point I think Rona Mackay and again Patrick Harvey made. That's not to say, of course, that we shouldn't have to go through the same debate, the same soul-searching, the same consideration of all the aspects of assisted dying and end-of-life choices more generally. It's important for the public. It's important for stakeholders. It's important for us as legislators, and I think, again, that was a point made by Jackson Carlo. But I hope it will offer some degree of reassurance, a degree of confidence to colleagues who may remain uncertain, tentative, or even perhaps slightly afraid of making a decision on such a sensitive matter. To them and others who insist they are at least open or sympathetic to the principle underlying this bill, I say this. If you accept that the ban on assisted dying is leading to too many dying Scots facing a series of horrible decisions at the end of life, if you recognise that many are taking matters into their own hands, often alone and unsupported, adding to the trauma for them and those they leave behind, if you recognise that we're already effectively outsourcing assisted dying by accepting those who can afford and have the physical capacity to go to Switzerland are free to do so, if you recognise that processes such as double effect of pain management, palliative sedation and even withdrawal of treatment or refusal of food and liquids do all currently exist and assist terminally ill patients to die, albeit in many instances without patients being involved in the decision, a point I think Michelle Thompson made very powerfully in her contribution. If you find yourself accepting any or all of those points, I say we can and must do better. To those colleagues, I say, look at the international evidence. Look at where similar laws are in place. That, in the case of Oregon, for the last 30 years, continue to enjoy overwhelming public support and the confidence of medics and others involved in the process. In each instance, robust data gathering, reporting and oversight takes place. All help ensure that laws work in practice as intended. Yes, we need to have the debate. Yes, we need to be alive to potential risks. Yes, we need to make sure that any law introduced in this country meets our needs and circumstances. But please, do not succumb to the argument that putting in place such laws is impossible, that the laws passed by parliaments do not go on to work in practice as planned, or indeed that this Parliament is somehow uniquely incapable or unfit to undertake the work so many other legislators and legislatures have succeeded in carrying out. Indeed, I would urge the Chamber to reflect on the fact that at present there are often no safeguards for many who feel a burden, are subject to coercion, abuse or feel unsupported. My bill, I would argue, helps begin to put in place guardrails that are demonstrably absent at the moment, leaving many vulnerable Scots in a more precarious position. Jackson Carlo, in a wonderful tour de force, I thought, talked about the changed backdrop for this debate compared to the previous ones. I recall the first time I was involved in this debate and was asked to cast a vote. I was very clear what I believed. I was very clear what I felt Parliament needed to do. I was very clear how I was going to vote. But I very vividly recall feeling slightly terrified at going into the chamber and casting my vote. The backdrop has changed pretty fundamentally since 2010 and even 2015. The political mood in Parliament has changed dramatically. Colleagues, as we've heard this afternoon, bring with them their own experience, and we've heard some of that. They bring with them the experience of constituents who have been in touch over recent weeks and months. Back then, too, California was embarking on the passing of the law that is now in place and has been confirmed again in 2021. At that time, it was but a glint in the eye of legislators in Victoria, who then broke new ground in Australia and have been subsequently followed by the other states in that country. International evidence of how terminal illness mental capacity models work in practice is now there for all of us to see. They work as intended. The eligibility criteria do not change. Closer to home, I think Daniel Johnson was right. Society's attitudes have changed. There's been a remarkable shift, for example, in the medical profession. I recall back in 2010 and even in 2015, the Royal Colleges of GPs, of physicians, of surgeons and the BMA were all fundamentally opposed to a change in the law. They now have a position of neutrality, reflecting a shift in the position of medical professionals who more and more want to see a change in the law, or at the very least want to see constructive, meaningful engagement on this issue. The Church of Scotland's report, published earlier this month, points to a similar shift within some of our churches and within the faith community. Those voices along with the voices of the disability community and others must be heard in this debate. But as I said in opening the proceedings many hours ago, it's the voices of terminally ill Scots and their families who are being failed by the current ban on assisted dying that must be at the centre of the debate, the heart of our deliberations and the forefront of our minds as we prepare to vote shortly. So let me leave the last word with Heather Black and her daughters Tora, Zoe and Sarah. Heather was a community worker in Muirhouse here in Edinburgh and was a fierce campaigner for HIV/AIDS patients in the early days. She pleaded for patients to be able to die with dignity. 5 years ago today, 10 weeks after being diagnosed with esophageal cancer, Heather died. Her daughters described that experience. She was terrified and in pain. She just wanted to go and ask the nurses to help her. She also asked us to help her. We'd never seen her cry, but she cried a lot then. Just kill me now, she asked us so many times. The days before her death were gruesome. It's not right that we were expected to watch this woman, who had been absolutely dynamite her whole life, be reduced to a shrunken mess in the bed. Our last memories of our wonderful mum are of panic, pain and hopelessness. Presiding Officer, the challenge in coming up with a bill that commands majority support across the parties in this chamber should not be underestimated. I certainly do not. But surely, to goodness, the very, very least, we owe Heather, her daughters and all those who found themselves in similarly horrendous situations or will do in future is to do the work necessary to see if such a bill can be fashioned. That requires colleagues to back the principles of my bill at stage one so we can get on with the job of trying to find an honourable, fair and equitable solution to this most wicked of problems. I believe the Parliament is up for that challenge and that we can take the next step towards allowing more choice, control, dignity and compassion at the end of life for dying Scots. At this stage, I've done what I can. It's now up to colleagues for you to decide.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes the debate on assisted dying for terminally ill adults Scotland Bill at stage one. It's now time to move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of Parliamentary Bureau Motion 17530 on committee substitutes, and I ask Jamie Hepburn, on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. And the question on this motion will be put at decision time. There are 2 questions to be put as a result of today's business. The first question is that motion 17416, in the name of Liam McArthur, on assisted dying for terminally ill adults Scotland Bill at stage 1 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote and there will be a short suspension to allow members to access the digital voting system. is that motion 17416 in the name of Liam McArthur on assisted dying for terminally ill adults Scotland Bill at stage 1 be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on motion 17416 in the name of Liam McArthur is yes 70, no 56. There was one abstention. The motion is therefore agreed. Thank you. Thank you. The next question is that motion 17530 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on committee substitutes be agreed. Are we all agreed? The motion is therefore agreed, and that concludes decision time, and we'll now move on to members' business in the name of Gordon MacDonald.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.